निस्किनु पर्ने त्यस्तो गेम चाहिँ निस्किन जस्तो लाग्छ हामीलाई चाहिँ अनि हाम्रो चाहिँ अब त्यही जोस अब एक्सट्रिम भर्खरै जोइन भएको थियो नि त हाई भोल्टेजमा अनि त्यही भएर हल्का कलहरूमा चाहिँ हल्का ल्याग भइरहेको थियो हाम्रो जोस हैन अनि त्यसको लागि नै हामी इम्प्रुभ गर्दैछौँ अहिले इम्प्रुभ हुँदैछ राम्रो हुँदैछ अनि होप अब रिजनल फाइनल च्याम्पियनसिपमा हाम्रो बेस्ट आउँछ एसिया च्याम्पियनसिपमा चाहिँ हामी जोस पहिलाको पालि हाम्रो पिएमपिएलमा चिकन डिनर खाने चिकन डिनरहरू पनि कति चोक भएर आफ्नो टिमबाट चोक भएर अनि कति चाहिँ हाम्रो मिस भएको थियो चिकनहरू यसपालि चाहिँ त्यही अब जस ओभर कमिट नगर्ने लास्टतिर जस चिकन डिनर हुने गेमहरूमा त्यस्तो पहिलाको जस्तो मिस्टेक नहोस् भनेर चाहिँ जस यसपालि चिकन डिनर अलिक बढी खाने त्यस्तो गर्छौँ अब अननोन टिमहरूको कुरा गर्दा थियो चाहिँ अब कति स्क्रिमहरू हामीलाई प्रोभाइड भइरहेछ तिनीहरूसँग अब खेल्नको लागि जस्तै 2Aहरू भयो अनि उनीहरूसँग खेल्न पाइरहेको छौँ जस हामीले उनीहरूको गेम अहिले रिड त गरिरहेको छौँ अब पुरै नथाहा भए पनि जस हामीलाई जस हल्का हल्का थाहा भए पनि धेरै फाइदा हुन्छ त्यही भएर अब रिजनल फाइनल्स जस अब राम्रो रिजल्ट आयो भने हामी जस अझै राम्रो हुँदै जान्छौँ हैन अनि त्यस पछाडि ग्लोबलतिर पनि अब हामीले प्रुभ गर्नु छ अब ग्लोबलतिर पनि हामीले प्रुभ गर्छौँ अनि राम्रो भएन भने हामीले जस त्यस्तो अरू जस्तो त्यो चाहिँ नभनौँ जस त्यस्तो त्यो टिम त्यस्तो हुने त्यस्तो चाहिँ हुँदैन होला जस हामी पोजिटिभली नै हेर्छौँ अनि पछि पनि अब जस फेरि हामीहरू अब विल कम ब्याक स्ट्रङ्गर त्यसरी नै जान्छौँ हामी
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. It is a humongous feat that we've been able to continue the journey on and reach this far. Now, of course, as we move on along, it is a huge thanks to OPPO F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Book Up Your Fun. I'm going to be your host, Brother, once again, taking you through the next 4 days. And to dive in deeper, we of course have the analyst panel that's going to be joining us, and it is none other than the two duo that we do know. It is none other than Ocean Sharma and Isa Pajani.
Yeah, thank you for the warm welcome, and it is a pleasure to be here once again. I mean, I'm super excited to witness what these teams are going to bring to the table. As you said, 4 days of competition, and well, it's going to be intense.
I wouldn't say I've missed the action. I kind of, wanted this action more and more and more and more. We saw the festival happening previously, right? This festival still continues, but this time it's a 4-day affair, but with a lot of pressure on the teams for sure.
Most certainly, dude, because again, we will get to that. We will get to that. We've got Hong Kong, regions when you talk about, right?
Yeah.
We've got Hong Kong, Taiwan, as well as Macau,
Yeah.
joining in and chiming in and showcasing a different sort of a play when it comes to the battleground. But of course, when it comes to the entire saga, what are these teams working towards? It is the massive prize pool of $150,000 on the line, lads. Once again, $150,000 on the line, along with which the MVP of the tournament is going to be taken away all to himself, $2,000.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this even before this day arrived, right? We were talking about this during the Season 3 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League as well. The $300,000 that were there, 150 then, and 150 now for these guys to win. First position walking away with $40,000 for themselves. And let's not forget the MVP of the tournament, the one individual that will be getting the $2,000.
I would say as we talk about the teams, right? MVP of the tournament has its own competition.
Yeah.
It does, because we know last time when we talk about it. All right, let's run the stats back. 3 players from one team were there in the top 3 top fraggers. So after that, there was another player of the next team. So it just has its own competition, its own vibe.
So true, mate, so true. And again, when it comes to being a part of that vibe, being a part of that competition itself, it is going to be the kills that will make you stand out. And of course, along with that, you get a chicken dinner. Well, 15 points all for you. So let's move on along with the point structure that is set up for this game.
Exactly, and as you so wonderfully pointed out, the 1 kill, 1 point, that is something that we have noticed is really, really important for a lot of teams. Teams do tend to focus on that aspect of the game, but we have been observing a lot of local tournaments that these lads have been playing in their respective regions, and there has been a lot of change of strategy happening So, I mean, we're going to be in for a surprise today.
Oh yes, indeed. And talking about surprises this time around when it comes to the teams, well, there's going to be a little bit of surprise over there as well, because the Battleground couldn't have gotten any better with the addition of these teams that, of course, as we just mentioned, have joined in from Taiwan, Hong Kong, as well as Mongolia region. But oh boy, this is going to be a completely different connotation when it comes to these teams, because we've got LIT, we've got Nightmare, and the Battleground is going to get really intense from day one itself.
Exactly, right off the bat, like DE is a team that is a fan favorite alongside the other teams as well. We'll be talking about that, but Esports, Ho Juan, Justin, we have heard these names, we have heard what these players have done in the previous competitions. Nightmare Gaming, well, Coco and Ran, they have a really good synergy among themselves. INV, Winter, we know about this player as well, so there are these players that we have heard of before. We'll just have to see if they bring up the same gameplay or not, but moving up forward, obviously there are going to be other names as well, and that kind of just, levels up the competition, or maybe just take it one step ahead.
Exactly, and talk about taking things a step further. I mean, two teams right here that were there in the Season 3 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League, DRS Gaming and Zeus Esports. Oh boy. I mean, my brain is just about to explode just even thinking about what is going to go down between these two lads. SDGaming, huge expectations from them as well. Then we have 7C Esports coming in from the region of Nepal. So they are also going to try and display to the best of their abilities that they can live up to the expectations. There are a lot of fans rooting for this team and hoping to see them lift the trophy.
Exactly. But moving up forward, if we talk about the other teams as well, we have Astra Academy. I mean, I would love to see what this team does in the competition, because Wildcard was dominated by them and APES, and hey, we have casted them before, the likes of White, Sanchir, Kanek, Nurs, Hasla. We have casted them before. We know what these players know about their own gameplay. T2K, meanwhile, another fan favorite team. Well, rumor has it, this team might just end up in top 3.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to look forward to that and see if that rumor is going to come true. But as we move forward, we have High Voltage, followed by Stalwart, Esports, PN Crew, and Skylightz Gaming. Skylightz Gaming, again, as you said, there are rumors for T2K. Well, people are really rooting for Skylightz Gaming as well on the other side. I mean, expectations are huge. We had a few words with colleagues that are on the other side doing the Nepali broadcast as well, and they were also focused on this team. Like, you have to keep an eye out for. We know something happened during the Season 3. Skylightz Gaming, they were the defending champions back then, but weren't able to sort of clinch the trophy the second time in a row. But things have changed this time.
Yeah, but still, like, they are an invited squad here, right? So they'll be having that pressure for themselves. But talk about 1952 and obviously talk about Stalwart, right? If you talk about the players, Crypto in this one, I would love to see what that lad does, because he right now is just filled with talent for himself.
Exactly. Crypto has been phenomenal in the last, in PMPL South Asia Season 3. He was incredible, a lad who was shining. Even though Stalwart Esports, they were doing decent. They weren't absolutely destroying the lobby or anything, but they were having decent performance. And Crypto still managed to outshine everyone else in the entire tournament. And from there on out, we have seen Stalwart Esports as a whole grow. From the side of 1952, I have to say once again, Entry is a man that we have to keep an eye on.
Exactly.
Most certainly, because again, I mean, when it comes to the dominating streak that these lads have showcased till now, it is incredible. But talking about that domination, of course, when you bring that journey back towards Season 3 of PMPL itself, right? We have to mention these two teams that are just so incredible when it comes to the plays, when it comes to the skills, when it comes to the aggression, when it comes to the domination, and it is showcased in Zeus Esports as well as the Real Soldiers.
I still remember before last game, 261 points for Zeus, 261 points for DRS, right? That's where it was, a close-up affair. But hey, they like DRS, one last player found out a way to get that victory for themselves, and it was kind of the first time in the entire tournament journey that a team actually got the win of the tournament without even marking a single kill.
Yep.
DRS is a phenomenal team, and I have huge expectations from these lads, because it was my first time ever talking to someone, and we had a conversation with Gyalzin that time, I remember, and he was like, all right, we are making mistakes and we are not consistent enough, and that is something that is so rare, realizing your mistakes, admitting to them, and the moment you do that is the moment you start to improve. And we saw the improvement from DRS Gaming immediately. They were able to clinch out the victory. Just the 2-point difference, as Ocean pointed out, and going into the last game, it was like same points for both these teams. But I want a fight again to be this close for the title.
Yeah.
It's going to be super exciting.
This is what it is, right? Both teams have different strategies. Like, both have purely 180-degree strategies for themselves. DRS, now they like to minimize the risks, but they like to just, you know, play good around their opponent's vulnerabilities. Zeus, they like to rush around. They know, we have seen this thing previously as well. Even if they have 1 placement point, they have 10 kill points at the end of the you know, journey that they have.
Right, every single game, in fact, you know, that's what Zeus Esports brought to the table. But alongside that, when you talk about these teams, I mean, it is a new journey that's been created. It is a new storyline that's going to be created. So putting it all to balance, maybe this time around it'll be a different affair, because as we were mentioning, there are going to be new teams joining us this time around, and that is, I am certain, keeping my fingers crossed though, but I'm pretty certain that will change the battleground altogether. With that, enough mention of them, let's talk about them. We're talking about the dark horses that are joining us. Again, dark horses just by the word itself does not imply that these teams do not have what it takes. It's just that we don't know what they bring into the table. And of course, these are teams that are on our screens joining us from, as we mentioned, Hong Kong, Taiwan, as well as a Mongolia region.
This is what I'm gonna like, right? Lit Esports drops down in Yasnaya. Like, that's their standard drop location.
Yeah.
That's where DRS is.
Yep.
What brings up the fight for themselves? Talking about INV, they like to go to Pochinki. That's where 7 sees. What, you know, the first game is going to reflect a lot about their play style as per se.
Yeah, this is a conversation that me and Ocean have been having for the last 2 days. Like, there are like 4 teams that like to drop around in around the Pochinki area, and things are gonna get really, really intense in that location. Also, I mean, as we did just mention, and as you said, dark horses just by the name, there are really experienced players in these lineups, so you can't underestimate them at any point.
Exactly. I mean, just to point it out once again, right, Johnny, what we do want to say is that when it comes to the word, don't go just literally by the word dark horses, because the experience that they've got is going to change how it is going to be showcased into the battleground itself from the first game altogether. As you mentioned, there are going to be those clashes that will be based on drop locations, and in that, that's where the excitement is, you know, because that's where you see rivalries being created right off the bat with first game itself.
Exactly. Another interesting thing is going to be the 2 teams that are joining from the wildcard region, Astra Academy and APES. They belong to the same region as as Zeus Esports, so they have had a lot of time with them. I want to see how that collision is going to go. And since Zeus Esports, with their experience from PMPL South Asia Season 3, might have sort of adapted and changed their playstyle to counter the teams from this region, I want to see if these teams sort of picked up on those changes.
Absolutely, mate, because
that's where this conversation comes on, right? They have played against Zeus before in the previous PMCs, if you remember, like Apes from different name, obviously. So they basically know where the teams are coming from, what they're doing, but it still comes down to the actual game.
And talking about the games, I mean, we've been mentioning them again and again that, we've got 6 games lined up for every single day. But let's dive into that. With that, let's bring on the schedule and talk about the games themselves. We're going to be starting off on the known map of Erangel. That's going to be comfort level. That will be showcased from these teams. But as things move on along from day to day, it is going to get real intense, because we have Erangel being played every single day 3 times.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, the map is going to be really important.
Yep, exactly.
I always say this,
so,
right?
Just like what you said, Blotter, right? Comfort level. Maybe just for only 1 game. After that, there's no comfort on Erangel as well, because it's gonna heat up. Obviously, things are gonna just change. Because once you get a hold of that placement point, marker for every team, they would know what they are doing wrong, what they should be changing, and that's where they start. No time to experiment, right?
Exactly.
But no time for caution as well.
Talking about changes, I mean, we have sort of had this another conversation we have had off camera, and now we're going to have it on camera, is teams have been changing their play styles quite a lot. The teams that we usually saw in the center in the last few tournaments are not going to be there. So that is something that I'm interested in, because if you are practicing something with the same teams that you're about to face in an actual tournament, they start to see those matches as well, and they might be able to figure it out. So I want to see, are we going to see the sort of tried and tested methods in the first few games? The first 3 matches are going to be really, really important for these guys to set up the momentum for this, for all 4 days that we have in this championship.
Exactly, Super Johnny. And again, Ocean, I mean, as you guys were just mentioning, it is a 4-day affair. There are 24 matches in total that will be played. There is a lot of different stats that perhaps will be brought to the table. Alongside that, when it comes to the viewers, I do want to, mention a little bit of the talent itself. We've got a little bit of change over here as well. I mean, Johnny, you've got a button now, dude.
Oh, yeah.
So that is something that's grown.
All right, let's...
In the past month.
There were supposed to be 2 of us, but I got betrayed at the last moment by someone.
Thank you very much.
Yours indeed. Yes, talking about the numbers now. Talking about the numbers, you know, when it comes to PMPL Season 3, it was really close as it brought down to the final game itself. Real intense moments, just 2 points. 2 points, 2 kills.
I'll tell you, this has been a thing. Me and Johnny, we've had another conversation before that. You know, this is a conversation that will just bring about.
Right.
In the previous PMPLs, you've seen this thing. When it's a 4-day affair or a 3-day affair, a team that has a really good first day still ends up in the top 3 because they've had that lead right from the start. So no one's there to challenge them. I mean, the players are there to challenge them, but they cannot because they've had that momentum for themselves.
Thank you so much, Ocean, for bringing that topic up because I did want to mention that a little bit. You know, when it comes down to the history of it, we've seen that happen again and again and again, and especially on day 1 itself. You know, the team that ends up cementing that sort of lead. But do you guys think that will be the day that today might also showcase that sort of a storyline?
Let's just.
I want to see the first game.
Yeah, let's just look at it.
Let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope for the best from these teams because after all, it is going to be an exciting affair and enough banter from our sides. It is time to jump into the game right off the bat. Do not forget to, of course, showcase the love that you have for the teams that you're supporting from your region in the chat. With that, like I said, let's move on to our casters, the virtual duo who sadly could not join us on the stage. We do miss them, but they are here virtually. It is none other than XP and Blade to take us through the first game.
Thank you again for that, Blotter. It is indeed unfortunate that we're kind of socially distanced as it has to be at times like this. But I am personally very, very happy to be here as well. And you guys are looking fabulous as usual. Johnny, I do appreciate the little ponytail you got going there. It's going to take a while to grow, but I do appreciate the attempt. XP, it's been a while, but we're not together anymore right now. But hey, you know, we are here. It is a championships. I'm excited. I hope you are as well.
I don't know if you've checked the mirror lately, but there seems to be a little bit of a fungus growth under your nose there, Blay. I think you should have that looked at. Damn, some things definitely do change. But what hasn't changed is the fervor, the excitement that this tournament brings on. It is, of course, the South Asian Championships. And man, I cannot wait. It's going to be amazing. There's an infusion of new teams that I'm excited to see. You've been going on and on about a couple of teams over the last couple of months. And talking of teams, here we have all our players ready to battle it out in this battleground on our screens now. Blay, do you have a favorite amongst them?
Yeah, Astra Academy, I'm going to call it. I have been hyping these guys up for like four months since I had the opportunity to cast these guys in the wild card, the PMCA wild card for Asia, and they have definitely impressed me. However, now they're going to be playing against a much more tougher opposition. We have the likes of Zeus Esports, we have DRS Gaming, we have so many teams, including the guys coming in from Hong Kong, Macau, as well as from Taiwan as well. And looking at the playing pattern, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping straight on in. It is going to be starting off on Erangel as always, and starting just north of Lipovka. It is going to be ending towards Georgia Pool. One thing the desk alluded to, XP, was that a lot of these teams might have to adapt, like teams like LIT Esports, Nightmare Gaming, INVEsports, SDGaming. These are the guys who came in from the Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan qualifiers. So for them, you know, they're going to be playing a bunch of teams who they've never really played in a tournament setting. So what do they do, right? Like, do they adapt? Do they try and go for a different approach, or do they just stick to their guns? I think that's going to be the question heading into game number 1 over here.
You know, I like the fact that the analyst desk, they have their off-screen discussions, as so did we yesterday, in fact, during rehearsal, because we were talking about the clash of gameplays, the clash of the metas that is going to be coming on display for us shortly. Now, before we do bring up what exactly I'm talking about the drop points, we've seen 7C time and time again. These boys are comfortable in Pachinki as they are right now, but lo and behold, we have fresh blood in the mix, and INVEgaming, and I do believe Apes Incorporated are teams that love dropping down in Pachinki as well. So I'm going to expect to see some action right off the bat, and it does seem like a couple of teams are heading for that city. And as the circle is going to form on our screens, pretty basic. It isn't as drastic as it used to be back in the regional final days, Blay, but pretty central, and a lot of maneuvering space for all these teams. Now, quickly, before I do throw it over to you, I just want to bring up that point before. Now, this man, my co-caster Blay, ladies and gentlemen, has been on about Astra Academy and Apes Incorporated before I even knew who they were, because, of course, he did do the wildcard tournament that did precede this one. And let me tell you one thing, they are going to be bringing in a lot of ferocity. They are going to be aggressive. However, I do believe that they're going to be against formidable teams as far as defensive play goes, Play. So it's going to be a toss-up, basically. I'm going to be putting all my, eggs in one basket and seeing how it turns out.
Yeah, like for me, I feel like Zeus Esports and Apes Incorporated have a very similar playstyle, where Apes are a little bit even more aggressive than the side of Zeus Esports. But I feel like DRS and Astra Academy are very similar in their approach, right? They're high fragging. At the same time, they know when to slow things down. They know when to not over-aggress. And I really am looking forward to seeing DRS and Astra Academy go up against each other later on. But let's not forget some of the newer teams, for me personally, newer teams like Lit Esports, Nightmare, INV, and SDGaming. You know, we have 3 teams from Taiwan. We have 1 from Hong Kong. They are just basically being dropped into the lion's den over here. And this is one thing I wanna ask you, right? You talk about the teams who came in from the PMPL South Asia finals. You're talking about DRS Gaming, Zeus, 7C, DEADEYES Guys, T2K, 1952, High Voltage, Stalwart Esports, P and Crew, and even Skylightz Gaming. These are teams who have played each other so many times, multiple times over the course of a month, just a couple of months back. So they know each other very well. They know their tendencies. But with these new 4 teams coming in and the 2 teams coming in from the wild card, it could potentially kind of, be a bit of a curveball. But one thing which seems to be constant, XP, is the fact that Stalwart Esports are heading down to the military base. They will always come hell or high water. They will head on down to the Sosnovka military base, no matter what.
It is a little late if you think about it, because they did drop down about a minute ago. I was expecting maybe they're going to stay north of that channel over there, but it looks like they are going to be going down south. Now, I'm going to come back to the point that you did mention, that this infusion of new blood, is it going to be a game changer for all these South Asian teams? Now, I want to bring up one word, and that is aggression, right? Now, if you look at teams like DRS and even Zeus to some extent, it's a little bit of a controlled aggression. They know what their capabilities are, and they make sure that, everything fits the bill, as it were, and then they go out and go about their business. Now, teams like Apes Incorporated and Astra Academy, now, since you could not keep quiet about them during the course of the regional finals, I did kind of have a look and, do my little research on those teams. Man, those guys are unpredictable. That is something that definitely makes the game exciting. But again, the thing is, all regions, they have a different kind of a meta, different kind of a playstyle. Like South Asia, initially, we were the campers, right? I mean, we were the guys who were the defensive.
Nothing wrong with camping.
Players.
Nothing wrong with camping.
There isn't. I mean, whether you win by hook or by crook, a win is a win, and a team knock is a team knock. Now, again, so we kind of got used to that, and then I do believe the Indonesian, Malaysian teams, they infused a little bit of aggression. So my point is, now,
and then the Mongolians came in and they just decided, hey, we're just going to aggress everyone.
If history teaches us anything, you cannot keep a Mongol horde down. But coming back to the point, the thing is, the regions that they did play in, that they did qualify from, the entire region was a bit more aggressive on paper. So I want to see how they do against someone who's got defense on their mind, who's going to be basically holding down a fortress, so to speak, and they're going to try and lock it down. So it is a challenge in its own, but I don't see any problems coming out right now. And I'm going to disagree with the analyst on one more point. Yes, the first game is going to be a little slow, but this is where the fresh blood, again, these are the teams from the HMT region, Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, that I'm going to be referring to as fresh blood. Now, these guys, they have to find a footing for themselves, right, Blaine? So I guess you can see them come out with a little bit of a high-risk, high-reward game early on, right from game 1.
Yeah, we could. I mean, like I said, day 1, the first few games, that's when the pressure, in my opinion, I feel the pressure is off, right? Everyone's starting off on 0 points. It's a level playing field. No one has an advantage right now. So if you wanna get off to a good start, you can play without any pressure whatsoever. You can just go with your game, whatever gameplay you want to approach. May it be a little bit of some bridge camping, could it be a little bit of some aggression? And speaking of the teams, this is what I wanted to bring up as well. We do have the map overview. Everyone kind of comfortable, so to speak, XP. No one really outside of the play zone right now. We do see 1952 towards Zaki. They have traditionally they've had some very slow starts. They are going to be slowly entering the play zone from the northwest, where INV are close by. And even more worrying for these two teams is the fact that Zeus Esports, well, it looks like they found their home, XP. It's going to be Mount Olympus.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't want to see them anywhere else, isn't it? It is going to be Mount Olympus for them. And talking about INVGaming, now, INV is a team that usually loves going to Pochinki, as we did see during the wildcards. However, this time, they did opt for the northern part of Georgia Paul. Again, it is going to be exciting because it puts them on a collision course, rather, with 1952 and Zeus on either side. But, you know, we did kind of see early on LIT Gaming. Now, these guys, they did drop down to their favorite location of Yasnaya. And just to let everyone watching, I'm sure most of the spectators from South Asia are going to be following all the teams that are coming out from Nepal, Pakistan, Bangladesh. However, we do have some fresh blood. I'm just going to bring them up again from Mongolia. This time, you guys are already acclimatized to Zeus Esports. However, Astra Academy and APES Incorporated call Mongolia their home as well. And from Taiwan, I do believe we have 3 teams play. LIT Esports, Nightmares, ooh, I like that name, and INV Gaming. And all the way from Hong Kong, we have SDGaming. Now, the caliber of the players in the teams is as high as it can be. And surprisingly, it is a slow start of the game, even though a lot of drop spots were contested. However, teams opting to, you know, just back off and live to fight another day.
Yeah, no one really looking to draw first blood early on here. They won the first game. Again, 4 days of back-to-back action, 6 maps being played out every day. Following this, of course, I do believe we have Sanhok coming up, XP, and after that we have Miramar, and then, you know, it's going to be Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel once more, if I'm not very much mistaken here. The circle will finally collapse on itself. The blue zone, rather, will collapse onto the play zone, and we shall be seeing where the next shift is going to be, and that could dictate how the pace is kind of going to play out. I don't really expect to see any early fights here, XP. Everyone seems to be kind of comfortable, almost a concentric circle here, the play zone. And Stalwart Esports even having a very comfortable time rotating back in towards the play zone. Remind me, was it 1952 who was being a thorn in the side of Stalwart Esports towards the bridge, right? And this time around, they've opted to go for a different approach. But looking at the number of teams inside of the second play zone and looking at how many are alive, every single player and team alive in the play zone, it is going to get quite bloody. And as I say that, a few bullets will fly in the distance, and it is going to be Jimmy from SDGaming who's going to spot a couple of players from INV.
I like how our brains work. I mean, it's like, you know, I would have said that I'm still not near you, but looks like we are still telepathically communicating, because you just stole the words out of my mouth. Even I was expecting 1952 to be somewhere around the ferry pair, but looks like they did drop to the north of this particular round. Now, you did mention a few shots were let loose, and we are going to be just north of that school region. They are going to be in those little ridges just south of the ruins, which is an interesting place because, again, you have a little bit of cover from all sides, but I did see SDGaming, the team from Hong Kong, near those 6 shacks just due west of their position, so they could be in a little bit of trouble. But looks like we're seeing some action breaking out as Skylightz Gaming are going to be taking on SD at the position I just mentioned.
Skylightz Gaming, they did manage to qualify, although they did struggle during the group stages and the finals. That nade could be perfect. That nade could be perfect, but it does sail in a little too deep. Bay needs a bit of help. He's got Ken Baby nearby to help him out as we take a look at the kill feed. It's going to be APES actually unleashing early on the Zeus Esports. That's an interesting battle. Joker, I don't know how many nades he's got in the backpack, but he's finally going to find one. It's going to be Bay on his knees, and Ken needs to do a lot of work to try and help his teammate out, but Skylightz Gaming are moving in like a pack of wolves, and they should be finishing off Bay here for Ken BB. He might have the tiny window of opportunity to make his escape, but is still going to hold the line, still sticking around amongst the smoke. He's got Jimmy for backup as well. I'm trying to spot his third teammate. He should be nearby. I can see him on the minimap. And Ken, he's going to take that opportunity which the smokes created to make his escape. They have lost a member, though, and considering Skylightz Gaming have an inkling as to where they are, they could be pushing in for the hunt, and it looks like SD are just going to bail out of there. They're just going to get the hell out of here and head straight towards ruins. And Skylightz Gaming, after a pretty solid start, they get to just a 1 kill, but they're able to wrest the compound away from SDGaming. And meanwhile, these two titans, XP, APES and Astra Academy, they kept going at each other during the PMCO wildcard, and it looks like it's going to continue here in the championships.
Man, for me, it's like it's going to be a fresh start for now because I'm going to see them clash all over again. Right now, SG did did do a good job getting that one kill. However, Kaya's position was quite instrumental in making sure that SDGaming does make it out of harm's way. Now, I don't see if you noticed, just off camera, he was on that high ridge just to the left of Joker's current position. And well, there you have it. The gods of PUBG are going to be taunting us once again as the first airdrop drops to the ground. And it has the BFG. It does have that AWM. The question is someone going to go and pick it up? But as I say, that looks like Pika is going to open up as a member of Astra Academy. Hustler gets taken down with a beautiful Car 98 straight between the eyes.
Man, the sniping action is going to get quite mental. We know a lot of these players from Zeus Esports, of guys from APES and Corporate. These Mongolian players and their sniping prowess. It's their accuracy. And it's kind of crazy because if you look at the number of players from Mongolia playing in this tournament, it's only 17%. 1-7. Now, the caveat here being, I have been the only guy really been hyping up Astra Academy and APES Incorporated, right? Because a lot of people haven't really had the chance to see these guys because they only played the PMCO wildcard. But we do know how devastating of a force Zeus Esports can be, especially in a map like Erangel. And here we go. APES trying to go for a little bit of an excursion, and they need to be careful because Lit Esports, they're nearby, and Huoxuan will spot at Sunchir. He's going to exercise a little bit of trigger discipline. I do hope I pronounce his name correctly. Huoxuan?
I think Huoxuan works.
Huoxuan works, yeah.
The best thing is it's a proper noun, and we won't be in any trouble if we kind of mispronounce it. But Huoxuan is going to creep up towards the enemy.
White.
He definitely has the enemy leaving in a vehicle as White is going to make his grand escape. A few shots might just be rattled off just to keep them at bay, but again, it is something that he doesn't have to do as he is going to scope them out. A lucky shot could have been a different story. However, it looks like they've made the right call because, again, this fight was taking place at the eastern edge of the circle as now we join High Voltage, taking the fight right up against Nightmares. And Mark could be in trouble. That grenade is locked perfect, but he is going to anticipate it and moves out of harm's way in the nick of time with some decent cover behind the hill. However, High Voltage don't really have a lot of options because have a look at Rose's position. It might be a bit too far off, but he is higher up than them. And if one lucky bullet catches the smart play, that is when the remaining members can push in. But looks like they're opting to move out and regroup as a team.
Yeah, High Voltage, they have shown what it takes. There were times when it looked like they were out of it, but they've always managed to recuperate as T2K are bringing the pain to Stalwart Esports. Johnny on his knees crawling away. Blade, he's got that UAZ for cover for the time being. You can see T2K, all four members spread out, tossing the nades, a few bullets flying past into the direction of Blade. And Blade, I don't think he really has an escape route. He could deploy a couple of smokes and try and inch back behind the tree where he could try and group up with the rest of his teammates, and that's exactly what it's going to do, XP. But Raditzer's position on your screens, going to take a look at him, is up north, and he is going to land a perfect nade. And Blade, yeah, he tried his best, but he will fall. The one thing lucky for him is the fact that T2K are still a distance away, so he can still crawl back towards safety. One of his teammates has been picked up, but it looks like T2K are not going to let up anytime soon. Another nade getting tossed on in, but Blade is fortunate for now. The question is, can his teammates help him out here? And it is looking unlikely, XP.
It does look like Johnny did get picked up, so it could be possible. However, that rock would have been better cover because I did see a grenade go off just yonder, that tree over there. And, you know, as soon as he was moving in while you were talking, I was like, that is not going to be a good position. Reason being, when the enemy can't see your position, right, when they want to anticipate where would cover be, the only thing they can see are these long trees sprouting up from the ground, and you do not want to be behind proper cover. And right now over here, Hustler replying with a headshot off his zone as he takes top down from APES Incorporated. Now, we did see a little bit of reversal happening over there, something we're always happy, but now DRS are going to be moving in, and High Voltage, they moved down from that mountain in towards the apartment. The question is, can they thwart that attack as Mafia Ninja is going to lay bloodied on his knees?
Yeah, DRS and High Voltage. Oh, 2A's there as well. This is suddenly a three-way battle, and Extreme out in the open. There's no escape from him here. He's been spotted out. He's not even able to just get into the building, into cover, and 2A, they will strike. A couple of knocks back and forth between 2A and, that is of course Astra Academy and APES Incorporated early on, but no casualties yet. And now, Astra Academy getting that one kill of High Voltage, and High Voltage, you're in a pretty good spot there. dealing quite a bit of damage onto the neighbors. But now with Astra Academy joining the fray, things are looking very, very interesting indeed. DRS's AJ gets knocked out by Hustler as well. And T2K in the meantime, they can hear all this commotion, but they need to be wary as well. Out in the open XP, they can get shot by 3 different teams from these 3 buildings. So they need to be very careful as to how they approach it. And as I say, that action unleashes a hail of bullets into the direction of T2K, but not quite able to get the knock.
Let me tell you one thing, those shots coming in from APES Incorporated were long distance play, almost 300 meters away he finds his mark. But now you did mention T2K, they are going to be in a little bit of trouble as they were caught outside the circle. However, the fact that they have multiple vehicles means that they can actually maneuver to cover thanks to all that smoke being deployed. But right now, we have no man's land on this road, as on either side we have teams vying to kill each other. On one side, of course, it's the Giants, it's the Olympians themselves. Zeus Esports taking a fight with the enemy, and it looks like Stalwart Esports could be coming in from the side and doing a tremendous amount of damage as this face-off with 7Cs continues. Now, have a look at the circle play. This fight at the edge of the circle, I mean, Zeus have the upper hand right now, but 7C, they've got to make a play as SG is going to come under fire from INV.
SG just getting just abused by so many teams. INV also, we had to say goodbye to the first team in the tournament. It is going to be SDGaming from Hong Kong, who will be eliminated in the last place. And as you pointed out, INV are making life miserable indeed. 7C, meanwhile, duking it out with Zeus Esports on the other side of the map. It looks like the circle is going to be collapsing towards school, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope you bought the lunch boxes. I hope you packed a lunch. And I hope you got a backpack, because things are going to get quite heated in school. You what? Really? I don't. I
miss
really
those days.
school.
I would really trade anything for that. It was good fun. Anyway, back to the game now. Now have a look at the circle. You know, everyone's going to be playing the periphery because again, you don't want to take chances. You don't want to be the guy who, talking about forget everything. I just saw a beautiful McLaren on my screen right now. It is going to be the 570S, and forget fighting. Why don't we just hop on and go in for a drive? That is something that I would really appreciate right now. I just lost my chain of thought.
Well, Skylightz Gaming hopefully haven't lost a chain of thought, because they are in a bit of a pickle, XP. I do believe they're down to just the 2 members, unless I'm very much mistaken. Yep, it's down to Joker and Leon to try and stay alive and try and somehow extricate themselves from this very unenviable position they found themselves in. INV gatekeeping them as well. DRS have, they suffered a few knocks, but they're able to just res their teammates perfectly. Zeus on top right now with 2 kills. Zeus, Astra Academy, Apes, everyone pretty healthy. And Chad, he spots him out. He knows exactly where the remaining members of Skylightz Gaming are. And even though they have that smoke for cover, it's not looking very good for them here, XP. The Blues right behind them. A couple of good nades could completely wreck their hopes and dreams. Leon might have just pulled off a great escape. In the meantime, Stalwart Esports will also be eliminated. Zeus now getting spotted out by Chad from the distance, tapping away calmly, and it's going to be a nade from Mimo out of nowhere. He knocks a couple down. Where did that nade even come from? Was that an asteroid hit? Because Zeus have just got screwed just with one perfectly placed nade, and there you are, 7C, they swoop in and they eliminate one of the favorites, Zeus, early in the game.
That is what patience is all about. They waited, they baited, and they were waiting for the right moment to strike, which they did. That nade basically decimating Zeus Esports, as right now the focus is going to be on the apartments, as each team is going to call one apartment block their home. But from afar, INV laying down the lead, because that is what they're going to have to do. They are going to have to move in towards the circle, which isn't going to be much of a problem, owing to the fact that it's only about 100 meters out. However, the thing is, all the attention is going to be on the apartments, which means that they can easily sneak in, as Winter is going to make it towards the boundary wall of this school, and that smoke is going to make sure that he is hidden from potential threats. Right now as 1952 have their work cut out, because they're going to be under attack not by 1 but 2 teams, as INV and DE are trying to get control of that school, as Tofik lays down some lead in PM Cruiseway.
T2K getting eliminated early on. We have lost 4 teams so far. Zeus, Stalwart Esports, SD, and T2K. A couple of big favorites there. True Love is playing a dangerous game. He's going to ram straight into the wall. And it is going to be the Chad himself who's going to eliminate 7C. So 7C, yeah, they got the team wipe on the Zeus Esports, but that's all they're going to find, as they will join their victims as well. Skylightz Gaming as well to hit the deck. We're down to the final 10 teams here. It's a bloodbath in every direction, but a couple of big names still alive and kicking. For me personally, it has to be the fact that Apes, DEADEYES guys, Astra Academy still alive, and not to forget, INV and Nightmare from Taiwan are dealing out the pain. INV with 4 kills, all 4 alive as well. In 1952, I did say they tend to have slow starts, XP, but right now they're on a roll. 4 alive and 4 points to their name.
They've definitely done their homework. They are ready for this onslaught, and they've kind of put themselves in a little bit of a predicament because they did have the school basically in lockdown, and now they are making the right move to move down south, leaving a bit of the building because they did realize that, you know, the northern walls are going to be breached. If you remember, INV and DEADEYES guys did move in closer, and since the zone is going to move down south as well, it is the right call, but looks like Entry has heard something. That grenade is going to be devastating as XPX could take a lot of damage. He is lucky that he didn't have his face blown off over there, but those follow-up nades are just going to make sure that they hug the wall. Now, what 1952 need to do is make sure that they have that little area inside the boundary wall secure, because that is what they are going to call their HQ sooner or later. But they've got to be careful. Oh, Winter, you've got to be careful too. You're supposed to make sure the Molotov goes across the wall and not on your position. I mean, he could have been fried alive right there as they are making the moves. They've got to be careful, though. DEADEYES guys, can't forget about them. They're going to be coming in from the other side, Blair.
INV is quiet. He's doing a fantastic job, right? Like, you have these 3 members of his teammates, Chad as well, just trying to push their way into 1952. And Quiet is going to finish off Wyatt. Like, that's fantastic. They're taking fights on multiple fronts, and Quiet's doing a very, very good job keeping the opposition at bay. But Magnet has found Chad. That's an important find. The res, can it come in time is a question. He's going to push on out. This is Chaos coming in here from Magnet, and he's going to get another knock, but he in turn will fall. Winter, pretty much lone man standing because his teammate is too far away to help him out, and 1952 should be aware of this, and they might just be pushing in for the kill. The res should be coming in for the side of 1952 players. Magnet, Winter has found XBZ. So the res might take place, but a well-placed nade could ruin the day for INV. Quiet is also being very quiet, but in the meantime, it's close quarter battle breaking out between Astra Academy and their opposition, but not to forget High Voltage is still alive and kicking. Aussie on a bit of a tear here. 3 kills to his name, 3 alive as well, and they are doing a good job keeping Astra Academy at bay. LIT will be eliminated in the meantime, and INV XBZ, he is on fire. He'll be knocked down as well, and with that, Quiet is going to be left alone. I do believe his position is known as well in 1952 versus INV. Even though it was a battle of attrition, XP, it looks like 1952 is going to be coming out on top. They still have all 4 alive, and now Astra Academy going up against their, well, I guess, some very bad neighbors in the form of High Voltage.
Absolutely, and I like the fact that both the Mongolian teams are now going to come under pressure as P and Crew decimated by a barrage of grenades, but looks like we are going to have a little bit of retaliation as Aussie gets not 1, but 2 members from DRS down on their knees. And now I was talking about the other Mongolians. Apes are making their move as well. They've got to make sure they breach their school if they want to make it to the last few teams standing. Now, they are a 3-man squad. They're going to have to make sure that they do everything in coordination as Connect is going to get taken down. And On Top is on top his game, making sure he lays down the pressure. Now, a well-tossed low grenade could be devastating as smoke plumes are going to go out. Hustler making sure he doesn't make the same mistake. Again, remember, 1 grenade could be devastating, but looks like it is going to be coming up. You think he's going to get it? Oh!
No, it's a little nade. The smoke was a bait. The smoke was a bait. They were so hyper-focused on the smoke that Apes were able to sneak their way out from what was looking like a very rough spot indeed. Now, for DEADEYES guys, as I pointed out, they do have all 4 alive, but 2 have been knocked down. And I just have to point out, 1952, they are on a rampage. 9 killed, 4 alive. They're looking fantastic. P and Crew and Nightmare, though, they're down just to 2 or 1 members. You for sure comes jumping on down like a lunatic, and he will be taken down by Suncheer. And that haven they had, it looks like it's going to be their grave, as Suyok might be the last man standing for his team. He needs to deliver. He's going to jump on out. The blue is pushing into him out in the open. He will be found out. And Apes, despite the fact that so many members are so low, they will still alive, and they are still alive and kicking and battling. Suncheer running on in towards the smoke, trying to loot something up desperately, maybe a first aid kit, but they need to be aware that 1952 are in the vicinity. They've lost a member, they've got the res, they have 10 kills to the name, and are 3 alive, and these nades could be devastating, but somehow Suncheer will avoid them. Mechanic on a sliver of HP, going prone, trying to stay alive. But this battle XP, it's going to determine, in my opinion, who's going to get chicken dinner here. And look at Hustler just pushing on in, repositioning, just being an agent of chaos.
Beautiful play coming in by Hustler. In fact, the fact that he went towards that little... Oh, wait a second. Just as you say his name, he gets taken down by Tawfik. Now, 1952, I do feel they kind of moved out of their position a bit too early, but looks like Tawfik is going to make sure he gets not one, but two knocks to make sure Kanek is going to be the last man standing as entry is going to throw a grenade. It's not going to do much damage, but he goes head on in front of the enemy as Kanek is going to be a little bit quicker on the trigger. But right now, Tawfik is going to be going in nice and easy. He might just be spotted out as the two members from Astra Action is going to leap into action, so to speak. But Tawfik, again, I'm surprised he's still alive.
It's basically 1v1v1 if I'm not mistaken here, but no, 1v1v2 because Pika is there. He's running up towards the action as well, but rather his teammate as well. Hustler, Kanek, and Sunshiro. The smoke's going to provide them a little bit of relief for the time being. A res has taken place. They're going to be able to heal themselves. That wall is what is separating them from death for the time being. Now Action, he's listening to all this commotion. Pika is mowing the grass with that M4 of his. And look at Action, going for the jumping shot. Sunshiro as well, trying to leap above the wall. But the moment they show their head, Pika's going to strike. Tawfik's there as well, using up every single smoke they have. It's shots in the dark. It's shots in the smoke. Everyone just shooting blindly, hoping for something to connect. But for the time being, XP, Apes, they do have the advantage. They have 3 alive. Astra Academy have 2. The 2 teams who came in from the wild card are gunning for the chicken dinner.
I think Tawfik just gave his position away. Pika could be in a position to... Whoa, I thought that was a grenade. Luckily, that was just a bird flying overhead. It did look like a grenade was being lobbed in his direction. But I do believe Tawfik could be taken out by Astra Academy's Pika as he is trying desperately to make sure he gets a little shot on those helmets that he can see peeking just above the little wall over here. But actually making sure he keeps them all pinched in. It looks like their little fortification might just become their grave because they are going to have to come out, as I did call it. Tawfik goes down courtesy of Pika's M4, and now it's just a waiting game. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Apes, they're living up to the name. They're jumping around like a bunch of apes. They're hoping to find something, but they're trapped in the corner. The moment they move on out, they're going to be taken on down in Action. He is being the gatekeeper. He is Heimdall right now. They cannot cross. They cannot go on through. He's jumping up and down. He's going to get 1. He's going to get 2. 1 member remains, and it's all on Kanek and Astra Academy. 1 knock away, 1 kill away from getting the first chicken dinner. And they have come. They have slain, and they have delivered. There's nothing Hustler can do. And Astra Academy, that was the most ludicrous, the most ludicrous end to a game I've seen so far, XP. It was a jumping win in the end, but they get it done.
I like the fact that you did say that, the apes are living up to the name, and it's kind of sad to see that the apes were in fact caged in. At the end, of course, these great and magnificent creatures should be out there in the open, but I just have to throw that one out there. But it is the Mongolian teams. It is basically the teams that you were talking about from day one that I met you during the regional finals. They're the ones that finished 1 and 2 in the very first game of the South Asian Championship. Boy, what a game. But again, lovely performances coming out. The question is, are we going to see the same pattern in the next few games? Because what's going to happen right now, Blay, is that we're going to take a quick little break, and the action is going to continue after these beautiful words from our sponsors.
Hello and welcome to the post-game segment, and it is of course an incredible feat that we just witnessed with that. A huge thanks to OPPO F19 Pro for making it all happen. But lads, that was an exciting game. Let's move into the analysis itself with, of course, the duo. It is going to be Ocean Sharma and Super Johnny. Dudes, that action play was just incredible to get the data.
We loved it. We loved it more than anything. Wow. So we already had it in the mind, it's going to go to either 1952 because they were on a roll, or maybe Astra Academy. because they were outside the area. But the Circle was the main victim that took down APES. Otherwise, they were in a super duper form.
Exactly. I mean, that was an incredible final fight. But even before that, I have to say, the first fight of the game was the thing that told me, like, all right, now we are set for the South Asia Championship. The fight between SD and SG. That was an incredible execution from Skylightz Gaming in that situation.
Exactly.
Absolutely. I mean, reading the points right, reading the situation right is what worked in favor of that team. But with that, let's move on to the most valuable player coming in from this game. The MVP of this game was Action, of course.
Obviously, come on. With 6 kills, 871 damage, 28 minutes, I mean, surviving till the end, 2 assists and 239 healing done. You cannot rule out this opponent. Obviously, he was the one that, you know, got those kills with those... what would you call it? I mean,
Jumping parade.
Even before that, I have to say, I mean, this man thinks on... He lives in a totally different plane of existence. Yeah, so much that at one point in that final scuffle between those 3 teams, he was standing on the wall and healing on the faces of the players of APES. I was like, what are you doing? Why was he there?
Just think about this. Hustler with 1 kill and 1,035 damage. He was an actual backbone that is in the top list, and that's a really good thing for the team. Just think about it. He was the one looking forward on Tawfiq's side, like 1952's final player side, to just, you know, find out what that player is doing, what's going on. Aussie and Magnet, well, 1952. Kudos to the team, the way they have started this momentum.
Exactly. I mean, High Voltage, they were taken out during the mid-game stages, but they went out with a lot of kills for themselves. A good way for the team to establish their momentum. And since this was just the first game, if High Voltage can keep the momentum going in the future matches, this is going to be really good for them.
Absolutely, mate. But along with that, of course, there's 1952 as well, as you guys were just mentioning, you know, with that 10-kill lead that they started the game off with. And again, there's just game number 1 taken care of. There are still 5 more games remaining. But with that, I mean, we talk about the match summary. That is where Action, of course, coming in with the highest kill of 6, but Sharp. 300-meter long distance, dude. These guys are on a different role altogether.
Exactly. But look at this, you know, Winter coming up with 19 utilities used. But if we talk about everything, right? 24 points, 20 points, 18 points. It's still not that big of a lead that a team cannot just, you know, cope up on. If we talk about DE, INV, they can still, you know, have a really good game and, you know, have themselves. But I'm really happy with DRS. They are still maintaining that consistency for themselves. They had a really good area. That grenade kind of just, you know, changed a lot of things for them, and then again they had to take up a lot of fights, but it was a really good game for them as well.
Also, talking about things changing, every single thing that we thought about how the how this championship is going to go about, it has been thrown out the window with this game. I mean, 1952 doing really well for themselves. Astra Academy and APES just destroying the lobby. Zeus Esports being taken out earlier on in the game. Stalwart Esports, I mean, still just trying to see what the new teams are going to do and how things have changed. Also talking about changes, we have never seen Zeus take control of the center early game.
They thought that was the center, right? At that moment when the Circle was just shifting around the school area, they thought it was center, but the Circle moved forward. They had a fight against 7C at that particular area, and that kind of just, you know, took the chances away from them. But well, still, Zeus living up on one thing, and that is they still got 2 kills for themselves. Kill points is what they go for.
That southeastern edge of the Circle, once the Circle actually moved towards the school area, that was a death trap for anyone who was present. Let's see who were there. 7C Esports, Zeus Esports, and Stalwart Esports. All of them got taken out.
Well, with that, as we're talking about this, let's move on and have a look at the zone analysis right now, because that is, of course, going to make the conversation that much more clear.
Exactly.
So look at this right now. Milta is where 2A is. They have to move forward, right? There are... On to the southern side of school, you see 7C, you see Zeus, you see High Voltage, Lit, DRS. There are a lot of teams, because everyone thought this kind of a circle, everyone will think that the circle should go around the areas of Potato Hill, but the circle shifts north, again shifts north, again shifts north. These 3 hard shifts, and then it gets situated around the school area. That's where 1952 just held their ground. They plus other teams, like, it kind of just helped them getting those 10 kill points.
Exactly, because there were like 4 teams that had taken, that were not taken control, but they were fighting for the control of the school apartments area. Apart from them, the only positions you can approach school from with the safety is going to be either the Rozok Hill, you can fight through the cover of the hill, or it's going to be a risky rotation if you try and coming from the side of the eastern side of school. That's completely open flat lands. You're going to get shot at like even before you try and think about making it to the building. So that helped out 1952 quite a lot. but they were also doing really well in terms of picking up those kills that were coming their way.
Exactly, they definitely were, because we saw them getting those kill points for themselves. We saw them getting really good placement point number for themselves. But still, it comes down to those amazing fights that were just going on back and forth.
Exactly, mate. And reminiscing those amazing fights from this game, let's bring on the OPPO moments coming up from this game, where of course it was just a battleground that went down to destructive streak for so many of these teams.
I love this. But this is what the fight that you were talking about, right, Johnny? It just started SDGaming. They were caught right in the beginning that they were thinking of, we should avoid fights. They just, were leveling up for themselves the lobby. But this is where Zeus somehow just went on I love that read. I love that read, to be honest.
Yeah, that was impressive. But now we're going to see a few more interesting things over here. As this is where sort of 1952 were in a bit of a questionable situation, because how do you get out of the building? We know things about solid covers, right? Once you are in, you are safe, but when it comes time to take an exit, people are going to be aiming for those exit points, and that is exactly what happened to them. They were sort of pinned down, they were spotted out, people knew where they were coming from, and that is how they were taken out. And then we are transitioning towards the end game of the stage. DRSGaming exposed from a lot of different directions, tried their level best to survive, but that was sort of an impossible situation to win. And then we have Action. Well, bringing in some action.
You saw how he was just, moving. He knew that he was just, jumping around every corner. So his device was just going around. I'm pretty sure, obviously, he's a good gyro player. That just shows, right?
Also,
he was just moving around with his device as well. He was so much into the game.
You want to do it again?
He wants to jump left. His device goes left. He wants to jump. That was going on all together. Yeah, we were doing that with ourselves. I know that. I loved it. I loved it. This is how the first game should be.
Exactly, right? That just sets up the pace for the entirety of the 4-day saga that we're part of. And with that just first game being taken care of, let's have a look at the damage histograph that has been brought on from these teams, from these lads who were just phenomenal. And in that, I mean, again, we had 1952 just leading that tower to 2605 damage dished out.
Exactly. I mean, they had to do this. They were the center of attention for almost 50% of the game. Everyone just running in their direction. Everyone wanted to take control of that school building. But, well, 1952 were there. There were like 4 other teams present in the backlines who were fighting among themselves, but even they are not going to ignore you. That is exactly what happened with T2K, by the way. They went for a 2-2 split, trying to distract the teams in the apartments, but then it's a 2-2 split, and there are like 4 teams that have taken control of the school apartments area, so you are bound to be picked off.
Yeah, you gotta give it to 7C as well, right? 915 damage right on in the starting. They got 4 kills. Kill points are important, right? When you're maybe they know each other's gameplays. They know they have read each other before, maybe, but the thing that comes down is when you're actually in that game mode, right? You gotta just change everything. Maybe your strategies change. Maybe it's dynamism that you just have to bring. That's where 7C was looking really good. And today's first game, getting those kill points, but an early elimination shows that they'll rely on the kill points. They would not shy away from a fight.
Exactly. I mean, 7C Esports, Skylightz Gaming, INV, Zeus Esports, Stalwart Esports, all of them got caught in that death trap that I was mentioning towards the west and the southwestern side of the circle. That was an impossible situation to come out from, and these guys definitely were like bound to take out. But 7C Esports, they made the best of it. They got those kills, and it will some points coming their way.
Boy, oh boy. I mean, couldn't have been any better. Genuinely couldn't have been any better. This is just game number 1. Let's move on to the schedule and find out where exactly are we going to be moving on to. It is, of course, Sanhok that we shall be a part of now, and that is where these teams are going to have to get into a lot more of a synergy because, well, it is going to be a quick battle right off the bat is what I'm expecting.
Well, if you're talking about it, right, Sanhok's area, I would love to see who takes boot camp. Trust me, even if it's not boot camp, the areas around boot camp, that just, gets one thing. Because Astra Academy, with the way they have had the momentum for themselves, they would not want to leave their area. But if it's just the fight of boot camp, there are other areas. The area behind boot camp, the 3 warehouse.
True.
The split that teams actually go with the river side.
Yeah,
2 teams,
exactly.
2 players going this side, that side. Like those areas kind of become important. And camps. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie.
100% because...
Well, hardly anyone goes to Charlie. It's like the new Camp Alpha.
It can be. You just have to utilize it, right? It can be. Just...
But But again, I do want to bring up another conversation from the recent past itself of the Season 3 PMPL, where we saw Zeus Esports take up those camps for themselves, and they actually, pushed other teams away because that was their zone. But right off the bat today, as we bring it down to first game, it was just not working in their favor based on how the rotation itself worked out and the positioning of that final circle. So, what do you guys think or speculate about when it comes to Zeus Esports?
I don't think anyone wants to back off right now. What we witnessed from the first game was everyone is like ready for the fights that are about to happen, and no one is willing to back away from the challenge.
Absolutely. With that, it is time to jump into the battle once again. The battleground is ready. The players are ready. So are the Pioneer Bros. It is none other than, of course, Pain Fixes and Necro to take you through from this game.
Well, thank you so much, Blotter and Heavy R, ladies and gentlemen, and I do see my favorite man over here spotting a badge. What does it say? I'd pause the game for you. Well, he never did that for me. Seems like, in these troubled times, he definitely has found a lucky one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would do anything for you guys. You guys, the guys who are viewing, I love you all, and I would do anything for you guys. I would pause the game for you if you guys want me to explain. I'm just joking. But yeah, overall, what happened in the previous game? I mean, we got to talk about that, man.
Yeah.
Astra, Action, what are you doing? You're just jumping around and killing them like it's nothing. You're showing a full-on action-packed gameplay.
I mean, right off the bat, we are looking at the Mongolian teams really coming in, going heavy and ham. And it's just a start. And this time, of course, the boys from APES, they were a bit that unlucky. Of course, those fences being those hindrances over there. But that's definitely not one of those things you would find in Sanhok, because it's going to be more up close and personal.
Exactly. Sanhok, of course, a map which is way much more smaller than the Erangel and Miramar, so we do expect some, up close and personal fights, that's for sure. But I want to see now, Zeus, a massive strategy change, overall fixes. I had a lot of paperwork going on about their strategy, but now I feel like it's just useless. It's completely useless. I've seen them just a drastic shift in their strategy, playing it out real safe in the center of the circle. Still, I mean, they weren't really able to get the chicken dinner, but it's fine. It's just the first game, so we cannot really judge anything.
Yeah, of course. I mean, but it was quite an eventful start till till the very end. But here we are in a new map. It's Sanhok for you, ladies and gentlemen, as the flight path trajectory is right in front of your screens. And well, there you go. And I actually am looking forward to that boot camp area, because I am actually really keen to it, which is that one team that's going to be dropping off over there. But then again, if you're talking about territories, I really do not like that area because it's so wide open on the sidelines.
Exactly. I mean, it's definitely pretty wide open now. Take a look at teams that are dropping and that are colliding against each other. I mean, Pineham seems pretty crowded for now. If LIT and one more team decides to drop their 7C, it's going there, that's for sure. But is there any other team dropping? Okay, pretty interesting circle. A good one, to be honest. Teams are not going to be disappointed.
I think Skylightz Gaming are definitely going to enjoy themselves, considering what circle it is. But we already do have some action breaking out in Painan. We've got Nightmare going up against 7C. Mimo does have that DBS. But it's going to be really interesting to see what he does with it. Well, goes for those bullets. And he's going to take that plunge, but the push comes on. Doesn't have the Tommy. He's going to pepper down a few bullets, but nothing much happening. I would love to see that DBS in action, though.
He kind of misses his first opportunity up. Almost gets the first one, but not really. He did miss the first shot, so the burst wasn't really able to connect on point there. And so, I mean, unfortunate turn of events are happening here and there. So, taking a look at overall what's exactly happening. Even at the Camp Charlie, we have P and crew as well. Getting in some kind of trouble here and there. So, for now, games are looking pretty decent. Take a look at the map. Things are looking pretty decent. Nothing really much going on. A peaceful environment.
Indeed, it is. I mean, right off the bat, you're looking at a fight in Painan. I mean, who would have expected that? But that's the kind of, surprises that we ought to be expecting when you enter into Sanhok, considering how these teams have really started off. I mean, we're sort of looking at maybe a slower end circle because, now all the teams are just, engrossed in getting their loots done. Now, talking about different teams, we also have another squad right in front of us. Let's see what they can do over here. A few shots being exchanged, however. But right now, let's see the boys from Lid.
Oh. Well, I mean, the UMP9, once they're in action, Recently, I've been seeing a lot of UMP9's fixes, and it's definitely kind of a good meta shift if I would talk about an interesting SMG. Of course, in the days, I used to love that one, but then later on, everyone stopped using it, so of course I as well, which does make sense. But now I'm seeing the UMP back in action, so now maybe I'll just give it a little bit of shot as well. Well, taking a look at Nightmare, so running out in the open. I mean, early in the game, it does make sense. It's not really going to be that big of a deal. So running out in the open is fine, at least in the early game sessions. If you're going to be doing that in the late games, then trouble might knock your doors.
All right, so now, I'm rather surprised as to how Zeus have taken their plunge, because this is not where they're really, off towards, and we haven't really seen them dropping off so far off near towards the docks area. So that's going to be really interesting as to how they're going to approach the circle. Are they going to go in quick, or are they going to go in late? But one hindrance is definitely waiting for them, and that's going to be Team 1952. Now, they really started off big, getting so much damage being done right from the very get-go. So let's see. How are they going to perform? But here we have. This is what I was rather interested in talking about. Now, you tend to hover around that bootcamp area. The moment Astra Academy step out right exposed, I think the players from SD can just take them down.
Exactly, that's for sure. SD's kind of just, guarding those shorelines up there on top of the hill a little bit to have that high ground. Astra Academy in the bootcamp area, just going to be camping it there, taking their sweet little time, looting in as well. This does make sense, especially if you're in the bootcamp area and if you have that kind of a circle. So I would prefer, chilling out for a while in the same area.
Yeah, I mean, why not, to be honest? But, Necro, this is a question towards you. Where do you think the circle is going to head out to? Because we've been seeing a lot of change in the trends lately, and usually it should go somewhere on Ban, but we do have a fine Astra Academy going up against Team SD. OVS Quarry leading the charge, and he's definitely spotted a few players out. He's just waiting for the right time, but none of the grenades have yet been cooked.
That's for sure. Astra Academy is a team who prefers the aggression in any kind of fights, and they have been pretty successful so far. Action, though, the man who likes the action the most. This time it seems like he's kind of on a back step, but take a look at that. What an incredible cover fire from the back lines, and Action. An incredible knockout. That's going to be opening a lot of opportunities for them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, right now I'm going to see if Bake actually try to get that res back on, but Kaye getting spotted out from afar and will be taking some damage, but for now he's doing well and fine. But Team SD, they need to get that res back on. Yes, they certainly have done that. Ken BB will be back on full HP in no time. But, the Astra Academy pressure is definitely on over here. Pika with another Molotov being lobbed on and might just connect. But no, neither of these teams want to back off. I just want to see as to what really awaits for them. But Bay being taken some heavy damage out there, but still somehow manages to survive.
Nothing really much happening in the fight for now. I mean, it's just more kind of like some chip damage being dealt from here and there. Some mags being unloaded, shots being exchanged. Not really anything lethal happening. SDGaming had one kind of casualty on their name, but they got the rest back in. So for now, they're looking pretty chill. But here we have Jimmy from the back lines trying to do a lot of work. But Astra Academy is playing it damn smart. They're not just going to give any frag away that easily.
Certainly. I mean, right now, I think Astra Academy are just going to be playing it safe. They know that, this is one of those basic rules of Sanhok. Do not exceed 2 minutes of your fight, because you know that you are so much engrossed and there's another team third-partying you. But right now, we've got Team Lid going up against the boys from APES, and that's a beautiful grenade coming out from White. Will, of course, get Chashin over there as his teammate Wanu would try to get that trade, but does not really succeed.
That was a disgusting nade right there by White. I mean, he did get that knockout there, that's for sure, but he did get down to quite low HP. He was lucky that Wanu did miss quite a lot of shots in net over there. If he didn't, then he was pretty much it for White. So he has to thank his God for that, for sure. But there's still 3 more teams right next to each other near Quarry region, if you take a look at that. Stalwart Esports, Skylightz Gaming at DRS. But hold up, here we have INVEsports trying to escape from that situation, but Abe says no, not this time, buddy.
Absolutely. Now we've got White getting 2 kills right from the very get-go. And now this is definitely going to boost them up. They know that they barely missed on that chicken. Now they are eyeing on it this time at least. But they have definitely lost out on Hustler. So one of those casualties that might just hurt them towards the very end. But we certainly for sure do not know as to what awaits for them in those end zones. But like we were talking about the circle, right, Necro? We somehow are speculating it to go somewhere around this quarry area or maybe towards Phan, but do you have any other thoughts?
Well, to be honest, man, I really feel like it's going to be panning out in the northern side. If you ask me, more kind of like near Mongolia or something like that. But this is where these kind of fight happened. Lit did try to escape out from this fight, but unfortunately they weren't really successfully able to do that. But Lit in a heap of trouble. One man went down. Zuan is not really going to be happy after that one as Turulov puts the final bullet right in his skull, confirming the kill for himself. And now Lit is down to just a one-man squad. What are your thoughts about it?
I mean, not really a kind of a start they would have wanted for themselves for sure. And even 7C have lost out on Memo. Now you're talking about that player. He did, start off with a whammy. 2 kills from that one grenade on towards the players of Zeus. That was absolutely sick. But right now, we're not going to be seeing more of him, at least in this map perhaps. But maybe in the next matches to come, I think we are going to witness some heavy artillery action from that lad for sure. But now Apes, they offer a quite late rotation. Now that's kind of concerning for me, considering how they're going to approach the Sanhok circles. But Stalwart Flex in and kerfuffle against the players of Skylightz Gaming. Now, Stalwart Flex is definitely one of those teams that has taken, those early exit in the first round. But I'm kind of interested to see how are they going to recover.
That's for sure. Recovering, I mean, of course, take a look at this. Stalwart Esport is the team at 1952 is the team that has made it in for the first time in such a massive stage. So they're going to be having the pressure building in as well, even the sweaty palms as well. So much overall mental pressure, and at the same time, you have to go against the best of these lads. I mean, take a look at that. That's a lot of pressure in itself. So I don't really blame these lads. Take your time, man. Take a massive breather. Go ahead and chuck some energy drink if you need to. But just perform well, because my eyes are locked on you guys.
You know, definitely, especially the likes of Crypto. He has been in a stellar form lately, and he's been playing quite some good games of PUBG Mobile out there. But, then again, I'm certainly missing out on one of those players' reviews. I think he's been the talk of the town lately, considering how well he's been getting those frags for his team. Maybe we're going to see him in those next maps. Then maybe they're going to try some switcheroos around. But now, you're looking at Team Lit, the whole world of trouble. You've got IV11. Well, he's just going for a swim, but he needs to understand the fact that how long is he going to survive that? Because if he does not get inside the circle, he's pretty much just going to sink.
And the fun fact is, he's the last man alive as well. I mean, not really a lot of things going in your favor, man. And especially when you're taking that zone damage. Look at that. He's barely alive on his feet. Try to get back in the zone, heal himself back up, and then try and get back inside another circle. I mean, that's a lot of effort.
Certainly. I mean, I couldn't agree more on that. But, right now, considering how this game has been going, well, we did start off with quite some fights over there. But like we anticipated, considering you just have 24 games, every team is on their toes because they understand how important each game is. You cannot really slack off for even a single game, because if you're losing out on those crucial 5-6 points, then you're basically done for. And maybe those points might just be the reason why you're not there in the top 3, and that's what we are looking out for. It's just not the battle amongst the teams, it's a battle amongst the regions. You've got teams from almost 6 countries fighting it out against each other to get that glory for that crown. And as we are looking at the circle shrinking, I mean, we're going somewhere around that Paradise Bootcamp area, right in the between of things. But here we have the boys, the big man himself, Icy, one of the biggest, in fact, the highest fragger from the PMPL as a region. Let's see as to what is he going to do this time.
I was literally about to talk about the airdrop right as soon as you gave me the throw, but now in the airdrop there's M249.
Yeah.
And I really want it on the board because I just want to see one of those, montages, clips, just some quick scope headshots, some incredible plays. Because I'm pretty sure the viewers that are watching, they are going to be making those montages. Let's be honest, they do like to do that.
I think the right person to yield that arm will definitely be Godless. We have seen those nasty shots that he did put up for us. But then again, if you're talking about Team Zeus, we do have to talk about Godless. So, I mean, a lot of speculations on him as to what is he going to put on the table. But the rivalry they have, been cooking up with DRS, how do you think is going to end?
Do you think it has been suppressed down? I personally think so. It has not been. I mean, a lot of people haven't really been talking about it. Now I remember that DRC has some punches were thrown here and there, but hold on, what's going on here? APES kind of falling heavy on the last Zeus. This is the Mongolian region heading and going up against each other. Sancher in the front lines, that nade not really making it mark. But it seems like APES has realized they're challenging the god themselves and decides to just back out from this fight. But they do have the advantage in the fight, though. They did get one man out from the squad of Zeus.
Yeah.
So they could have rather just challenged the fight, but then they realized they are on the lower ground and Zeus have the high ground.
And to add on to that, they have to get inside the circle, but they are definitely going to be meeting with the counterparts of Zeus. That's going to be DRS, AJ, as he's going to be just hammering them down with bullets up to the point. He's just going to wipe them out. Now, APES, this is something that they had not even imagined in the wildest of dreams, and this is how ruthless a map like Sanhok can be for you.
Imagine two top teams right next to each other. APES just walking between them and gets absolutely demolished. I mean, that's pretty tragic for APES there, but hold on. 1952 on rotation as well, on run, trying to be quick on their feet. TDK spotted them out, but not really did any amount of lethal damage, so Entry and Sharp will be safe for now. But TDK, again, a team that has been pretty consistent in the finals, including DEADEYES as well. And TDK and DEADEYES, I mean, look, consistency is fine. But this time, maybe you want to aim for the top three.
Exactly. I mean, right now, consistency, like you said, is absolutely important. But more than that, you need to get those points. You cannot be consistent on the bottom order. And we do know these players have the caliber, do have the talent of being on the top, considering the kind of powerhouse they have within them. But right now, Godless, he might just have been run over. But indeed, he's going to punish Sandesh for being just oblivious about his presence. But Godless taking things into his own hands. And there you go. The gods have fallen as Team Zeus. They're going to be eliminated yet again quite early on.
I like how PN Crew, recovered from that situation pretty quick. I mean, yeah, one man was taken down instantly, kind of anonymous about Zeus's position there. But then the guy in the back lines did an incredible job to, provide that cover fire. And just that's how he just got kind of pinned down from both these sides. But for now, Lit is the team. That one last man is alive, and Zevil is trying his best to, at least find himself one knockout. That would buy him enough time to at least try and make it inside the circle, because now he's being held outside, and 7C is doing a good job.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the way they are, approaching this, I think this can go long for them. But, talking about how the circle has really panned out, I mean, quite different from what we really anticipated. It's gone towards the Paradise Resort. Now, we already have DEADEYES. I mean, we are seeing that transition from DEADEYES. We did see the players in the PMPL SA. What they were trying to do was they're playing just the edges. So they were getting picked off right early on, but this time they're playing that central meta. They do understand how important it is to have the circle's epicenter for yourself. So they definitely have taken over it, but they do have some unfriendly neighbors right beside them. That's going to be the boys from Team INV. So I really want to see as to what these lads have to put on the table, because we have that dark horse story going right behind them.
Exactly. The dark horses, as we like to call them. And now, so on the map, I mean, just in the center, DEADEYES and INV are quite close to each other, but hold on, what's going on here? Stalwart Esports going head-to-head against the lads of Skylightz Gaming. Heaven has an angle. Uzum did try to move out in the open. That was a beautiful bait from the side of Stalwart Esports. Uzum was left out in the open, and then as soon as Heaven decided to peek, the other guy from the back lines peeked out, and now Heaven is down to such low HP. Backing up, but hold up. That nade caught him. It seems like Heaven made a quite tragic decision in that kind of situation there. Decided to back off, and the nade landed not really in its mark, but hey, it panned out.
I mean, right now, Skylightz Gaming, they have to focus for the circle because, you know, well, let's be honest, Heaven is definitely a lost cause and he's a corner right now. Now, looking at the UMP, I'm pretty sure that Johnny has definitely adapted to the meta. We are looking at a lot of laser sights, UMPs being used, of course. I mean, if you're talking about Astra Academy over there, you know, the kind of a gameplay that Action was on to, just jumping around. Had he had a Tommy gun over there, I mean, that could have been a quick win.
True.
But right now, we've got a fight breaking down. It's 952 versus DEADEYES.
Well, finally taking an exit out the game. I mean, they have been put out their misery. One last man was alive, and he was suffering in the blue zone. And it seems like 7C was the one to put them out their misery. But 7C also have one casualty on their name. It's going to be Rick who went down. And take a look at this. Skylightz Gaming are now kind of not really having the time of their life. Falling down, crumbling down on their knees one by one, slowly and steadily. And DEADEYES also putting on a show.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the kind of consistency they're showing. I'm pretty sure they're kind of trying to start things off a bit slow for themselves. But now going up onto it sharp, they will definitely get that final kill. And with that, 1952 offer an early exit this time. You know, they have been the highest damage dealers in the last game. And Tawfiq did go for a surviving spree, but not this time.
Exactly. And take a look at this, right? The new circle shift. There's not really anyone on the northern side. It's completely open. That means the team that would try and rotate in from the northern side. I mean, of course, there's DRS coming in, P and Crew coming in, but there's still one more team on the left side, which is going to be SD.
Right.
Now, if they come in from the left side and high voltage is there, I really feel like we might see a clash.
I think we are going to be witnessing that because high voltage pretty much would be gating the players of SD, and they did not really have quite a start date that they wanted for themselves. And there you have it, Ken BB already being knocked out. That's going to be so difficult for Jimmy and Bay to come in and get that res back on as high voltage. They actually want to take this fight head on. Now Jimmy is right out in the open, but Extreme, he's going to be patient with those nades. He knows exactly where the players are, but Oddsy just getting picked off over there. But right now, let's see if Extreme can actually connect those grenades out in perfection. It goes in the right direction, does some heavy damage onto its Bay, but still not a knock.
Overkicking that nade just little. Molotov as well, not really finding its mark though. Just kind of random position he's throwing in. Extreme does hear those footsteps in the clotheslines. And it seems like this time not really able to land a lot of shots. Nothing lethal damage being dealt. And Extreme finally finding himself 2 big knocks. That's going to be flipping the table right in his favor now. SD not really having the time of their life. Pretty disappointed the way they challenged the fight in itself. And now Jimmy the last man alive, but he's down to such low HP. One bullet is going to seal the deal. And that's going to be it.
And there you have another squad wipe. Astra Academy, they certainly have a resolve over here. The kind of a performance that they are putting up. 2 kills already for these lads. We have the boys from Stalwart's also chiming in. They're getting few kills for themselves as Quiet has again been knocked out. And UMP for the win, bro.
Yep, exactly. UMP. I mean, it has been doing an absolutely fantastic work, you know, since the past. But hold on, Johnny. Not really having the time of his life, taken down instantly, while we have the DBS coming in from the backlines. Crypto getting absolutely blasted right in his skull. And it's going to be PZ kind of just showing surprise there. But now he's left out in the blue zone, taking a lot of damage. And that's going to be Blade putting the final bullet in his skull. And INVEsports getting eliminated.
Yeah, but you know, I am really excited to see that healing battle coming in from Blade, because that's the only choice he's got, because the moment he enters, he's definitely going to be taken down, as Action has already spotted the boys from DEADEYES. Shifuser definitely, you know, taking quite some damage over there, but he'll definitely patch himself up before the action, you know, commences. And now we're going to witness that bloodbath. But right now, DRS, Mafia Ninja, completely unaware of Rated's position over there. We'll ignore him and just let him be.
I really want to put a fact right in front of these lads, is that now 7C was the team who was just always in the blue zone. I mean, of course, they're not currently with us right now. They got eliminated pretty unfortunately, but they were always in the blue zone since the start till the end. But now Skylightz Gaming taking an exit off the game in 8th position. I mean, certainly not bad, but still, if you take a look at the fact that you haven't really racked up a lot of points.
I mean, right now, taking a look at the forecast that we have, Astra Academy, they're enjoying themselves, but Train to Kill, there you go. They've been wiped out. And DRS, I mean, we've got to say it, right? They've been super consistent, even during those PMPL SA finals now in the championships as well. I mean, they've started off really well, considering the counterparts, how they've been doing. Now, that's the kind of a storyline that we want, you know. DRS going up against Zeus, but now it's been DRS all over. Now, Zeus really need to understand how to stay alive. Now, if you're talking about them, I certainly feel that Leo did put up that kind of a leash that Zeus needs to control the aggression with, but now we have action already just hammering down those bullets into the hearts of the players of DRS.
DRS is in a massive world of trouble. Check their backlines. P and Crew is slowly and steadily crawling up, and even Astra Academy is putting relentless pressure on them, and this is where tables are not really going to be looking good. The odds are not going to be looking good on the side of DRS unless DEADEYES decides to help and contribute a little bit in the fight, but I feel like DEADEYES is a team. They are pretty smart. They're not just directly going to challenge the fight.
Look at this northern side. We've got all our 3 teams over here, and we've got Astra Academy right at the very bottom. And in the meanwhile, the nades have been cooked. They are definitely being lobbed, but we have the players of DRS falling one after the other like a pack of dominoes over there. And on top just going in, and he spotted out Ayush as well. Will go for that double and gets the squad wipe.
Look at the odds of Astra Academy, 56%. They're dominating the entire in-game situation. Astra, what are you guys doing? What have you guys had for dinner today? Well, I mean, that's definitely something magical. I would really want to know. High Voltage getting eliminated out the game. P and Crew falling up as well. And now it's down to these last 3 teams alive. The trifecta of death, as we like to call it.
I mean, I think they're starving. They're really hungry. They've already got one. They're looking at the second over here, as they will definitely get those confirmations out, as Pika is getting spotted out right out in the open. It's going to be Hungry Box that's going to dish that damage onto it and get that knock. But now they need to push in. They need to get up close and personal. But the boys from Astra Academy are definitely enjoying the benefits of being inside the circle over here.
Slowly and steadily crawling in, trying to get up close and personal while we have Gelson, last man alive from DRS. But for how long? The zone's going to be taking a lot of damage, Gelson. You cannot afford to stay out of it. As top also getting spotted out. DEADEYES seems like they have had enough, though. They really won this game in their back, and they are looking forward for it. Now Astra Academy trying to retaliate back in style, trying to fight back in fashion. Action is still alive. Keep this in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you know, 2 players already being taken down. It's going to be so difficult for Astra Academy. They're definitely going to get those res back, or aren't they? We got to see that. But DEADEYES, one real big problem, I feel. All the players are restricted to just one area, whereas we're seeing that spread coming in from Astra Academy.
But look at the circle. It's favoring the lads of DEADEYES there. They're pretty close. On the other hand, Astra will have to move inside, but if they get knocks like that, that's going to be buying enough time for them to move as well. Try and be quick on their feet. Action is trying to put on a lot of action. On the other hand, Top as well, trying to close the seal out, trying to close this deal. But take a look at Shifu. He has his position anonymous, and DEADEYES, they flipped the tables within a blink of an eye, and what way to close out that second game.
Oh my goodness, I mean, Hungry Box is definitely happy, and it's all in smiles. And Astra Academy have just been denied their back-to-back. I mean, you've got to say it, DEADEYES, they definitely have gotten even more sharper, considering how they are really approaching. They were playing the center, and it certainly helped them out.
Exactly. I mean, in the end, I really felt like Astra was going to bag it, without a doubt. I'm pretty sure all the viewers as well. But in the end, 2 lads from DEADEYES, they just caused absolute ruckus all over the end zone and just flipped the tables in their favor.
You know, I really like that, you know, to split out there coming in from Astra Academy, but did not really work out in their favor. But, you know, that will be explained even in a more better manner by our desk, who are definitely going to be coming right after this.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea?
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. A wonderful turn who wins this day number 1 just got done with second game, and it is a huge thanks to OPPO F19 Pro. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I'm your host, brother. Let's move on to our analysts who I'm sure are going to be eager and excited to talk about this. Dude, it was so close for us to get a second chicken dinner.
It was really close, but I guess the momentum from the side of DEADEYES, guys, it was impressive, and they are looking really confident.
Oh, yes.
I'm telling you, we just had this conversation, right? These three teams, DE, DRS, and obviously Astra Academy, they have the potential to be in the top 5 by the end of the tournament. And I won't be surprised if I see them in the top 5 at the end of the tournament. But Astra Academy, well, we have talked about it. A team that stays consistent on the first day has a really good hope on the last day, and they are consistent.
But here's the thing. We don't have one team that's being consistent right? So all three of them, DRS, DE, and Astra, all three of them have had 2 good games back-to-back. Now it comes down to the next match, like what is going to happen. But before that, we have a lot to talk about.
Absolutely, mate. And to start that conversation, let's have a look at the MVP coming in from this game, where we shall see who was the one who stood out, and it is the player from DEADEYES, guys.
So it's been 2 MVPs. We have seen the MVP kill number going to 6 kills only. We need more, right? Obviously, we need chaos. We would love that. 721 damage done, 24 minutes of survival time. No assist done, but 158 healing, which is a good number given the fact that, you know, you had your players for yourself onto the backups. Plus, it was Sanhok, and in Sanhok, it just, you know, makes up for you. But talking about the top players, well, Crypto's there.
Yeah, I mean, Stalwart Esports, it looked like they were angry with how the last game went, and they wanted to make up for the last game, because Stalwart Esports, the level of aggression they brought in this game from the get-go was impressive. And then on third we have Action, the hero from the last match.
MVP of the tournament, remember that? $2,000? Well, I don't know if Action is just, you know, playing like this back and forth. He might just be contesting that on top. So meanwhile, 4 kills, 448 damage. So yeah, DE has been looking really good.
I like the fight. I believe it was against the players of DRS that on top actually charged upon, just running behind the rock, jiggling 2v1 and just taking out both those players. That was impressive for me.
Well, talking about the match summary, you can see, you know, 11 utilities used. That's the most number. In the previous game, it was 19. But talk about the assist from Blade, 7 assists. That actually shows Crypto's 6 kills and less damage. It shows that the team was looking more on the assistive side, because they, just like you said, right, the previous game was not good. So this game, they wanted to make it their best. They tried really good, and that's how, you know, you work with a synergy. And that's what these 2 players, Crypto and Blade, were doing.
Absolutely, and you talk about the lobby itself, this has turned into a really interesting start to the day, because after all the teams were able to get a decent amount of kills for themselves, but along in that conversation, you have DEADEYES guys leading the pack with 12 kills, 27 points to them, and the second team, that's going to be Astra Academy coming in, is 10 points away.
Yeah, that's true, 17 for them. Stalwart, meanwhile, well, 4 placement points, 11 kill points, 15 total points for them. This marks a good start. So in the previous game, it was 1952 that had a really good start for themselves. This time in Stalwart, I want to see what the next game, you know, just takes both of them.
I definitely thought Stalwart Esports had this game in the bag, but they were caught off guard in Paradise Resort by the players of INVEsports. They do end up taking them out, but still, 3 players being knocked down when you're in the blue zone, there is absolutely, in the late game stages as well, there is hardly like, you are not going to come out of that situation. That is what happened with them. Although, early game fights, if we're going to talk about, I want to talk about what happened with the APES, and I believe we are going to have something that is going to help us with that.
Oh yes, most certainly, mate. Thank you for queuing that up, because now we move into the zone analysis, which is of course going to be showcasing how these teams made that rotation, and as Johnny was mentioning, this is going to make it that much more easier for the viewers as well.
Exactly. I mean, much easier to explain stuff that happens inside of the game. First of all, right off the bat, a change in drop location from the side of Zeus Esports that sort of caught off guard the players of 1952 as well, when Tawfiq was actually taken down. They went for a 2-2 split. They were not they thought that was not something going to happen, that Zeus Esports were going to come down towards the side of Docks, and 1952 do end up losing on 1 player in the early game.
Look at this area. Let's just, you know, if we pause around this area, you see Tatmok's northern, like there's a lot of empty space for the players, but look at Paradise and look at the areas around DE. So if DE knows that the push is going to come from the backside, it might just be Astra Academy as well. It can be, you know, NM, it can be 7C, it can be Iron. Like, there are so many teams that can just, you know, move from one direction. That creates a void in the gameplay sometimes.
Exactly. But DE, they played this out perfectly. They waited for the opportunity. They knew once they had dealt with the teams that were coming in from the backlines, only 2 were there, INV and Stalwart Esports, and they end up finishing each other off. DEADEYES guys would have a comfortable push up north. So timing was really, really crucial. Had they just made the charge and all right, we'll move in first and then we'll deal with them. Had they thought of the rotation that way, then it could have backfired, because then you have to push in, as Ocean said, it was an open area and it wasn't going to be an easy movement.
Right, absolutely, because after all, when it comes to these sort of rotations, it is going to be critical that you have no team around you, but that's not going to be a case ever. With that, let's move on to the overall game saga that took place with these open moments.
Yeah, and this is where the start happened. You know, we talked about it. Well, Memo had a DVS, and we saw DVS once again in Paradise. So a lot of DVS action, but
it was INV that brought the DVS in Paradise.
But this time the early fight, DVS was used because they could not fight any other gun. But what about the next time? The second gun. I mean,
true. Again, I mean, I'm sure they had more than 15 minutes to be able to, get themselves in the gun, but that was a decision that they made.
Also, I want to talk about this. What happened with Lit? What happened with APES right there, because that was an interesting situation. APES taking down a few players from the side of Lit. They spotted Juicy Esports take down one player. I believe Ably was taken down. Then they immediately decide to fall back and they get caught off guard by the players of DRS.
What happened with Zeus?
That's a conversation that we're skipping, actually.
Yeah, we know that team, that team loves to stay on the top. That team loves to take fights. They have been taking fights. You saw Godless, remaining as a last player. Yeah, this is where the DBS action just, we saw one player taking down the... I don't know.
That's too much distance for that gun.
Indeed it is, but I don't know what happened at that moment. But well, DE, they had a really, really good starting from here. Let's see where they can just, move forward with this one, as they just, spotted down the player, took him down, and once the player started ending up, and I love this lad. He's always happy whenever the team just wins for themselves. You've seen that happiness previously as well, but again, Zeus, the question,
I want to focus on one thing. Shifu was totally counting the points. All right, do we have the lead now?
They get in there. They get in there, exactly, because it's only 2 games now. But with that, let's have a look at another stat. That's going to be the damage that was dished out throughout this game. And in that, there were a lot of teams who were not even part of the conversation, sadly.
I mean, this time, if you talk about the 0 kill point markers, right? T2K, Skylightz Gaming, SD, 1952, Lit. Even 1952, previous game, the momentum that they started, that just showcases one thing, and that is they need one more good game for the circle to be their friend. Then they can have the games. Might be the next game, might be another game, because they need to, just focus on that. Fights, yeah, they are good with the fights, but if circle's not their friend, things might just, go bad.
Yeah, and although I have to say, for the side of Skylightz Gaming, no one at this level is going to expect the level of aggression that was brought into the game by Stalwart Esports.
True.
They were brutal on anyone they saw and anyone they thought was in the in their firing range. That team was just destroying everyone, and had INV not been there to stop those individual players, because if you remember the way that fight went, Stalwart Esports, they charged in towards the players of INV. It was that one lad that came in from the rear with a DBS in his hands indoors that was able to pick off a few players and put them on the back foot. Had that not happened, Stalwart Esports, they would have taken this.
Most certainly commendable approach coming in from Stalwart Flex, Stalwart Esports, apologies there. But yeah, I mean, it is just the way that the game was turned out, because right off the bat they were able to do so in just wonderful synergy. With that, of course, that's going to imply on the storyboard, which is of course the leaderboard that I'm talking on, and overall rankings is going to be an interesting conversation. 41 points, dude.
33. I love it. In one way, both the teams, it shows 14 kills, 14 kills. That means both the teams are doing really good. DE, in the previous game, they got 4 placement points. This time they got 15. That's how, it's just building up. But that jump actually got them 5 placement point jumps.
Exactly. I mean, this was a wonderful game from them, and this was needed to catch up. But still, just 2 games and you still have a long way to go in order to sort of solidify the lead that you have. So consistency is definitely going to be required. 2 games in a good standing from these teams. I'm actually happy to see High Voltage and Pre-End Crew just sort of building up the consistent performances slowly and steadily, because we have known these teams not to shine too brightly, but be really, really consistent in the bigger picture.
2 games, only kill points. Now I'm talking about Zeus right here, right? 2 games, only kill points, no placement points. Do you think, I mean, I don't know, that's just my perspective, because we have always talked about it. You know, Zeus likes to go for the kill points more.
Yeah.
They know if they're wiping out the squads, they get those kill placement points as well for themselves slowly and steadily. But do you think they should play one game for the placement points, or do you think it's still too early to speculate that? They can have one good game and they can come back. It's Erangel, and if the circle's north, we know Zeus actually loves to play those kind of circles.
True.
But still, what if the next game as well, the rotations kind of just...
Well, it's an interesting conversation to be had. Let's, of course, bring up the schedule as we talk about this. As Ocean did mention, when it comes to the schedule, we are going to now move on to Miramar before we jump into Erangel. And that map itself is an extensive approach that we've seen Zeus also take a lead on. But for today, you know, starting 2 games, Zeus Esports is just getting those third-party situations, and that's kind of been the
Miramar is a good map if you talk about, you know, the longer rotation, the first, second circle, because there's a lot of area where the teams can rotate, but they'll have to stay inside the circle. They'll have to, you know, read the circle for the consecutive zone itself. They'll have to do that. I personally feel that. Otherwise, things might just, you know, go bad. But I don't know why I have a feeling that another team from Nepal might just take it. I don't know.
It might be the case. It might be the case. But along with that, I mean, I'm loving the lobby. To be honest, I'm absolutely loving the lobby because, yes, first game, Stalwart was not able to perform 19. Well, again, that just changes. You know, from one game to the other, it changes. And that is what the dynamic is when it comes to the Battleground, which I'm loving.
Yeah.
So in that same fashion, I'm hoping another team altogether to come up on top.
Exactly. I mean, this map, as you said, things are changing game to game to game, right? And Miramar is a map that totally relies on that change of pace that you bring along with you. So let's see what is going to happen. Again, at the beginning of the day, I said 3 games to get a read on how the teams are going to look, and I'm going to wait for this game as well.
Well, with that, let's move on to the casters who are going to be taking us through this game. Once again, we are going to be joined with the virtual duo. It is none other than XP and Blay to take us through this 3rd game of the day.
Thank you once again, Blotter, and it's always good to see that some things don't change. You guys are all looking amazing on the stage. One thing, however, has changed. I'm just going to bring this up with you quickly, Blay. Now, normally we see normally standing in his pose, which is not happening today. He's got his hands folded, but I think I'm going to have to give a new name to Johnny. I think, how does Varun Ponyboy John sound to you? Kind of sounds like an Italian mob boss member, doesn't it?
Ponyboy. I don't know how much he likes actual ponies, though, but I can respect the attempt at growing out the little bit of hair, a little bit of ponytail, and yeah, Ocean not really crossing his arms because it's covered. You know, he's got the blazer going on. He doesn't have to flex his forearm muscles and everything. So yeah, but they're looking good. They're looking fabulous. So are you.
Oh, whoa! Thank you. I was kind of caught off guard over there. Normally, damn. Thank you, Blay. That kind of means a lot. But right now on our screens, we have all the players ready once again. And talking about players, Blay, it did kind of seem like Astra Academy won away with back-to-back chicken dinners in the last game. But DEADEYES guys and that Ayo Gurkhali spirit put a stop in their tracks. But again, I love the fact that, you know, you did call them out earlier. Now, it does seem like they are coping well with a little defensive play that I mentioned before, but right now the C-130 is in the sky, and my kind sir, would you do us the honors and take us to the flight path?
Well, it does look like it's going to be a bit of a different approach from what we saw earlier on Erangel. It is going to be starting all the way towards the northwestern side, crossing over La Cobreria, ending towards Puerto Parayo. And I'm taking a look at the top 5 teams as it is right now in the overall standings, and Astra Academy head and shoulders above everyone. That is something that, yeah, I'm not too surprised about. You know, they were one of the favorites for me personally, but you gotta say, like you said, all that Gurkhali prowess coming in, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th team right now are all Nepali teams. Got DEADEYES guys, got DRS Gaming, got PN Crew, and High Voltage. And number 6 is going to be APES Incorporated, who had a bit of a quiet game number 2, 1952. A fantastic start to the day, but a bit of a drop off in game number 2. And then, of course, we have the Pakistani representatives in the form of Stalwart Esports, just sneaking into the top 8 in the 8th position. Yeah, they've been looking good so far. But yeah, I feel like day one's going to be a lot of different teams getting the chicken dinner. But for me, at the end of the day, after 6 games, I expect to see at least one team going away with a double chicken dinner. And if I have to put my money on any of these teams, it has to be the Mongolians. It has to be Astra Academy.
I mean, there was no doubt you were going to pick one of those teams. Now, you know, quickly talking about the contenders in the last circle in the last game, The fun thing is, in Miramar, both the teams, DEADEYES guys
brings
and
to
Astra
Pakistan's
Academy, they
biggest
love
sale on
dropping down
mobiles
at
and
San
electronics,
Martin.
16 to 23rd
We
June.
could see a clash between the top place teams early on, and it does look like Zeus are going to be picking a fight.
Yeah, I
with
feel like day one's
Nightmare.
going to
Now,
be a
Nightmare are
lot
kind
of
living a nightmare of their own. They haven't been
different
on
teams
that
getting
start
a
that we
chicken
kinda
dinner.
expected
But for me,
from
at
this
the end of
team,
the day,
as
after
with
6
the
games,
Zeus
I
Esports as
expect
well.
to see
Since
at
they've
least
had their
one
brothers
team
in from
going away
Mongolia
with
playing this
a
tournament as
double
well.
chicken dinner. And
They've
if I have to
kinda
put my money
on the back foot right now. They haven't
it
really
has to be
showcased what they're
Mongolia.
made
It
of.
has to
But
be Astra
again,
Academy.
well, wait a second. There was no doubt you were going to pick one of those teams. Now, you know,
Dinosaur
talking about the contenders in the last game. The fun
Hey
thing
man,
is
take your
in
pick. I mean,
Miramar,
whatever you guys
these
saw
guys,
is what it
they
is. It
are
does look like a baby
That's a
T-Rex,
nade.
but
That's a nade.
We could see a clash
Don't throw
between the
nades
top
inside
place
over there. There's a
teams
little baby
early on,
T-Rex
and
trying to
it
get
does
over there.
look
I
like
think
Zeus
that's Godzilla when it
are gonna
was
be picking a fight.
Yeah, I feel like day one's going to be a lot of different teams getting chicken dinner. Mark
from
at
the
the end
end
of the day
of the
separated.
His,
Like you said,
I
he buys
well,
some
since they've had
islands
their
and any of
brothers
his
in
teammates
from
going away
Mongolia
with
playing this
a
tournament as
double
well.
chicken dinner. And
They've
if I
had
have to
on the back foot right now. They haven't really showcased what they made of. But again, well, wait a second. There was no doubt you were going to pick one of those teams. Now, you know,
Dinosaur
talking about the contenders in the last game.
Hey man, take your pick. I mean,
It's interesting how
whatever you guys
Zeus
saw,
we know
it does look like a
Where's the rest of
baby
the team?
T-Rex, but
That's a nade.
don't throw nades inside over there. There's a little baby T-Rex trying to get over there. I think
the
that's
distance
Godzilla
on
when it was
your
hitting the fight.
yeah, I feel like day one's going to be a lot of INVEsports kind of screwed. They have all the different separated. Like you said, I'm very far away from it. Play zone, it is going to be Godzilla chicken dinner. And if I have
to wait a second, there was no doubt you were going to
Dinosaur
Hey man, take your pick.
it's interesting how Zeus
look like a
the first game of Miramar, we have
over there. There's a little baby T-Rex trying to get over there.
the action.
I feel like
To be wiped out.
I was waiting for it. I was like, wait a second, is it going to still apply? Yes, it does. It's going to put on the pressure, but it's not going to be
very far away from play zone. It is going to be Godzilla chicken dinner. And if I
right early on. We got Nightmare. Wait a second, there was no doubt. It's going to be Dinosaur as a remainder of the
it's interesting how Zeus
To be wiped out.
very far away from play zone. It is going to be Godzilla.
But I'm kind of surprised at the way DEADEYES in fact, a good position.
To be wiped out.
Very far away from play zone. It is going to be Godzilla.
But I'm kind of surprised at the way
We got to follow some laws of physics.
Especially like that, and you have to like you way across.
Especially also in the game. Isn't that like mental terrain like that?
I know, right?
Wiped out.
You know what? It's good. SDGaming though, very far away from it's going to be some solid game. But I'm kind of surprised at the SDGaming is get back to Magnus interacting with
We got to follow some laws of physics. Especially also in the game. Isn't that like mental terrain like that? We wiped it out.
You know what? SDGaming though, all the time If they're fortunate, they might just be able to third-party their way into could be even a three-way fight between DEADEYES guys and APES.
The best thing is just kind of look like that. Especially also the functions because unknown to us, Valley's application where you see play will cover pretty much get by the
if they're fortunate, they might just be able to third-party their way into could be even a three-way fight between DEADEYES guys and APES.
The best thing is just kind of look like that.
This would be sweet.
Especially also the functions because unknown to us
gunning for 7C, but Zeus are a team, they're an enigma. They are an enigma. Like sometimes they seem to play like just a casual game, just throwing caution, wins, going into fights, not really caring at all about what it's just and then suddenly, out of nowhere, they just could be able to wake up this tight death ball of a unit just pushing on in like so, such a well-versed team, and I think that's the sweet thing. I don't know which team we're going to be seeing, right? I feel like their approach can change by the minute, by the game. Right now they've been off to a great start, but the fact that 2 games in, they're going to set the top 8 is going to be something that's going to, at the very least, they are an enigma prick. And sometimes they seem to play like a casual game, just throwing caution, fights, not really caring at all about what's just and then suddenly, out of nowhere, they just seem to wake up this tight death ball of a unit just pushing on in like so, such a well-versed team, and I think that's the thing. I don't know which team we're going to see, right? I feel like the other team's approach can change by the minute, by the game. Right now they've been off to a great start, but the fact that 2 games in, they're going to set the top 8 is going to be something that's going to, at the very least, they are an enigma prick. But sometimes they seem to play like a casual game, just
put a stop to the aggression.
not really caring at all about what it's just and then suddenly, out of nowhere, they just seem to wake up this tight death ball just pushing on in like so, such a well-versed team, and I think that's the thing. I don't know how that works, right? I feel like the other team's approach can change by the minute, by the game. Right now, they're coming the fact that 2 games in, they're going to set the top 8 is going to be something that's at the very least, they are an enigma prick. Sometimes they play like a casual game.
Jade, does your drop is going to realizes that it's going to only be and he backs that button in and sees how to
I gotta say, White has just pushing like so, such a well-styled, and I think that's what it is. I don't know how that works, right? I feel like the other team's approach can change by the minute. He's got that. Right now, maybe it's cool. But 2 games in, they're going to set the top 8. It's going to be something that's going to, at the very least, they are an enigma prick. They like played running, fired, a slipper range 3, and he was going to knock down.
realizes that it's going to only be and he backs that button in
distance though, it is going to be, I gotta say, tapping away, looking to contest the kill, just like the LI team handles like the rest of teammates, and I'm not too sure what I think that's going to be. I don't know how that Southern Viewers feel like the other team is Joe Chen's getting revived, he's got that, and now these 2 lost but 2 keep jumping off the way, and these the sounds you're making that use that giveaway a couple of the minutes, is the journey involved, like all this promotion fired,
he does his drop is going to be improved. You're absolutely right. You know, I think what happened was the work realizes caught in the translation of backslash button
distance though, it is going to be, I gotta say,
Roman 1950 was just a little unlucky because, you know, what you're going to do is
I'm not too sure what I think that's going to be. I don't know how that Southern Viewers feel like the other team is
and you scout it out continuously, all you got to do is take on the car to the end of it. Just like this white showcase of just that. In his direction, just to keep him at bay, as I usually he does his job. You're absolutely right. You know, I think what happened was they realizes they caught him. He was just a little unlucky because, you know,
Getting better, and then that was a nade. It was a combo, but it's something made it kind of toxic and he's going to be like, right now, however, they get off the killer, looking to get the finish, and that's a huge job. He's getting another 1 point, it could come in handy for later in the tournament.
Direction, just to keep him at bay. How many he does his job. You're absolutely right. You know, I think what happened was they
damage down to about 45 points of health, and it is going to be from the Foundation to finish off the job. Was just a little unlucky. Getting better, and then that was a nade. And the combo would have been made at this time. Toxic and he's going to be like, right now, they get off the killer, looking to just went down. That's a huge job. He's getting another 1 point, it could come in handy for later.
Now, in front direction, mental effort play. The opposition is
down to about 45 points of health, and it was unexpected. The moment he went down from the Foundation to finish off the job was just a little unlucky. Getting better, and then that was a nade.
Do something similar. Was expecting something to go this way, but he does a tremendous amount of damage. He does make it out of harm's way as his teammate bullets just went down. Now, direction, mental effort play. However, back up the like you mentioned, the opposition
and to get a knock up or more here. The moment he went down, trying to sneak, he gets caught off guard. Blah, blah, blah. He gets far away from the atmosphere. Getting better. It looks like this is do something similar to
tremendous amount of damage. He does make it out of harm's way as his teammate just went down. Mental effort play. Like you mentioned, the opposition tremendous amount of damage. He does make it out of harm's way as his teammate just went down. Definitely German hard. They will make sure that it's Russia. Mental effort play. Gentlemen, damage. He does make it out of harm's way as his teammate. Definitely German hard. They will accurate Russia. It looks like he was done. I like the way all the teams are watching. Now, it all depends on what the shape of the middle of the fighting tough as the team are fighting a little bit tough. Bombarded by bullets. Tremendous amount of damage. He does make it out of harm's way as his teammate. Definitely German hard. They listen accurate Russia.
looks like, yeah, like you said, you can see from a distance. Looks like he was very hungry. He peeks around the wrench and he is met by Caleb. I like the way how he will survive. And Molotov could ruin their day. He needs to heal himself ASAP. Too deep. So the heals will come on in. Sandesh maybe getting a little too low there. And he is looking to find more. Jackson dealing quite a bit of damage on Sandesh, forcing him back, using the vehicle for cover for the time being. The circle will eventually run in. LIC will have to move uphill and they're looking to find Sandesh again. Support the side of just a barrage of names. Sandesh now getting vision very high. Three peaks around Sandesh. On the right hand side, they come in. He's got to find one and he gets a second knock as well. Held up in fact by Molotov. And Wanu is trying to make an escape. Sandesh with a prolonged spray. But he won't find it, but he's done his job. And they have pretty much taken out two members of LID. Fantastic more. Jackson very well helped out of damage onto Sandesh, forcing him back to beautiful play. LIC will have to move up looking to find Sandesh again. Support the side of just a barrage of names. Very high. Three peaks around Sandesh. On the right hand side, they come in. He's got to find one and he gets a second knock as well. Held up in fact by Molotov. And Wanu is trying to make an escape. Sandesh with a prolonged spray. But he won't find it, but he's done his job. And they have pretty much taken out two members of LID. Fantastic more. Jackson very well helped out of damage onto Sandesh, forcing him back to beautiful play. LIC will have to move up looking to find Sandesh again. Just a barrage of names. Very high. Three peaks around Sandesh. On the right hand side, they come in. He's got to find one and he gets a second knock as well. Trying to make an escape. Sandesh with a prolonged spray. Apes all from us live. Astra Academy has pretty much taken out there. And looking at the way everything's kind of floating around, it kind of reminds me of like, imagine if Ennio the composer of all of these points, right? Like, you guys have talked about
Talking about Astra Academy, again, the fact that with the shot maker's market, he does not doesn't even know what's happening. People seem like hustlers have the shot.
And looking at the way everything's kind of,
but you know, again, coming back to Astra Academy,
it kind of reminds me.
Imagine if they are still the open hands. Everybody has to fight talking about Astra Academy, again, the fact that with the shot maker's market, yes, it's behind him, but it looks like that was a bit of a mishap as Jane gets taken down, rated almost 40 feet.
And look at the way kind of reminds me. Imagine if Ennio short of exactly what he wanted to drop, and it could be it though. No. Oh, it almost finds Jane. That is massive from Icy to trigger discipline working out for him, and he is single-handedly harassing three members there of T2K who were completely unaware as to where Zeus would be holding. In the meanwhile, taking a look at your at the kill feed, you can see players dropping by the wayside. European Cruz Ayush will be finished up by top from Astra Academy from I don't even know where, XP. And looking at Apes' position, this is interesting. Sunshir's here. White's all the way far away, and INV are basically trapped between White and Sunshir, or Rock, at a very hard place.
and a very hard place, but it's going to be problematic for both teams. That the blue zone is going to come, and it looks like we do have the arm in effect as Godless took a shot with Jed Mix, but he whips out his M4 and lays down some lead in the direction of the enemy, but they are going to make it to cover as Icy and Godless now finding themselves as the tables have been turned, as Rated is going to lay down some lead on them. But now the thing is, T2K are putting themselves in a bit of a predicament because they're going to be late coming into the circle, something which Zeus can capitalize on, but looks like that smoke is definitely helping out as although T2K are going to be down on their knees, Rated Sir moves into position, but just as I say that, he gets taken down by Suncheer's barrel, and again, that smoke grenade not finding its mark. The revives could be a little tricky, and again, going back to 2A, Astra Academy, they're in the middle of the circle, Blay. All they have to do is make sure that they pop off whichever direction they see any movement.
All I can see in the kill feed are the fact that the Mongolians are just murdering everyone. XP, the Mongol horde, right against Zeus, Astra Academy, as well as Apes Incorporated. They are just racking up the kills. Utsarga spotted out by Godless as well, out in the blue. He doesn't care. He just wants those kills. 7C will be eliminated as well. Utsarga getting knocked down by Godless. Top's gonna find Deadeye's guys, Shifu, and it is absolute carnage. And the team standing on top are, of course, the ones from Mongolia. Blah, blah, blah. With a zoomed-in spray, he will finally get the knock onto one member of Apes. That is Kanek, but the trade is fast and it's furious. And with that, it is going to be another elimination. That is going to be T2K bidding us goodbye. And we're now down to 9 teams and just 20 left alive, of which Astra Academy have all 4 members alive as well. And Apes, mind you, XP, 9 kills, 3 alive as well.
Well, almost make that 10 as Top gets his top blown off with a perfect headshot, and now action is going to be in the crosshairs. But let me just point something out. We did see that 6x spray. I'm pretty sure you were thinking the same thing, that wait a second, maybe you zoomed in a bit too much. Now, the thing was, he did not get the knock on Kanek, but he definitely did steal that kill before being decimated himself. So, you know, that 1 kill point is definitely going to come in handy.
Brave.
But now I did talk about 2A. They are basically the masters of positioning themselves. Have a look at that beautiful shot. Godless spots just a pixel of Top's head, and boom, there goes the shot right between the eyes. But now Zeus, they made a good move. They do have this little dip for cover, which is going to be coming in handy later. But again, remember, they got to make sure that the backs are secure, because it looks like the Apes could be gunning for their position as well.
That is so risky from Zeus, but somehow the party van survives that little excursion. And even though they're smack in the center XP, there's not much cover right apart from a couple of rock. And look at Action living up to his name from above. He delivers death like an angel of death himself. He swoops down from above, and LIT will be no more. And Zeus Esports now smack in the middle. It's the old Godless Icy. We know what these players can deliver, but considering the position, like you said, XP, even though they have that little bit of depression to work with, they can get shot at from multiple directions, every direction. DRS still alive. Astra Academy in the distance, Apes as well. They need to use up every single smoke they have, and they need to pray that the rest of the teams just eliminate each other. Speaking of which, Skylightz Gaming will be taken down. Zeus now getting harassed from the distance by DRS Gaming, as I pointed out earlier. They're going to use a smoke, and PM Legend, he is somehow avoiding the members of Astra Academy out in the bush. He's not in the smoke. They think he's in the smoke. Action might spot him out. They might even run him over, but somehow PM Legend, what a god! What an absolute beast! He hasn't been spotted. He's not breathing. He's not blinking. He is just lying still as a rock. And Legend is an absolute god amongst the chaos, amongst the bullets flying overhead. He will not flinch.
Forget trigger discipline. Forget anything. He's not even moving the muscle. And if he can capitalize on this right now, he does see them come in. He knows a couple of members from Astra Academy are going to be down on their knees. One good grenade, one good spray could be devastating for Pika P and his teammates. But oh my goodness, this is what legends are made of, ladies and gentlemen. This moment is going to live down in history for quite some time, as Astra Academy still don't have any idea that the opposition is around him. Now the question is he going to use their smoke, or is he going to be run over? Oh my goodness, he almost got run over, and now finally, his position has been given up, and now all 4 of them are going to be cowering in that same bush, because turns out, man, that is the best way to cover yourself, play. Hide in a bush. They
didn't know. They didn't know, XP. It was just luck. He just went over the bush, and he's like, wait, did I just run over something? Legend, listen.
You're a legend,
place,
baby.
I don't care. You're a legend. Take a bow. APES Incorporated will be eliminated in the third place. And ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the final two. Astra Academy against DRS Gaming. DRS 3 alive. And Astra Academy, they got chickened in the first game. They came in second in the second game. Are they gonna get another chicken dinner XP? I said these guys are gonna be dominant, but my oh my, they have more than proven me right.
Talk about making a statement. This is the third game in a row. They're going to find themselves in the final two teams of the round. Of course, they did win the chicken dinner in the first one, as you mentioned. And the second one was stolen away by DEADEYES, guys. But right now, DRS, the real soldiers, man, they need to be on their A game right now if they want to make sure that they keep Astra Academy at bay. Because have a look at the ground right now. We do have a gradual scope going in towards 2A's position, which means they do have that tiny bit of ridge cover, but only if they lie prone behind said ridge. That is why all these smoke plumes are going to be deployed to basically conceal their movement as they are spreading out. Have a look at that. Inch by inch, slowly but surely, they are prone to the ground. They have their bellies rubbing that rough ground as they're now going to try and basically move away from one another. This is going to negate the effect of grenades, because if one of them does go down, at least the other's positions are not going to be given up. Now, what DRS is doing at this very time is giving away their positions. They are shooting. They are trying to get a few pop shots. But again, it's all about timing. All Astra Academy have to do is make sure that they get up at the same time and completely discombobulate the enemy as to, which target to shoot first, and that is the only way they are going to make something out of it. However, the circle is still going to favor both teams. It's going to be a patience game.
A little bit for DRS though, right? A tiny little bit.
I see why you're saying that. It is because they are higher up, but again, that gradual slope could be devastating for them. The fact that Astra still have those vehicles to work around with is going to be instrumental. And have a look at Pika's position. He's going to be the only one to make sure that the left flank from their point of view is secure, because AJ is still going to be trying to get in the top ridge as Galzin spots the enemy and lays down some lead.
Look at the number of nades being tossed now. The smokes actually smoke. It's a wall of smokes, and they're going to use an opportunity to immediately push in with the vehicle. That is so well done by Astra Academy, closing the distance, getting a knock. Molotov in the air. Nima and AJ, life's going to get hairy real quickly in Astra Academy. They smell the blood in the water, and like sharks are moving in for the kill. One by one they fall, and Astra Academy, just one remains, and AJ is no more. Chicken dinner, 2 chicken dinners in 3 games, getting the second place on Sanhok as well. Astra Academy, they've come to kick some ass at XP, and they are whooping everyone right now.
That is it. This is the end. Oh my goodness. Forget using words like, wow, they did it so beautiful. Clinical precision is what I'm going to say right now, the way they got it done towards the end. Again, the moment all those smokes were being deployed along the edge, I said it did look like DRS was in the best position, but they kept inching away from one another, and it was all about timing. They all got up and made their moves at the same time, basically choking DRS off right at the top, and clinical play.
Clinical. I mean, I need to kind of like catch my breath. I'm sure you guys as well, but we're going to be coming back with the analyst desk on the other side of this very short break.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship is where we are at, and in that it is looking phenomenal when it comes to the energy and the synergy that these teams are showcasing. Boy oh boy, but the desk right now is looking a little bit, well, uncrowded I would say, because where are the analysts? Where have they disappeared? And here they are.
We were right here.
Like,
on a bush
did
trip.
you spot us?
Yeah.
Well, it was a bush trip, I would say.
Astra Academy, exactly.
Just phenomenal.
Luckily, Blotter does not have a car to drive over us right now.
Please don't. But what a game, what a game.
True.
Astra Academy, chicken dinner, not a chicken dinner, then chicken dinner again. Like, they are really consistent.
Exactly.
So
Not
is
just
DRS.
them, though.
So is DRS.
And bringing in the kills along with that as well, right? Because that is another conversation to be had, that this team of Astra Academy, they are just bringing in so many kills every single game.
Exactly. I mean, I'm pleasantly surprised with this team, the way they are performing. I mean, the level of aggression, the consistency, the way they are picking up those team fights. We were discussing this in that final situation. DRS actually had a real possibility of winning that game right there, just because of how they had positioned themselves and where Gyalzen was. The only win condition for Astra Academy was take out Gyalzen. The moment he went down, it was their game.
And do those smokes, and they did those perfectly in order to create a good opening and to rush in with the coup. They did that.
Perfect play indeed. With that, let's move on to the MVP coming in from this game, and we are going to be looking at none other than Action once again, and 8 kills to the slot.
You wanted more than 6, right? How about 8?
We needed Action, and Action's back again. Well, 8 kills, 781 damage, almost 27 minutes survival time, 3 assists as well, and 375 healing done. Given the fact it's Miramar, it's open area, you have to take fights, that healing number, it's good. But 8 kills coming up from one lad. Well, now I want more. Give us a double-digit number.
I believe that
With
is going
one
to happen
individual.
today itself.
Maybe not today. I don't know, but we'll see. Well, Zeus is back with one of the stats for them, so that's icy with 3 kills, 862 damage. And Astra Academy's Pika is here, 3 kills and Apes White. So this is more or less, I would say, Mongolian domination, as you just see, right? It is.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we do have all the top players from the region that you mentioned right there. But along with that, I want to focus on Zeus Esports, because they lost out on Ably quite earlier on in the game when they were trying to sort of pick off teams in the city of Los Leones. And then when they tried to take an exit, Godless and Icy, they were pretty much spotted out in the open. They still managed to pick up the fights and pick a few kills for themselves. But it was a really, really bad spot for them to be in.
Yeah, but now this is where I'm surprised, right? We talk about Miramar, we talk about utilities. It's less in the number as compared to what Erangel actually showed us, but still it's good. And Kilowatt, well, 306 meters. Miramar, you need to go for those long-range fights.
Also, since we are going to look at the standings for this game, I'm really happy with how PN Crew actually performed in this. Because as we were talking about the overall standings before this game, PN Crew is one of those teams, along with High Voltage, who are you're never gonna see them be like, alright, this is the team we're gonna look out on. These are the guys who are gonna slide under the radar and still finish really high as far as the overall standings are concerned. They always look at the bigger picture. No flashy plays, just be consistent. And also the play from Legend, I believe, Sandesh, I'm sorry, where he held off the players of Lit Esports. It was a 1v3.
As much as happy you are with that team, I would say for High Voltage, right? We were talking about how consistency matters in these kind of formats, and High Voltage, we would love to just, see one really good game for them, from them. But 1952, first game was really good. After that, it's been a series of ups and downs, which obviously I would say should change in its own self.
Which hopefully will as well, of course, because again, I mean, we were talking about, Zeus Esports, and where's that change, and this time around they've showcased that change with the 6 placement points as well as the 6 kills, but it's a slow start, I would say.
Along with the map, I would say, I wish we could see the zone. I wish we could see the final fight as well. I would love to just, see that from that top view.
Absolutely. It is certainly going to be time, as the lads have absolutely queued it up. Let's move on to the zone analysis.
Yeah, and this is where, everyone was thinking Lost Lunas, the southern sides, where the Circle would go. But the Circle was showcasing a Lost Lunas-ish shift. And we have talked about this, day in, day out, that the most important thing, the hardest circles in Miramar kind of come around the city areas. And if a Lost Lunas area was there, you can see a bunch team just onto the southern side, waiting to just, go out there, because that's where the only one team, Astra Academy, was not out. Skylightz Gaming Leon did, charge in, but the player advantage, disadvantage gets in its own form.
Yeah, exactly. And especially, as you mentioned, I mean, urban areas are going to be tricky, but what's even more difficult is getting out of those city areas. As we did see, like 10 teams struggle to find their way out of the Los Leones compounds, all of them getting caught off guard as the Circle moved up north. And that actually gave a pretty big advantage to Astra Academy and DRS. DRS were late with their rotation, by the way. They were late to reach the city, and it worked out for them because the Circle just took an exit and went up north in their direction.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, this is something that Ocean has also mentioned when it comes to those city fights. So many of the teams, they end up a little bit faltering when it comes to those city fights compared to the other zones and of course situations that we find these teams so many times in those open moments. With that, let's go on and have a look at the summary of it all with the OPPO F19 Pro moments.
This is where the start happened, right? Zeus, they right off the bat, they started up taking those fights because they knew it's important for them. Those numbers, those kill points, it's important. And obviously this team relies on the kill points. Even in this game, they have 6 placement points, but they have 6 kill points as well. Like, they like to just, tie up that number, the perfectly balanced scenario that they go for. But look at the city cluster. Already teams have started forming up that cluster for themselves, and they knew that they have to take the fights in those areas. But the only thing is the shift of the circle afterwards.
Exactly. I mean, that was something that was totally unpredictable, though. We can't really blame it on the teams for how they went, because with the way the game was progressing, specifically the circles were moving in, everyone thought like Lost Leonis is where this is going to come to an end, and no one accounted for the fact like we're going to have an extreme north shift. And this is what I was talking about. Yes, it was Sandesh. He held his ground in this 1v3 situation. No backup available to him, and he was able to take these lads down from Esports. The last player, we do see him escape in that buggy, but even he was not able to get too far away.
Exactly, but in a while, I think we're going to see the top 10 Bush scenario for sure that happened. But I would say this one, you see, he spots on one, takes on one, does damage to the other, but then he starts using the throwable game. Obviously, that's a good thing that's needed, but really, this way, had he stuck it on one play, he could have actually just, did a lot more damage, but Godless, well, he loves his bolt actions.
That was a nasty shot right there, and I mean, it probably shook him as well. And then this play, as you said, the top 10 brush moments that we have ever seen. Legend just being there, and what I would like to know is, was that intentional driving through the bush, or was it just a coincidence? Like, hey, I'm just driving my car. Where did this guy come from?
Hey, that would have been right. I'll tell you. Hey, there's a ridge. I'll just drive my vehicle, put it on the ridge to let it stay safe there. But then it's like, hey, there's someone else, an uninvited guest out here.
Well, again, I mean, Legend, the way he had placed himself there, right? He could have actually been a lot of destructive power, right?
Me of Ryzen. Reminds me of Ryzen's play of the bush.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, absolutely interesting turn of events. And of course, I mean, that is something that Astra Academy also, when they look back at the game, they're genuinely going to be surprised. And a bit, I want to talk about it in terms of comical, right? Because again, it is something that shouldn't happen when you've got that one lad so close to the entirety of the team and you're just not able to spot him. You are making plays and there's fights going on around, but you are just in a different oblivion, basically.
We can't really blame it on them as well. They were not even thinking about him. They were totally focused on DRSGaming that was taking the high ground in the meanwhile. So their priority was to take out the team, the entire squad that they can see in front of them, and not that one individual who is not shooting, who is not moving, just like lying in a brush.
He is there. Had he, because he was the last one surviving, so had he started shooting on someone, 3 players would have, conversion. So, so he just wanted to waste the time. He wanted them to actually move away from there so that he could maybe just go for a backstep or something like that. But
there are a lot of things you can't account for, like being driven over when you're just lying in a brush like that. So again, something that was totally unpredictable. No one could have thought that is what is going to happen.
True, but in that summary, of course, when you talk about PN Crew's performance altogether itself, that was commendable. And again, and that is something that we did discuss in the pre-game segment. When it comes to the eventuality of these games, slowly and steadily, it is rising through the ranks. All the teams actually are.
Exactly.
With that, of course, let's also bring up the damage histogram. That is going to be showcasing how much damage were these teams part of.
Well, looking forward to this one, right? You could see it's less in this game as compared to the previous game that the teams went down on 0 kill markers. Yeah, there are teams we could see, at the bottom of the table, but still, every team that went there had a good kill number and obviously a good damage number. That means every team, because it was obviously lost Leonis, every team was in the fights for themselves.
That's what I was about to say. It was a Lost Leonis situation right there. You have cover, you are definitely going to dish out some damage. Nightmare Gaming, I have to say, were quite unfortunate that the players were caught one by one. They were caught off guard by the players of Esports, and in fact multiple teams, and finished off. So no opportunity to even fight back right there by the lads.
Absolutely. With that, let's summarize the story altogether through the overall rankings. The storyboard, as I like to call it, there it is. The team that just got their second chicken dinner for the day. Astra Academy leading with 69 points.
Quite a wonderful performance by the team, but we do see APES on the other side also catching up to them on the 3rd position with 40 points, just 3 points behind DRS Gaming.
3 games have been done.
Yeah.
And we have said this, right? First day, 3 games. If a team is there on the top, they stay on the top till not on the top, but they stay in the top 3.
Yeah.
Till the final day. So it's still doable. I mean, DRS one good game, they can actually just go for it. But Astra Academy has shown one thing. First position, second position, first. That just speaks consistency.
Along with that, as you did mention, DRS Gaming, one good game can change this all. With that one game that DRS Gaming are going to have, Astra Academy need to bomb at least 2. That's the thing. They need to fall down in 2 games. That's a 26-point lead right there. It's going to be brutal to beat.
It's going to be. But hey, there's another climb that's going on. That's Zeus Esports for themselves. They did, go up 3 placements, but it's still a long way to go. It's 15 and 7, like almost 5 times-ish difference between them and the table toppers. So if they have to, plus they'll have to think, right, Astra Academy and DRS, and obviously every team cannot have a top 2, top 3 game if they have a chicken dinner. That's still points in their favor.
Exactly. And as we're talking about that one game, I have to say P and Crew are in a wonderful position to actually grab the second position, the top 2 for themselves with a wonderful game if they can. Because again, one of the teams that we have seen in the longer picture are really, really consistent.
Again,
they need just one game.
As Ocean was mentioning, right, that consistency. When it comes to Astra Academy, they are dominating, right? And then there are other teams like, of course, DRS and PN Crew now jumping in with that consistency, going from one game to the other. But overall, I mean, we've got 3 games done, 3 more remain for the day, but it is going to be a saga that shall continue on forth. Let's move on to the schedule and have a look at what map are these teams going to be falling into. It is Erangel for match number 4.
What goes around comes around, right? It's not exactly coming around the full
it's
circle.
It's going to come around again.
Yeah, it's going to make a figure of 8 or what? I don't know. Well, we'll talk about that, but still, Astra Academy, they've had 2 chicken dinners. They started off really good on Miramar, but again, the conversation that we had before the previous game, right? If it's a northern circle, we know Zeus likes to play it.
Yeah.
If it's a southern circle, I want to see Stalwart. How do they play it? But if it's a circle, in the middle of the island, we know that obviously the teams like DRS can play because their drop location, Yasna, they can just rush in, and 1952, the way they held their ground with the early rotation. So in this game, rotations are going to be the most important, most crucial thing. Circle, well, it will give its own hardship for that's what Circle's there for, right?
Yep. Exactly. I mean, that is something that's going to be really, really important as to how you rotate based on where the circle is going to be. And it's going to be really crucial for the team to actually pace themselves, especially the teams that are sitting on the second page of the board. Just avoid those death traps, because right now it's the teams that play on the edge that are suffering the most.
That is so true. That couldn't have said any better, right? Because again, we've seen Zeus Esports also be a part of that journey and that exact situation, which no team wants to be a part of. But let's move that aside. Let's move into game number 4 with the Panda Bros joining us on the panel. It is, of course, going to be none other than Necro and Fixes.
Well, thank you so much, Blotter, once again. And what an evening that we are having, Necro. 2 out of 3 games already being won by Astra Academy, and looking at the bigger picture, they're making things like it's a child's play.
Exactly. Astra Academy, first game chicken dinner, second game second place, and third one chicken dinner again. I mean, first day the momentum shift is looking pretty hard in their favor, but I want to focus on that AWM shot by Godless. Remember this, in the map of Sanhok, I was literally talking about those montage shots that were, and then Fixes was talking about the AWM, going in Godless's hands. And that exact moment happened in the next map. I mean, is that a sign?
I mean, definitely. The stars are certainly starting to align for Zeus as they are slowly but surely recovering, but we are yet to see them go big and heavy. But talking about Erangel, what we have in front of us right now, I mean, it's been ages since we last saw a school circle, and we did get to witness that today. So the trends are definitely changing, and we've got to see as to what we are going to be encountering in this one. But looking at all those smiling faces, you feel that nervousness, you feel that excitement surging through your body, and here we go with the big bird in the skies. Necro, take it away.
The big bird's finally in the sky, and as Ocean did mention, he wants to see that southern circle. He wants to see Stalwart in action. But is that really going to happen though? But talking about these circles and this zone, I also want to focus a little bit about the previous game. The bush play, as Ocean called it. I mean, overall, by Legend, I mean, look, trigger discipline is fine at extent level, but if you just take it away a little too far, then it can flip the tables in the enemy's favor.
You know, you gotta take your chances. I mean, to be honest, had he just pulled this one off, would have quite resonated with his name perhaps. But, you know, maybe for another day, he's keeping his strats ready and, of course, his trigger on hold. In the meanwhile, you know, looking at Yasnaya Pollyanna, that's where I'm really concerned. Because DRS certainly have been fended off from the drop location, and it's gonna be the boys LIT.
Exactly, the boys from LIT. I mean, in the first game of Erangel, we did see, you know, DRS and LIT kind of clashing against each other, and it's the same thing going to happen now. But Zeus, near the shelter area, I mean, it seems like Zeus are back to their classic.
I mean, it's kind of a surprise. I'm kind of caught off guard, to be honest, because we've seen them around those containers towards those Georgia Paul areas. Now, even in the map of Sanhok, we did see them, you know, trying out different stuffs. And maybe it's the kind of a change that they need. But look at that horsepower. Look at the sound on that group. I mean, there are certainly things that we can just dream of, you know, talking about the McLaren. I mean, right inside the game and outside the game makes me feel so poor.
Man, oh man, let's not talk about supercars, all right? That's my fantasy world right there, so I'm not really going to be focusing on that. But Zeus, as you did mention, shelter kind of panning out, and now you said it's kind of a kind of weird thing to see, like Zeus actually dropping out in their classic position that they used to drop in the first place. But then they changed their position to Georgia Pool, but now it seems like they're going back to their old place. What is the reason for that? Seems like Zeus are taking this tournament real serious.
Maybe it's just a flight path trajectory. I think that's gonna do something with that, because maybe you always have that plan B for yourself, and they might have thought it's kind of a bit far-fetched to drop off and go heading towards the area of Georgia Paul, but onto its northern side, we might just have a bit of a kerfuffle between the players of INV and PN Crew.
I mean, PN Crew has been doing an incredible job so far in the games. I mean, overall, when it comes to getting those kills as well, I feel like Sandesh has also been doing pretty good. But then INV, on the other hand, I mean, not really getting a lot of spotlight onto themselves, but still, hey, let's just hope maybe they can give PN Crew a massive fight for the run over here. But overall, as you did mention, you know, we have a kind of LIT going head-to-head against the last of DRS. Even in the first game, they did cross horns, and now again they're crossing horns. But it doesn't seem like there's any kind of lethal outcome.
I mean, in a city like Yasnaya Pollyanna, you have to be really careful with your approach, considering you've got that urban warfare kind of vibe going out over there. And the only problem I really feel you kind of face over there is that you have a lack of vehicles, you know, not a lot of transport, you know, being provided. If you do not get it in the garage, maybe in front of the hospital building. If not there, you have to go all the way towards the eastern side, onto its northern areas of Mansion. That's where you find that garage, and that's where you have the car. But, you know, talking about this particular game, not a lot of changes, however, being done. And taking a look at the circle, I mean, 7C are definitely going to be having a happy time over there. Kind of a similar circle, but we do know, you know, towards the very end, it sort of transitions into some hard shifts. And I think somewhere down the runes is where it's all going to end out.
That's for sure. I mean, I'm just shocked up till now. I cannot get out of this trauma that how much spotlight overall Astra Academy has gone for themselves. I mean, let's be honest, we did not expect Astra to actually dominate this much. I mean, we did. We do know Astra is one of the best teams. But I personally thought Zeus might be the dominating one. And Astra is, of course, fantastic. I had them, you know, in the top 5 of the leaderboards, but I didn't think in the top 3 games they would be so good that they already have those kind of numbers stacked up and they're already gaining a massive lead.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if this sort of continues, it's going to be just a one-team show out there. And, you know, these are the SA Championships, for Christ's sake, and they're making it look so easy. The kind of approach, they're very disciplined, they're very calm, and you know that's the kind of a storyline we do want. You know, the dark horses of this tournament coming in, and you do have a prodigy in the names of course, Action, the kind of a gameplay that he's been putting on the table. I mean, that's really good. I mean, I always look forward to players such as him, and I mean, I think he's got a really bright future, especially the Mongolian region, to be honest.
Exactly. He's definitely got a bright future. I mean, like, the way he's playing up till now, each and every single game, he has had the highest skill in the entire team. Hell, not just the entire team, in the entire overall top players. And he does deserve it. And in the end as well, you know, whenever we see those player camps coming up as well, it doesn't really seem like he's stressed out. He's taking his time. He's overall just chilling and playing the game and enjoying his time out as well. I mean, that just shows a cool, calm, collected player. And I feel like Action is really good, or he has mastered the art.
I mean, I think he certainly has. I mean, I'm really excited to see more of him in the future matches to definitely come. But right now, you know, talking about high voltage, well, they started off really well in the first game of Erangel. Of course, the circle did favor them quite a bit. But we did see in the past, Assassin had definitely been one of those killmongers. But I really am going to expect the other players to pick up the pace over here, especially the likes of Odzi and Cooney, because we know them in the past. They are capable of you know, pulling off some massive plays, but they really haven't stepped up lately. Maybe this is the tournament where we might see them you know, going all guns blazing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's for sure. Look, this is too early to judge, right? This is too early. It's just the first day. Only 3 games have been played. But, I mean, overall, I really feel like somewhere down the line, even the past game that have costed, I feel like High Voltage is kind of missing that click in them. But hold on, TDK Jane getting rushed on by the entire squad of Nightmare Gaming. And it seems like Jane is going to be having a lot of nightmares after getting executed just like that. A Nightmare, gotta give props to them. They did not think twice before stopping and challenging that fight.
No, this is what I like for all these teams who just come in, you know, from Taiwan, just playing that perfect gameplay. But look at Hong and look at that spectacle that we have in front of us. I mean, it's so beautiful. It's a delight. I love such collaborations happening here and there. And yeah, like I was just telling, right, makes me feel poor.
I mean, let's be honest, man. On luxurious cars, especially if you have the golden color going in, it just adds like more aesthetics to it, like overall. And that white and golden combo, man. Oh man, I lost it with that. Let's be honest. I mean, that's just way too good looking in itself. But hold on. Now, we do have, if we take a look at the circle, right, there's so many teams accumulated in the center. High Voltage is one of those that you were talking about, and you have a lot of expectations going in for this team. And as I was mentioning, I have casted some scrims as well in the past, and it seems like High Voltage are not really looking in their form, in their original form that we saw in overall in the previous SEA Championship.
You know, I think the problem with High Voltage lately has been they've somehow been stagnant with the kind of approach that they're putting, right? Because we have always seen them trying to go for the positions instead of kills. And they do have a good squad that can amass quite some numbers out there. But Godless, he's definitely got rated in his radar, in his crosshairs, just being really patient. And given the time, you know, if he feels it's right, he's definitely going to go for it.
And mind this fact as well, TDK is down to only 3 men now.
Yeah.
And that's going to be affecting quite a lot. Imagine the strategies that you've planned with 4 players. Now you will have to execute them with only 3 players. That's going to be changing a lot of courses in your strategy.
Yeah, of course. I mean, right now, if you're talking about how things are, you know, going on, we've got the boys from Zeus taking some fights. Take a look at the shift of the circle. Now, it's going to be so much in that hybrid area. We do not know where it's going to go. Towards maybe the northern side or maybe towards the center. But look at the splash of colors just on towards the southern side. That traffic all being bustling around. And we're going to see as to how they're actually going to rotate. But here are the boys from Zeus all gearing up for the fight that's right in front of them.
Oh man, Zeus doesn't seem like they're going to let TDK go that easily. They want that blood. And take a look at Stalwart Esport though, taking their sweet little time rotating inside, but is it really going to work? Late game rotations most of the times don't really work because you need to make inside the circle, and most of the teams are guarding the zone edges. And when you are trying to get inside, this is where you actually do get mowed down in your car. So I don't really prefer personally making those late rotations, but they sometimes do work out.
I mean, it's sort of comes down to it's how the situation really is. But considering the trends, we do have that central circle meta still going on up until the point where we have a different point structure, maybe where teams actually start going for the kills from the first circle itself. But taking a look at things, we've sort of come down towards a stalemate. Zeus just kind of trying to engulf the squad of T2K. Now, how are they going to get out of here? That's the bigger question. Already using up a lot of smoke grenades to just stay alive. I do not really know if it's a wiser choice.
And look at this. Zeus has pinned them down from all directions. From front, from back, from side. There's no way TDK have any breathing space at this moment. They're completely sealed in the building. And it's like, Zeus is like, you either give up or we're breaching it anytime soon.
I mean, look at the barrage of grenades going out there. And we do find the players of PN Crew in a massive world of trouble over there. Killer barely surviving on a sliver of HP. It has definitely healed up, but the revs sound definitely just giving away his position now. Chad does know what the other player is up to, and Zol finally finding a connection with Saga getting knocked out. Now this is the moment where they just rush in.
Yep, they found the right moment to push in. The opening has been found. Now it's just down to that two-man squad. TDK, look at this cheeky angle that Zeol is going for. He did spot his skull though, but still not really able to find the right angle. And now it seems like Raiden has finally found Zeol, but Zeol is just unloading so many bullets. Relentless pressure being put from the last of Zeus, and that's going to be putting an end to TDK.
Oh my god. Finally, I can certainly say that Team Zeus might just be back. But right when I spoke it, Godless has been knocked out. It's the boys from 952 that have got them off guard right now. But Magnet, he's going to be taking some heavy gunfire over there from Ably, who's just trying to provide that cover. And will, of course, blow away his car into smithereens. In the meanwhile, Godless, he is bleeding the god himself, but finally has been given the res right in the final moments as Zol finally goes falling down. Now Team Zeus might just be in a bit of a trouble as Godless, he's healed himself. Now he's got to face Tofik, who's right in front of him.
Considering the fact that 1952 is their first time playing on such a massive stage, they're doing an incredible job. But hold on, what's exactly going on? Magnet, oh my god, unloading so many mags, raining down death and destruction on them. And it seems like Zeus are crumbling down on their knees. They're falling down on their knees. They're bowing to 1952.
I mean, seems like the gods of thunder are being forced into the depths of hell over here by the boys from 1952. They do have some casualties being taken, but I'm pretty sure the revivals may be on time any moment right now. Considering it's the third zone, you really do not have a lot to worry about. But take a look at M249. I mean, considering the recent nerf to this weapon, I mean, it's definitely not that lawnmower that you so love to call it.
I mean, hey, it still consists of that massive magazine, so that's all that matters, let's be honest. The overall, you get that.
I mean, the kind of a fire rate that you get with that weapon right now is certainly, for me, it's not usable. At least the kind of perks that you would expect from an airdrop. I think it should be, just be a common loot. But right now, taking a look at how the circle has really shifted down south, I'm pretty sure the boys from DEADEYES are going to be loving the position that they are in.
I mean, SD already have one man knocked out from their side. Bay is going to be facing the truth of the reality here. Smokes are there to provide him that cover. Now he's trying to crawl inside the house, but the door is closed, Bay. There's no way in. And now you're pretty much exposed to the world, and anyone can take you out. Maybe you were safe pretty much inside the houses, but SD, though, they just don't have any other choices. One by one, each and every single player from their squad is falling down.
I mean, they've not really had quite a start for themselves, right? I mean, we've seen teams like Astra Academy, APES coming in, dominate. But, yet the teams from Taiwan and Hong Kong, yet to step up. But Leon, we did see that Mohsen Nagant in action, and we've been expressing our feelings lately for that weapon. I mean, you've got a good long barrel, you've got some nice bullet drops on that weapon. Competitive to Car 98, I sort of like how Mohsen Nagant really functions. But now taking a look at DEADEYES, I think they're really capitalizing the situation, their position that they are in, getting a lot of knocks into their favor, and up until the point the players of SD are actually bleeding out.
Exactly, and finally it seems like Astra Academy as well showing their presence in the kill feed. This is what we like to see. The top team is finally showing up. Overall, up till now, Astra Academy was playing it out pretty chill, pretty safe, but it seems like finally they have got themselves in a fight. As DEADEYE, though, on top, sir, does have his sights locked on that smoke, and he does know that Ya is knocked out, but he just doesn't have any other choice because those smokes are blocking his vision.
I mean, just take a look at the circle. Where is it going to be headed towards? The northern side, the southern side? I mean, look at the cluster of teams that we have, and imagine if it shifts towards northern side. I mean, DRS definitely have taken a gamble over here. Either they win this or they completely grab the pants.
Look at Stalwart Esport as well. It seems like they're going on the northern side as well, and I personally think so. The circle's going to be shifting on the northern side because it's out in the open. Mostly, I mean, I've seen, it doesn't really shift in cities, but it does. But not that the odds are not really that much. If there is open space, the circle will shift there. And I personally do want that circle to, shift kind of away from these lads who are camping in the houses now. They will have to move out, and this is where the real fights happen. And you know how cruel I am.
After a while, I think after the 5th circle starts closing in, or maybe after this circle starts closing in, we might see all these fights starting up. But talking about Skylightz Gaming, I mean, they've not really had a quite pleasant start, but Leon, he definitely seems fired up. The kind of shots that he's connecting with his bolt action out there, I think he looks pretty sharp.
Zeus as well making the entrance in the circle pretty late. It's just a 2-man squad now. And on the other hand, Astra is right next to them. Action kind of split it out from the rest of the squad. They're kind of split out in 2-on-2 packs. But Nightmare, right in front of the lads of Skylightz Gaming. Skylightz Gaming as well, I mean, it doesn't really seem like the first day is like they haven't really shown much presence.
I mean, they take their own sweet time, but right now, I mean, Zeus still fighting with whatever they have. I mean, surviving with just 2 players, having already amassed 3 kills. I think they want more. They are actually hungry. Already just closing in on towards the boys from Stalwart, but Udzim, he's gonna shut them down as Ably will be falling down. It's all upon Icy to do some wonders. Can he pull this one off, though?
The barraging is being done from the lads of Stalwart Esport. And look at Uzum's position. I'm pretty sure he might just hear Icy at any moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way he's swimming, I'm pretty sure he's given away his position. Uzum exactly now know where he is. And the moment Icy is just going to come out, he's going to be taken down. And he's already kind of bleeding over there. He needs some oxygen to survive. But right now, oh my goodness, there he goes falling down. And Zeus again biting the dust on the 15th position this time.
Well, I mean, this is what really happens when you make those late game rotation inside the circle. It's like most of the good positions are already taken by the team, and you would really have to compromise out in the left out positions, which are not really that good to hold off. And this is the problem. If you're not really going to be opting out for the zone early off, you have to face the the real truth of the world. But here we have Apes, Kanik. There is one more team in their front lines. LIT is going to be the one, but Apes are playing this out pretty safe in calm.
Look at Astra Academy, though. I mean, they're just kind of surrounded right now. Not a lot of cover to play around. I mean, this is one of those teams that loves to control the zones, but this is going to be the moment of truth. And the circle goes shifting down south. Now things are going to be changing for DRS. I mean, look at the switcheroos. Look at those curveballs being thrown by the circles. And, well, there you go, Apes. They're certainly going to be enjoying themselves right now, aren't they?
They are. They definitely are. They're pretty lucky to have the circle by their side. And I'm going to be honest, I did not expect such a drastic circle shift, or they're all the way on the northern side. And, well, I mean, hey, Apes is pretty much happy, and let's hope that they get the chicken dinner as well, because I feel like they have one of the best compounds inside the circle.
I mean, had there been no fence in the first game, I think it was definitely coming in their favor. But either ways, maybe this time the stars might have aligned for Apes to get the chicken. But right now, how on earth are DRS, going to rotate? How on earth are the players just gonna kind of get inside the zone? That's a big question right now, as we have the boys from Skylight closing in the gap onto the players of 7C over here.
Look at Extreme as well. I mean, High Voltage, the squad that you were kind of rooting for. Cooney is still out the circle. Extreme in the water. Things are not really looking good for them. Cooney still has to make it inside. When he does, he's going to get spotted out by those lands. And there's no way you're going to be making it inside the circle just by proning in, because it's a long distance cover.
Yeah, indeed it is. Now, Sandesh, look at him. He's just inside the water, enjoying his time. I mean, he's just tired of basking in the sun and might want to go for his swimming classes. But right now, we've got the boys from Astra Academy already in action. And action talking about him has already gone guns blazing onto the players of 1952, as True Love does find that knock onto his Joker. And Chari also goes falling down. Memo definitely coming in there in time to secure all those kills out there. As Suyok, he's just kind of surrounded as he is trying to find and try to hold on as Magnet. He's going to be dishing some heavy damage on towards the players of DEADEYES. And now look at the numbers falling. 1952. What a beautiful fight taken from them. And now they've taken quite some casualties, but they're still in the race.
An absolute rumpus being caused by the lads of 1952. The fight that was going on between them. Everyone has heard the sounds and everyone has heard what 1952 is capable of. And no one's going to be counting them as the weak ones anymore. Now we have INV kind of swimming in the water, trying to get info, but he also doesn't really have any other choice because they're getting held out the zone. And this is where things are going to be so tricky for them. Same goes with Skylightz Gaming as well. One player goes down, Heaven the last man alive, but it doesn't matter. He's out the equation.
Indeed, they are now 7C, have almost conquered Rozok over there, but right in front of them stand the boys from 1952, all tall and high. But right now, oh, look at this, Extreme, he's right beneath Johnny. And does he realize that? Now they, alright, he's over a vehicle over there. He's on towards that buggy, going in for that heal battle. Johnny definitely seems to have spotted him out, and maybe they're just going to lob in some grenades, or do they have it? Or has he not spotted him out?
He's still clueless. He's still pretty clueless. He hasn't spotted Extreme out. Extreme is just doing that heal battle inside the water. And he's waiting for the right moment to strike. And I just want to know when it's going to be that right moment.
Indeed, now DRS, they're still struggling to get inside the circle right now. Let's see what are they capable of, as the boys from Stalwart, they are taking some heavy damage right on towards the junction. Uzum, he's also going to fall down. It's Extreme doing so much over there out of nowhere. And he's still alive right from beneath the waters. How on earth is this player doing it all? Finally, Blade will be putting him out of his misery, but the damage has definitely been done.
Exactly, the damage has been dealt, and I'm telling you right now, the players who died by Extreme are so annoyed. Just by that kind of a play, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be happy to die like that. While we have LIT pushing up head-to-head against the lads of Apes, but Apes denying the push and saying no to LIT this time.
Not today, sir, as SDGaming also go falling down, and LIT, Ivy, he's in a whole world of trouble. But from the backlines, we've got the boys from Apes. And how on earth are they going to provide those cover fire for the teammate? White, he is bleeding right now, as Ivy, he's trying to close in. And he's still surviving, still in the fight, as the push comes on right towards him.
It's a 1-on-2 situation. And this is where LIT is not really looking good. On the other hand, we have 7C also getting in a heap of trouble. They don't really have any other choice, but because they're getting caught off guard in the open grounds. And it's going to be 1952 is putting that relentless amount of pressure onto them. On the other hand, another fight happening. It's going to be Apes and LIT. As I did mention, it's a 1-on-2 situation. Getting caught off guard out in the open. Try to make that rotation in the house. Not really able to do that successfully.
But look at Astra Academy. They somehow are still surviving, somehow are inside the fight, and they still have, 3 players alive. And I mean, I'm going to be just out of my mind if they get another chicken. Considering the kind of position they had, the way they transition, it's so beautiful, man.
Exactly. That's absolutely beauty to witness. On the other hand, DRS is still alive. It's kind of like they're one of those silent assassins. They're waiting for all these teams to fight out, and then in the end, they would strike, but hold on. Mafia Ninja finally decides to strike. He found an open frag right in front of him, and who wouldn't do that?
I think this is the right moment where DRS need to push in, because I don't think they're going to get a better chance than this. And considering Sandesh, he's still swimming in the water, you know, trying to get all those survival points for his team, as the boys from Astra Academy do have Magnet right in front of them. Few grenades being lobbed might just do the job, but right now 17, they're also doing a pretty decent job at you know, getting kills and also being alive.
I find it really funny that Blade from Stalwart Esports is still alive and no one has spotted him out. His position is pretty anonymous and he's doing an incredible job overall, but he has to make it inside the circle, and I feel like when he tries to do that, it's going to be pretty much a donezo game for him. But on the other hand, 7C, we see Smokey lobbing in that nade entry, kind of knowing that, predicting that early hand, backing off from that situation. But Sharp has knocked out entry, wants to get back his teammate up. But things are not going to be that easy. 7Cs are trying to rush in. And Entry trying his best to defend his teammate and himself, but it doesn't seem like 7C are going to be stopped that easily.
I mean, Memo, he's been so clinical with the way he's nading these days. Again, securing one knock, and now it's all upon Magnet. Can he clutch this one out? That's a big question over there, as DRS are going to be diving straight inside the water, and we can see Mafia Ninja. He might just be playing from beneath as he spotted out Winter. My, oh my, what an absolute spectacle that we are witnessing over here. But look at Blade. He's been the saving grace for Stalwart, and he's still alive as Magnet, the moment of truth has come, is taken down. Memo, can he get one more? No! He does indeed. And Rig, he's still alive for his team. The last man surviving, as Astra Academy have finally spotted him down.
Astra Academy again doing an incredible job in the game. 3 players, 1 player's knocked out, top eliminated as well. APES is in the back lines. He's been spotted out as well. Kanik is the last man alive from the squad of APES. But now things have came down to these top 4 squads, and Astra is one of them. And I want to see them come back on top again, man.
I mean, look at the forecast. Again, wiping out yet another squad. I mean, this is just ludicrous. Now, Mafia Ninja, he's inside the waters. He's still, oh my goodness, I think he's made it to the land. Now, APES have been eliminated as well. I mean, taking a look at what we have right in front of us, this is the kind of a storyline. It's a 1v2 situation. Action and Pika against Mafia Ninja. Can this man clutch it out?
After such a massive battlefield collapsing, hell breaking loose, this is what it has came down to, ladies and gentlemen. A 2-on-1 situation. Astra Academy versus DRS. And what do you guys think? Who comes out on top? I personally think Astra, because they have the man advantage, and at the same time, they have the higher ground for themselves. Mafia Ninja does hear those footsteps and now takes one down. The situation is equal pretty much, but here we have Action connecting those crucial headshots in the right moment and taking him down. And Astra again getting that 3rd chicken dinner in the first day. Is this a joke?
I mean, I think they've made it a child's play, the way they are executing their squads. I mean, I certainly want to take a look at their playbook right now. I mean, what a beautiful team that we have, and where have they been? I mean, the champions of the MCO wildcards, they are right up there, giving their best, getting the dinners home.
I mean, I don't know if they're beautiful. They're absolutely filthy and dirty. They're disgusting. What are they doing? They're demolishing everyone. They're like the demons. They're like the Saiyans in this lobby, and no one is able to stop them.
The God Slayers, as we call them, Astra Academy for you, ladies and gentlemen. But you know what? The analyst desk is definitely going to break down those fights, but right after the short break.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea?
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. It is looking really dominating play coming in from the team, but along with that, it is a huge thanks to OPPO F19 Pro. Hashtag Wook up your fun. Moving on. Dude, I mean, the third game in a row. Guys, you did talk about this. You
Not
did mention
just
it.
this. Third game in a row.
Right.
DRS back-to-back in the
and
top
Astra.
3. Like,
Yep.
it's the same thing going on.
Not just top 3, I mean 2 games back-to-back, DRS on the second and Astra Academy taking the chicken dinner away from them. This is getting really, really interesting and it's getting really, really close, but those extra 3 points that Astra Academy are getting every single game against DRS Gaming, that means DRS Gaming, they're going to have to make up those points somewhere, right, in the future.
Well, again, I mean, we should certainly keep in mind that when it comes to the games in total, there are 24 games that shall be played, of course, across the 4 days that is going to be taking place. But with that, let's have a look at the MVP from this game and DRS's Mafia Ninja.
I mean, hey, if the bullets go through water, he knows how to just, get those points for themselves. I mean, I was talking to you at the same moment, right? It was a brilliant strategy.
True.
Shift your seat. You can shoot from the water sides. 6 kills, 1,084 damage, 1 assist, 140 healing done. It's brilliant from this.
Also, I mean, there's a phrase that I like to use every time this man actually clutches out a fight. It's like that's how the Mafia works. And he has been known to make those clutches happen quite often. So I was kind of worried even in that 1v2 situation there was a possibility of him actually getting it with the way Pika actually made the charge towards him. But hey, Astra Academy looks like they are unstoppable.
I'm telling you, the 2 in 2A action actually is calling for $2,000 right now.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Back to back, he's just there. There's no game where he was not here.
Yeah.
Every game he has been in the top players for himself. This time 5 kills, but Hungry Box man, 6 kills from this lad, that's brilliant. 7C Memo, 3 kills. 7C actually held their ground really good, and another team that held their ground was 1952.
Absolutely. I mean, the way they moved on along, the way they were able to get that kill against Zeus Esports as well and get themselves in the circle and known. So 1952 were able to walk away with a decent amount of points. With that, when you talk about the match summary, this is where, I mean, DRS boys.
Mafia
For
Ninja.
a second, I was like, what? It's a triple roll? Mafia Ninja, just coming up in the... Wow.
This is doing everything.
Yes.
And there's one thing that we're going to talk about once we start discussing how the circles went during the zone analysis of this game. But this was a really hard game for both the teams that made it to the top 2, Astra Academy and DRS, both of them. We're going to talk about that later.
Yeah, sure. But talking about top 2, Astra Academy and DRS, well, they are here, 24 and 19 points. It just adds for themselves. Previously, what was the point number? 69 points, 24 extra. It's just adding up for themselves. Talking about DRS, they're adding points, but still the lead that Astra is getting for themselves, it's increasing. I don't know. We still have games left.
Yep.
100-point marker. How many games more? What do you guys think?
Again, there are 20 games remaining. The lobby is getting heated up now.
But today, for today, that's what I was like.
I think today they
maybe
can,
next,
Astra
maybe
Academy, maybe they can make it happen.
But like in the next, because that's the thing, right? They're getting points for themselves. I don't know it.
2 games remain.
Really,
2 games remain. They are actually really close when you talk about
top 3
numbers.
is what they obviously go for themselves. That's the thing.
Boy, what a wonderful turn of events. I mean, incredible synergy coming in from the lads of this team. With that, let's have a look at the zone as it was shifting along quite a lot in this game.
Yeah, exactly. And as I was saying, there's something really important that we need to talk about over here. It's going to be the way these 2 teams move, Astra Academy, and also, ladies and gentlemen, you need to keep your eyes focused on DRS Gaming because now the game is going to turn against them completely. They went up north and the circle decided to move south. The split between the northern island and the main island towards the side of Rozhok.
Yeah.
There's going to be a second shift away from DRS right now.
Yeah.
And Astra Academy on the edge with a cluster of teams. For these 2 to survive, the probability was really, really low.
I'm loving Mafia Ninja split against his own team. Just think that actually helped that lad just move forward solo and tension-free, I would call that.
It increases the probability of survival where you're definitely going to get spotted out coming south from those mountain slopes. It's quite open, not enough cover, you're going to get shot at. And, well, since the players are split up, at least someone is going to be able to make it on the other side. I think that was the thought process behind this.
And that's what we discussed as well. In these matches, it's not like Astra Academy just starts up the early attacks, early fights. We saw one thing happening, and that is they utilize the perfect, and it's every time working for them. It seems like they already know the future. What's the perfect timing? That's when they strike. That's when they rush in the zone. That's when they actually take up the fights, and that's when they actually get the maximum, utilization of it.
In fact, both the teams did this quite perfectly. DRS as well. Their timing had to be crucial as well because they had to make the run out in the open. Astra Academy, they had to wait and be patient. DRS had to move the entire way south.
Exactly, mates. Again, I mean, it is going to be bringing down to the moments that took place throughout the game as these lads were just talking about it. Let's go through the OPPO F19 Pro moments to discuss them all.
I mean, if it starts with the fights, it always has. But T2K, I don't know what's going wrong with the team. It's not the T2K that we know. We know T2K has been just, focusing more and more on the fights. But it's, again, the good fights and the bad fights that just, coming up for themselves. But in this one, if we talk about it, INV, they started off really good. But Zeus, well. They, again, have started, but my question just comes down to one thing only, and that is, previously, in the previous league format, we've seen Zeus taking fights outside the circle. You remember there have been times in Pochinki and in Rozhok, this was the Rozhok that you guys would have been, audience would have been remembering. They took this game from high voltage when it was 2 players of Zeus. They never cared about the circle, but this time, circle is the one that's playing the games against them.
The difference between that time and this time is going to be the fact the earlier time, that was during PMPL South Asia Season 3, what Ocean is talking about that game. Zeus would be the first one to go for the center. This time they were trying to play it safe, just clear out the teams in the backlines before they went in, and that is not working out. That's when you get third parties, and that is exactly what's happening to the team.
It was extreme as well in the buggy, in the waterlands taking up a kill. Then you'll see Mafia Ninja as well. So it's like, you gotta make the openings for yourself, come what may, and if they are there, you would just, love to just thrive on them. But well, 1952, again, a decent game for them. Yeah,
decent game for 7C and 1952, both of them. Both of them were sort of neighbors in the city of Rozhok, quite close to each other's compounds, and they managed to hold that position for a really long time, just picking off anyone who dared to come in that direction. And then trouble sort of came for them where they were forced to move out. Again, if you're going to be hiding inside those covers, people know where you're going to come from.
Exactly. With that, let's have a look at the damage histogram from this game because, well, we do love to see those towers, and the more the merrier. And this time around, all the teams that are looking really comfortable when it comes to the damage they were able to dish.
DE, INV, 1922, 1400 plus damage markers that these teams have had. They actually are in competition with the top. Just think about the top 4 teams. The markers are really high for them.
Yeah. I mean, DEADEYES guys, they had a phenomenal early game. That's what I have to say for them. It was the crazy shifts of the circle that threw them off. But if they weren't there, they could have easily transitioned this momentum to the later stages, because most of the teams that we do see there, apart from DRS is the only outlier in the top 5 and the top 6. Other than them, all the teams in the top 5, the top 6 were the ones who got to Rozhok early and were able to hold the city for themselves until they were forced out in the open. DRS were the only ones that were moving north.
Absolutely. With that, we've got the storyline changing when it comes to the storyboard, as I like to call it, which is going to be the overall standings. And this team is getting so close, so very close to that 3-digit marker when it comes to the points for Astra Academy.
26-point lead converting to a 31.
It's looking good for Astra Academy for sure, but DRS, well, if we talk about the league again, previous time that we were talking about, right? They were the champions. Previously, they were at the second. DRS would not want to be at the second again. They would want to bring something in form of aggression that actually gets them to the top once again.
Exactly, and the one thing that is separating these two teams is the fact that Astra Academy has 3 chicken dinners, DRS have none.
Yes.
It's that chicken dinner finish that is separating these two teams. DRS need that one game to get the momentum in their favor. That's going to help them close out the difference and, well...
Think about it, right?
Yeah.
4 games, 57 placement points. That just means one thing. Almost like, it was almost a 60-point, like almost 15 point per game kind of ish game that they have had for themselves. That's the consistency that they are showing.
It's that 1 second place finish.
Yeah.
The 3 points they missed out in the second match.
I don't know how it's just going up.
Yeah.
Again, this the way the lobby is actually panning out with these 4 games till now, anything can happen, right? Because in total 20 matches, so eventually we'll see how this progresses along. But alongside all of this, we do have the MVP ranking to talk about as well, because that one lad is going to be walking away with $2,000, and right now,
no one is close to him.
Yep.
No, this I'll tell you.
22 kills.
Okay, so if Mafia Ninja has 2500 plus damage right now with the same, he needs to have.
Ocean is trying to like calculate the
He needs
fractions
to have
at this
18
point.
kills. He needs to have 18 kills. Then he'll be really close to Astra Academy's action. Otherwise, it's still a long-term affair. Because right now, what they need is at least one chicken, and he needs to have double-digit kill markers that we're talking about. Then he'll be close. Otherwise, it's not happening.
It's a fleeting train. Not an easy uphill battle is what it is actually. But with that, let's move on to, of course, the schedule that will take us to, well, now we go to Sanhok. That is where these teams are landing.
Sanhok is where they don't have a chicken.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's that one map that wasn't theirs, and they finished second.
If they actually go for a chicken in this one, they'll have a hat trick. They'll have they won't be having, or say they won't be having the record for the highest chicken dinners in one day. They have in other teams as well. But for that, they'll have to beat Erangel as well. Then they can go for 5 out of 6. Otherwise, 4 out of 6. We have seen that in the past.
Exactly. I mean, it is going to be really impressive if they can make this happen, but I think it's definitely going to be a challenge for them because, again, it's that one map where they faltered up a little bit. I think you make a single mistake, you make yourself exposed in that way, the teams are going to notice definitely. Although, I'm still excited to see what they can actually bring to the table in this game.
Absolutely, because it is time. With that, it is time to jump into the game itself. And I do believe our virtual lads are ready. Yes, they are. Let's move on to, of course, XP and Play to take you through this 5th game.
Thank you again for that very much. I'm forgetting how to English. It's kind of long right now. It's between a few games. But Blotter, Johnny, Ocean, once again, thank you very much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, entering game number 5. And at this point, XP, I wouldn't be too surprised if PUBG Mobile pushed out a new update nerfing Astra Academy, because this is getting a little ridiculous at this point.
I mean, you asked me a question at the beginning of this day. Are we going to see double chicken dinners? Well, I think 3 is definitely going to answer the question for you. I mean, Astra Academy. Talk about playing in a different astral playing field altogether. That is what these guys are doing. They're in a dimension of their own right now, the way they are dishing out the herd. They're kind of pulling off Zeus, if you think about it, if you go back to the regional final days. Day 1, Zeus just came out of nowhere, and we were like, head over heels for this Mongolian team, but looks like one of those things is going to stay the same. It is a Mongolian team, but it is the boys from 2A or Astra Academy. Man, they haven't disappointed at all, Blake.
They barely seem to make a mistake, right? Like we talk about, even if you look at Zeus and some of these other teams, they have their ups, they have the downs. These guys is the sheer brute force consistency coming out from them. I gotta point out, of course, DRS as well. I feel like 1 or 2 chicken dinners, they could easily be tied up or very close to Astra Academy. So it seems like DRS have indeed met their rivals, so to speak. It feels like Zeus have been taken over by the side of Astra Academy. APES Incorporated 3rd place without a single chicken dinner as well, trailing just by 6 points behind DRS, but far and away from everyone else. It's going to be Astra Academy. Can they get the 4th chicken dinner of the day? I know it sounds ludicrous, ladies and gentlemen, but it is a possibility. Can they pull off the hat trick? They have placed top 2 4 games in a row, and right now the team who need to be dethroned by one of these other teams have to be these guys. But also, going to point out, 1952, they had a fantastic start, but kind of slowed down a little bit. PN Crew, Deadeye's guys as well, having some ups and downs. But one thing you have to give to Deadeye's guys, and even Stalwart Flex, and it's 7C as well, that when it comes to the pure sheer damage output, they're second to none. They are going toe-to-toe with Astra Academy.
And, you know, just talking about Astra Academy now, it is Sanhok, and, well, things can get pretty tricky right over here, as we are going to see a few teams dropping down. Now I want to see what's happening. Well, I mean, Mark is down
dead
again. Unfortunately, he's going to mark the start of the action once again. Thank you. I'm going to be here all week, as he's going to be down on his knees, and doesn't look like any respite is going to be coming in for him. But I wanted to see, Blay, what I really wanted to see was what's going to happen in boot camp, because Astral Academy, well, I think I'm just going to start calling them Astral Academy, because every single time I talk about them, I'm thinking of astral planes and how they're in a different dimension altogether. I mean, just head and shoulders above the opposition. But yeah, you did say Zeus. I mean, I want to see if there was some action, but looks like Zeus are going to be dropping elsewhere. Enziol is going to be cooking that grenade. However, he does make the right call to switch to a DBS, which, mind you, can be devastating up close and personal.
This could work on out. Leon getting shot at by someone else. Nade's going to sail in, and Zul cooked that nade to perfection. Couldn't have been better. The DBS, as he pointed out, comes out, and he is getting hunted down, but Skylightz Gaming are in a bit of a pickle. Joker needs to pull out a card, something, an ace from his sleeves, because his teammates are falling all around him. He's got that Uzi to work with here, and Zul, he is kind of low. His teammate is knocked down. And Heaven finally comes to help his teammate out. He's going to get the knock, but not quite able to get the finish because Icy comes to the rescue of his teammate. Ably will be rezzed. And amongst all the chaos, Chari is going to be found out. And so, no deaths yet for Skylightz Gaming. Despite the two knocks and despite it looking like Zeus are going to just wipe the floor with them, Skylightz Gaming will survive. But the question is, XP, can they survive this fight eventually?
I think they can, because Joker made the right call over here. It did kind of seem like Zeus were on a little bit of an issue over here because they did seem crippled. He could have gone in for the kill and the finish, although it would have been a little bit devastating had his teammates not been revived. But I think he made the right call as he went in and picked up the lost King of Leon, as he's going to be brought back in this game. Now, again, it is going to be a 4v4 situation, but have a look at Chari's position. Now, he is going to be low on those first aids. That is why you still see him in the red, but he's making the right call to basically just inch his way a bit to the left from his point of view, making sure that flank is secure. But now, as we do see a little bit of a stalemate in the action, which again is the right call from both teams, because they have kind of anticipated that, you know, the opposition has picked up their fallen comrades and they are once again forming units. So they're going to make sure that they get all that information before they go in willy-nilly. Now, as we have a look at the circle, of course, this action is going to be taking place elsewhere. I have a look and no one's really close by. DEADEYES guys, as usual, are going to be dropping down at hot in. And just as I say that, a few more bullets are going to be rattled off, and looks like the stalemate is over and it's time to commence action as Heaven has been brought down to his knees.
I see, like you pointed out, XP, he went on a soul excursion trying to find a good angle from above, and he finds the knock. That is one man down now. Godless, he's got no health kits. None of these players have much when it comes to heals to work with. None of them. Chari's out in the open. Abel's going to spot him out. And despite Chari getting the knock here, the quick trade is indeed going to take place. Ably finishing off Chari, and one by one they start to fall. Leon pushing on in, trying to get the finish, but he in turn will be found as well. And Joker, he was a hero a few minutes back, but this might be a little too much to ask of the man. He is going to be in a 1v4. He does have health to work with, so that's one thing going his way. But I see full HP. They're going to push in together. They're going to finish off the job. Now one man's left standing in the corner. It is going to be Joker. He's going to rattle off a few bullets. He's going to get a knock. Godless around the corner, and it's going to be Joker. I love how Godless just ran in like a bait, like a decoy. And it was Joker just pushing on in and finishing off the job. So Zeus, it was a more prolonged gunfight than I guess they imagined it would be, but they do the job in the end. And unfortunately for Skylightz Gaming, it has been a pretty rough day in the office so far, XP.
I think a pivotal moment in that little skirmish was the fact that, you know, Ably, we did kind of see him knock down one of the members from Skylightz Gaming early on, Chari, I do believe, who was caught off guard when that trade came in, as you did mention. But it's the communication play. I mean, the fact that one of the members from Zeus was down on the ground just outside Leon's position, and the revive was coming in, and suddenly that little revive was contested. It was Ably from afar who got that knock in. So, of course, they are relaying the information that, wait a second, I hear footsteps, someone's on the move. And before Leon could even, you know, put a dent in Zeus's plans of picking the teammate up, he was taken down from distance. Now, Joker found himself in a bit of a precarious position because although I would kind of, you know, debate whether his position was given up, they had an idea that someone's still going to be inside the house, especially since Leon was knocked out. Now, had Leon kind of try to move away from the house, that would have, you know, indicated that maybe there's no one inside. But again, it was a little too late for Joker to make a dent over there. And as you did mention, have a look at this. They realize that Leon is knocked out. Now, they don't have that information whether someone's inside. So Icy does go up into that little dressing area,
Godless,
so to speak. Well, of course, I mean, when you don't have God in you, you're not going to fear anything, right? You're just going to go in and basically get the job done. I mean, normally that's what God-fearing people do, but looks like Godless has that lockdown now. But again, a good start to the action here in Sanhok. A little late for my taste.
Well, once the blood does finally strike the ground is hungry for more. It will not be quenched. Just a few droplets of red. Action, gonna open things up. Astra Academy. They, I mean, I'm running out of adjectives to describe how good they are. I might have to pop out a thesaurus here, XP. You know, I just might head into my books, take out a big book, and just like, okay, well, what's a synonym for kick-ass, for amazing, awesome, fabulous, indomitable?
Ouch.
Astra Academy are all of them, but ably will not be indomitable. He will be caught out with his pants out in the open and taken down without a single reply from his teammates. That's rough for Zeus.
It looks like he wasn't able to get out of that sticky situation.
I hate you.
Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be here all weekend. It is going to be fun, and of course, I love these singers with you play. But now, if you had a look at the circle, everything is pretty much still centered, and a lot of teams can move in at their own pace. But right now, looks like APES Incorporated are going to be putting on the pressure on 7C, who again, it does look like they are going to have the upper hand, especially since they are at the tippity top of this little mountain over here. But boy, oh boy, we've seen it's just the way that these Mongolian teams play. So what they're bringing new to the table is this immaculate communication and the way they. Now, I'm not saying that the other teams aren't playing as teams, but oh my God, the coordination and the communication on display is just well, second by none, because these guys are. Again, I'm going to use words like clinical and pristine because that is exactly how they're playing. They've practiced these plays. This isn't something random that they're coming up with on the spot. They've practiced these situations, how to go about it.
I wonder when, like, I'm sure like these Mongolian teams have their own little, private servers where they scrim against each other, play against each other. Yeah, listen, man, I would pay good money just to watch those scrims because it's insane. And at this point, I don't think it's a fluke, right? We saw Zeus Esports how they played, even Seal Esports early on, at least in week 1 before everything kind of fell apart. They were just head and shoulders above almost everyone else, apart from obviously DRS-Gaming, who were able to go toe-to-toe with them. And then you look at APES Incorporated and, of course, Astra Academy right now. And they're doing something right. And it's not just one team. It's not just 2 teams. It's almost every Mongolian representative here in the championship finals.
What's
insane.
different? I absolutely agree with you. What's different, however, is the way that they're going about that aggression. Now, Zeus were basically like a runaway truck with the brake lines clipped. That is what we kind of, saw them initially, because they just pretty much ransacked through the opposition. But this time around, Astra Academy, they're holding as well. It's not that they're just running out willy-nilly with their guns out and, just getting those lucky shots and then pushing in. They are looking at all the factors. They're making sure they keep an eye out on the map, which, again, is important because position definitely complements your gunplay later on. That is something that I find quite extraordinary. That is something that Zeus isn't doing. Now, I like the fact that just during the build-up to this game, the analyst desk, in fact, did bring this point up that, initially, come hail or come high water, Zeus Esports were in the center of the circle, no matter which direction they're coming in from. This time, however, they're playing from the periphery and kind of looks like it's hurting their game style. Something that Astra Academy isn't doing. Although, as I say that, most of the highlights show them at the periphery of the zone. But again, they fight their way through and they prioritize the center of the circle. Because have a look now. Even now, Astra Academy are pretty much dead smack in the center with 1952 just north of them. But again, this prioritizing, this quick movement allows them to cement their position and basically, like I said earlier, shoot at anything that moves. Also, this idea just came into my mind. Not an idea, this little fact. Did you know, since we've been bringing up the regional finals, 1952 play, it's not a fact, they're the only team in here that haven't played the first Super Weekend. And as I say, that memo from 7C gets taken down.
That is true. That's
phenomenal.
That's incredible, the way they're able to have the tenacity, the mental strength to claw their way back and qualify here to the championships. And again, they, nothing too shabby. They've had a pretty good start here in the day, although I feel like almost every team has just been eclipsed by Astra Academy. But in 1952, DRS-Gaming, they definitely have shown what they can do. Mimo will be finally put into the ground by Stalwart Flex. Sorry, Stalwart Esports as they're known right now, beg your pardon. And with that one kill, they're looking for more. Now, the problem here for Stalwart, and correct me if I'm wrong here, XP, despite the fact that they have the man advantage, they are kind of pincered by 7C.
Also, you got to keep one thing in mind. 7C definitely have an exact location, exact idea about where all of them are located. Now, the thing that goes against Stalwart Esports is that information. They have an idea where Turu Love is because, of course, he is lobbing those grenades from behind cover. But have a look at his teammates. Now, Smokey, his position has not been given away. And Rig, if you have a look at him, now, yes, he is down slope. But again, you got to do the unexpected. That is something that Stalwart are not going to be anticipating because no one in their right mind is going to be shooting at that angle. But that is something that could come in handy, especially if Turulov puts the pressure on. But as I say that, I do believe this is the right move. They are going to be moving around, keeping the enemy guessing as far as their positions go. But it still could go either way. Now, saying that, I do believe Stalwart Flex, they need to move around a little bit as well and make sure that they cover as much of the area as possible because things like this will happen. Smokey gets the knock.
And now they're going to be pushing on in XP. Now there was a 3v3, and a bit of a man advantage that Stalwart Esports has swiftly been swept aside, at least for the time being. The rest needs to come on in, but Blade is doing a pretty good job keeping Smokey at bay. Smokey taking a few shots here. Reviews probably wants to go and res his teammate Crypto, and I love how Blade is just keeping him pinned down. Smokey, despite getting the knock, not able to do much. However, the rest of his teammates, they need to push on up. This is the opportunity for them to strike, and Smokey is going to zig and zag his way to a bit of safety, and it looks like 7C aren't really going to try and press the advantage. And while they did get the initial knock, the res has come in and Stalwart Flex, Stalwart Esports are back on their feet.
Have a look at what they're trying to do right now. Now, Turu Love is going to be their central point right now, right? They understood that Smokey was on the left flank as far as Stalwart Esports go, but what they're trying to do is force Stalwart Esports to come on the side of the mountain where Rig is going to be lying in sight. Now, Smokey definitely has an idea that someone, he doesn't know it's Blade, but he knows someone is down to his left because, of course, those audio cues were given out. But the way that he's kind of just falling back a little bit, again, mind you, Turulov's position is well known. Rig could be that wild card in this little skirmish taking place. But again, another wild card could be the circle itself, because if we have a drastic northern shift, well, looks like they are going to be going into the position. And looks like my prediction was a little true, but Rig was just a little slow on the trigger over there as Uzum is going to find a big tree for cover. And have a look at that shift play. They got to move.
Ooh, yeah, everyone's got to move. Except for High Voltage, DEADEYES guys at 1952. They are pretty comfortable, and so is Zeus Esports, even though they are one man down. And yeah, this battle has been going on for quite a while right now. As we switch over to a different fight, and it is going to be SDGaming, currently bottom of the table, and they're going to be going up against a top 3 team, APES Incorporated. White knocked down to his knees, and Ken Baby, he could potentially get the finish here. And this is smart. This is a smart play coming in from Ken Baby. In the meantime, the Uzum has found Rig. And 1-by-1, 7C. They had an opportunity, XP, but it looks like it is slipping away from the hands. And look at Stalwart. They're pushing in, zigging and zagging. One member remains here, if I'm not mistaken. And there we go, the jumping finish, the dunk. And Blade will be res as well. And 7C are no more. They tried. They had their opportunities, XP, but Stalwart doing a great job. Keeping all 4 alive and wiping them out. And this is a crucial game. Skylightz Gaming, Stalwart Esports, I beg your pardon, are in 29 points in 7th place. And these kills are really going to be very helpful indeed. Quiet with a jumping battle against T2K's Jane. And Jane is no more. And that was a crucial duel for Quiet to win, because Winter and XBZ are on their knees bleeding out Leo.
He almost got a triple over there, but looks like their woes are not over as the remaining members from T2K rated, trying to lay down some lead. But of course, they've got to refocus right now. They've actually got to regroup and head towards the circle. And quickly coming back to that initial fight between 7C and Stalwart Esports, if I may. Now, I did kind of mention that, Rig was going to be the wild card over there, but I do believe he spent way too much time. Now, as soon as those shots were let off in Uzum's direction, his position's given away, right? And every single second counts, because I do believe he spent about 45 seconds to almost a minute at the same position, which gave Stalwart Esports enough time to basically converge around his location. So a little bit of a mishap coming in from 7C. It could have gone a different way. However, that is the way the cookie crumbled, and that little baby Godzilla is breathing fire, and that is just so cute. But anyway, back to the game right now, where everyone's trying to murder one another and not cuddle little Godzillas. It does look like Future Station 1952 are going to be in a good position. They do have that little hilltop and that compound all for themselves, as Jimmy from afar is laying down shots in Canic's position, and looks like Usum comes in and steals the kill.
Apes are, well, yeah, they're looking a little endangered right now. White spotted out by Reviews and Stalwart Esports. Okay. They're taking the fight to a very dangerous team. And looking at Sanchira and Hustler's position, there's nothing they can do to help their teammate. White will meet his maker. And for the time being, the two Apes in the water, they are in the play zone. They're fine right now. But the thing is, Stalwart are very much aware that they should be in the vicinity. And the hunt is on, XP.
However, you know what actually might work in Apes' favor is Stalwart Flex, Stalwart Esports, I beg your pardon, again, because look at the fact that they are coming in from behind. Now, SD, they've already got their crosshairs trained in that direction, and they know someone's coming in from behind because, of course, you know, the shots were fired and a kill was taken, but right now it looks like Ken BB does spot out Sanchira in the water, and with that, the Apes are going to meet a watery grave as...
Apes are known for, you know, their...
they're not the best swimmers.
Ability. Yeah, that's true. That's
not the best swimmers out there. You'd rather have the Apes on land where these magnificent beasts are in their prime, but it looks like H2O is a no-go. Anyway, coming back to the action right now, T2K again on their feet, blah blah blah, finding themselves knocked out once again. Kind of the same situation we left him a couple of moments ago, as Rated is desperately trying to create some cover. However, he is going to be taken down by Winter in this, well, summary Sanhok map.
Oh, INV are doing a fantastic job here, even though they're out in the blue, zigging and zagging, cover fire from behind. Quiet's going to be pushing on up. You know, Rated is there. Rated will be finished off, actually, by Nima from DRS, and that is another team that INV have to be wary of right now. They've deployed a couple of smokes here. INV, Quiet, and XPZ down to half HP, and they don't really have too much of first aid kits to work with. They will just have to use up that. They do have a couple, but they're keeping it for a rainy day. And right now, T2K just legging it and trying to find a semblance of some cover to work with before they have to take a fight. Looking at the play zone, though, Zeus, Astra Academy, DRS, Deadeye's guys in 1952 are well entrenched and very, very happy with where they are right now. But if you look at the western side, XP, it's messy. High voltage, P and crew, lit. It's very messy.
Well, it's definitely going to be lit as far as action goes, because Legend again, once again, this man just comes up with amazing things every now and then. He's the only guy swimming in behind them, and if LIT are not careful, that could be devastating, as OneWo is going to get caught out as he tries to jump over that wall. However, it's not going to be quick enough, as Killer YT is going to make sure he puts him in the ground, and with that, another point is added to their kitty. Now, Review's coming under heavy fire. It is going to be Bay that he's going to be laying down his lead at, but have a look at Kaya's position. That could be quite detrimental. How is he still alive? Ziv is one lucky man. I mean, that sliver of HP to survive one is just phenomenal, but looks like PN crew are going to get the better of his position right now as Sandesh goes in for that medkit. Again, 5 medkits, it's not a bad amount to have right now, but again, they have a long way to traverse, and they don't have the clearest of paths. Some are going to have to swim, some are going to have to run across open fields to make it to the circle blade.
Well, we know one guy's not going to make it to the circle. Will be finished off. And yeah, Stalwart, they were looking really good. 7 kills to their name, but now just 1 player left standing. Sandesh, he's got all the time. Well, Legend in the meantime, XP, has managed to swim across, not spotted by anyone, and he assassinates Assassin. He's a bit of a cheeky bastard, isn't he?
He's the master of camouflage. It's as simple as that, because it looks like the opposition, the opposing teams, have no idea that there's an imposter.
He's a ninja.
Man, I was gonna give a little Among Us thing, but yeah, I like that. He is a wraith, he is a ninja, and they don't know whether there's an imposter amongst them or not. But one thing is for certain, Reviews has an idea that Bay is still somewhere in the boot camp, and he definitely wants to add up to that 1 kill. Now, elsewhere, SE's teammates Kaye is going to be all by his lonesome. Now, again, the circle is not going to be in his favor, as he does have about 75 to 80 meters to travel. But the thing is, it is going to be open country, and the chances of getting spotted out are tremendous. Meanwhile, blah, blah, blah is going to try and make sure he does not get spotted out, as INV, moving towards the location, and Chad gets taken down in a flurry of bullets.
But Sorg got perfect timing there. Yeah, you can see his little baby Godzilla cheering him on as well. A personal cheerleader is also a mini dinosaur. Has to be really Really a good thing to have alongside you. Stalwart Esports will finally fall, but not before they rack up a number of kills. So they're going to be not too disappointed with that particular outing. Pika spotted out in the open. It's looking rough for Astra Academy. Zeus Esports, even though the 3 members left alive, they're in a very good spot, and they are just gatekeeping Astra Academy. Pika crawling out into the open, hoping to be a decoy, while the remainder of his teammates are able to push into the zone. Scry pushing in, but Zeol seems to be aware of his position, rattling off bullets into the distance, but he's aware he needs to regroup with his teammates and push into the play zone. Icy as well, lying in wait. Scry, for the time being, is prone. Top is out in the blue. His days are numbered, as Nightmare Gaming will also, well, their nightmare continues XP. It's not looking good for them. Killer YT will be found out by 1952. Godless grouping up, and Zeus, it's looking good right now with Surga and blah, 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 knocked down. It's all in with Surga. Last man left standing for T2K, and it's not looking good for them because DRS-Gaming XP, even though they're outside of the zone right now, all 4 are alive, and the play zone is right next to them. So they are in a very, very good position to potentially, I say again, get a chicken dinner.
Absolutely, but they are going to have to take the fight with DEADEYES, guys, right about now. They cannot wait for the next circle, and that is exactly what's happening. As on top is going to lob a few grenades, and Mafia Ninja cooks one close by. I'm pretty sure the sound cue has been sent off as we have a casualty as Hungry Box is taken down. Now Shifu with that QBC rattling off on AJ, making sure he confirms his kill as Gyalzin is going to be on the other side. Now Mafia Ninja and Nima are going to be trapped at this house. Is going to be erupting in flames, and Ninja, you are not supposed to duck and roll on the flame itself, as he is going to meet a crispy, and Nima is going to be on his knees. Gyalzin, I don't know if that revive is the right call right now, as DE are going to be shot at from Zeus from high up top. This is going to be devastating, and DRS, you said that they might be in a good position. Turns out this could be devastating for them, Blaine.
They still have 2 players in a pretty comfortable position, but yeah, Zeus out of nowhere XP. They are in the zone, and the nade was perfection. Chef's kiss. DRS 2 members just decimated by Zeol with that one solitary high explosive nade. And Suyog still alive, taking damage out in the open. That's the worst place to lie prone. And Tofik from afar, he kisses him goodnight. It's a long kiss goodbye. And DRS, they are down, I believe, to 1 member now. I did say they had all 4 alive. They were in a good position, XP, but everything went downhill in a blink of an eye. And Zeus Esports and 1952 are in a great spot to steal this one away.
Oh, that's a good one. And Icy almost meeting his maker as he takes a tremendous amount of damage, but now Magnet does realize that there is movement. He is going to adjust his course. That is beautiful, as Icy is blown to smithereens, as Godless can only look on helplessly. Now 952, we did kind of say they were quiet just moments ago, but they still have their members intact. All 4 are still alive, and that is something that could definitely help them along the way. Now Zeol is going to be the guy who Godless is going to try and basically crawl his way towards Icy, I beg your pardon, as Godless is going to make sure that he holds down the fort as far as the left flank is concerned. Now Gyalzin play still alive just outside the circle. The blue zone is going to be creeping in. That is going to be hurting sooner or later. Now the question is, does he have like 20 first aids on him? Because then a heal battle would make sense, but the answer is nope. He has just 1 and he has used it, and with that he takes the Lord's name in vain, however, as he gets spotted out by Zeol, putting him in the ground, which means now it is going to be a 1952 versus Zeus for the chicken dinner, and Zeus are looking strong. 15 kills!
He tossed in that smoke, and yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Zeus, they're back.
They're back.
Oh boy, they're back. They were quiet for the almost, I wouldn't even say quiet, they were average, like below
Were they giving
average.
Astra a chance? Is that what it is?
I don't know. I want to find out. Zeol's been spotted out. Yo, Magnet with an AK-47, rattling off bullets, is going to get the knock. He should get the finish as well, but no. Icy getting spotted out as well, and Zeus, I said they were looking good, but they are falling left, right, and center. 1 man left standing for the side of Zeus Esports, and for the side of 1952, 2 still alive, and Godless out in the open, running and gunning, but he will be denied. They get 15 kills, but not the chicken dinner at 90.
Wow!
52. They finally stopped the streak of the Mongolians, and they will get the chicken dinner. Very well deserved one, mind you, XP. They had a fantastic game early on. They quieted down a little bit later on, but they finally deliver in game number 5 of day 1.
I mean, you know, you can beat around the bush, but numbers definitely matter. And the fact that 952 kept all 4 players alive till the very end made all the difference. And amazing finish on Godless, making sure that both his exits are blocked, and that was amazing. 9-3, take a bow, getting their first chicken dinner of the South Asian Championship, and the first one for Bangladesh as well. So, there is going to be a lot of patriotic fervor in the chat. I am sure of it. And by the way, I have a little surprise. We were talking about baby Godzillas. I found one for myself, and what I'm going to do right now is, as soon as I get the little... Can you see him play? He says hi. He says hi. I know. I know.
Can we cut to a break?
What's up, buddy? That's exactly what we're going to do, because you don't want to see a grown man playing with toys. So what we're going to do is, there is still one more game in store for you guys. All you have to do is stay tuned. We'll take a quick breather. See you after this break.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. A big thanks to OPPO F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag hook up your fun. We have moved in with 5th game, and that was just incredible turnover wins. The team that we had been asking to showcase some domination has finally done so, but it was a completely different team that took the chicken dinner. With that, let's move on to, of course, the duo and ask them, dudes, what do you think about that performance?
So I'll say one thing. I still remember 1952 getting a chicken dinner on the final match last time.
Yep.
We never knew where the journey actually goes. Now they got a chicken in the first day. I think we should see where this journey goes now.
Exactly. We talked about this before as well. 1952 in their off time did actually improve quite a lot, and we have seen that on display today. And with this game, I guess now they have the momentum that they needed. It's still day one, 3 days more to go. So they have put themselves in a really good position.
Most certainly. With that, let's move on to the MVP component from this game, and we shall also see who is it that will take the reign. Well,
okay.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
There's no two ways.
Okay. Well, Zeol with 9 kills. And obviously, Zeus had a lot of kills for themselves. You were talking about that as well. They were, trying to take teams against the zone, and they did that with perfection. 1,072 damage, 2439 survival, 115 healing done. It was close, like 115. I mean, it just comes down to one thing, and that is they already had the zone advantage in most of the games. So they never need to heal a lot. All they could do is get those kills, and hey, and that too against Astra Academy.
Yeah, they were the ones who pinned them down when they were trying to enter the circle and finish them off as well. But then we move forward to the other team, specifically 1952. Really impressive with how they were able to take care of the situation in those in that final fight. And not just Juicy Esports, but the other teams that were closing. And talking about the other teams, DRS Gaming, again being really consistent.
DRS, Astra Academy are 2 of the most consistent teams as of now, as of today. Tomorrow might be a different story, might not be a different story, but right now we know about these teams. 1952, if we talk about this team right now, 1952, their first game was brilliant. Their previous game was decent. This game, obviously, it's just in the charts.
Well, they're going to be taking a lot of points with this one, and of course going to be making a big difference when it comes to that storyboard. But before we jump towards that conversation, we should also, of course, mention the match summary where we have, well, again, see, the teams that you guys were mentioning. You've got 1952 there, you've got the DRS there, and finally, Zeus Esports also chiming into the conversation.
We would love to see more from Zeus, but though, because we know if Zeus is there, the competition gets a little bit of a spiciness of its own self. So we would love to see what Zeus does once they actually get into the competition. They are here, but it kind of just shows that it was a late start. I don't know what happened in the previous games, but now I think maybe we'll be seeing them more and more.
And we were having this conversation, well, off camera, of course, post-match 5, like Zeus Esports just holding on to the cards and maybe revealing them later on in the day. And that has finally happened.
Again, kill points are more than the placement points.
That's their signature, right? That's their style.
That's the Zeus move that they like to do, right? 27 points. So this, for sure, is going to get them to the top 8. Then we'll see what happens. I mean, we have seen this team, getting good. Let's talk about the PMGC days, right? They were there in the top 3. They maintained that position on the final day. But it's the start. Today is the first day, so they can actually just go for that. But moving on forward, this is where the things just go tricky. This is the first bad game. I don't know if you'd call it a bad game for Astra Academy, but this is the first game where we did not see the Astra Academy. I mean, again, they have the opening. They know what the opening is. They did not get the opening in this one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was no opening available for them to actually enter the circle and put themselves in a fighting position. But apart from that, I said this, like, before this match started, it's going to take a fall off of Astra Academy in at least 2 games, and DEADEYES continuing to play the way they are doing. This was the first game for that to happen. The difference that was there between the two teams is slowly and steadily getting smaller and smaller. It's going to take one more game for the same thing to happen. Astra Academy just taking a single-digit finish, less than 3 points, and DEADEYES Gaming again finishing in the top 4. Let's see if that is going to happen, or is the team going to bounce back?
Well, again, I mean, that will be a conversation that, of course, will take place as time goes on. But right now, before we jump in that sort of a conversation, let's have a look at the zone analysis when it came down to the rotations and combined efforts from these teams. I did, to mention, I did actually like the effort put in from Stalwart as well this time.
Yeah, I mean, Stalwart, they obviously, if you talk about the circles, not even in this match, in the previous maps as well, they kind of have a southern approach for themselves as compared to the zone, and they like to play around it. That's good. That's good, actually. But this is where the circle started showing its own shifts. Look at how many teams were at the edge. Now you can see it's kind of the edge thing, but 1952, again, circle center lines, they were holding it. The circle went away from them, but they knew no one would be coming from the backsides because obviously it's the water area. They can hold their grounds.
Yeah, exactly. And again, DEADEYES Gaming, despite the fact that they were struggling with the position of the circle time and time again, they still managed to have a really good game for themselves. Zeus Esports, I have to say, have learned from their mistake on the last Sanhok, where they were stuck because of the late rotation that they tried and were not even able to make it inside the circle. This time they moved in early. They were like, we'll get as close to the center as possible, but not exactly in the center, and that's how they made it towards the end of the game.
They most certainly did, and with that, they walked away with a lot of kills and a lot of points from the lobby. But before we move on to those overall rankings, let's have a look at the OPPO moments as well, because this is just an annihilating play right off the bat, and it is Zeus that was a tricky situation.
Just as you were talking, right? I heard that DBS started. I was like, how could I forget that? The thing that started off the game. I mean, and DBS also had a 6 times. I was talking to Princess about it. We were looking at it. We were like, 6 times on DBS. Well, that's a new one. But Zeus, well, they got the kills for themselves. APES as well, they were also just struggling a bit here and there. But this, gets me into one thing. 93 points is what Astra Academy had previously. They got 3 now, 96. We had this conversation. Will they be able to reach 100? 4-point shot, but it seems like teams are cracking the code.
Yeah, I mean, the code is definitely being cracked by everyone at this point, and it is getting really tricky to outplay your opponent in terms of strategy. You have to think outside of the box in order to put something on display and be the one to stand out and come out on top, as we have been seeing quite a lot in this game in particular as well. And it was an incredible push that came in from a lot of teams that were moving in from the southern side of the 5th circle onwards. After this one, we're going to see that sort of chaotic moment where we do see a lot of bodies falling down and getting taken out. But Stalwart Esports, early game, really good positioning, really good formation in terms of fights, and that rotation was, well, they did not expect to be caught off guard right there, so it was a bit of surprise for them.
It definitely was, but after that, obviously, when the final fights were happening, this is where I see, he was taking down those 2 grenades that you were talking about, right? Back to back, but obviously, 1952, they're going to be really happy with everything that they have for themselves, but still, it just comes down to one conversation, that is, what goes around comes around, right?
Yep, true, mate. Because after all of this effort is going to be affected onto that storyboard. And that is what these teams are working towards. That is what they want to be on top of. But it is not an easy journey, as we've seen. I mean, 5 games, but it has been a Herculean task for some teams to just even bring themselves up. I mean, I want to bring up or mention LIT, for example. It is amazing in terms of their lineup, and sadly, today, finally now, as we move into the games, right, is the slowly and steadily showcasing that domination into the entire saga. With that, let's have a look at the damage histograph coming in from these teams. And,
this is a Sanhok-ish graph, I would say, because, the teams that actually just shined out, you can see there's only 1 or 2 teams, for example, T2K, right? less number of kills but high amount of damage.
Yeah.
Otherwise, every team that has had high kill numbers have had high damage numbers for them. So this is kind of a Sanhok-ish.
Yeah.
It's like, opportunities. When you get it, you gotta make the maximum out of it.
Lots of early game pickups right there with those
even
individual
DRS
kills.
and high voltage as well. Like, that's not early, but still, like, less number of kills and less damage. That means, they were looking forward. We can talk about DRS, right? They were looking forward on one thing, and that is they have to have a good game.
Yeah, we were talking about this on our way actually.
Yeah.
Today itself, we were having this conversation about how DRS Gaming have sort of chosen survival as their main game plan. That is the focus of the team. And it's working out really nice.
Minimizing risks.
Exactly, minimizing risks, just focusing on being there till the top 4. They have done that every single game up until now, even in this game.
Along with that conversation, I mean, if you mention team like, for example, 1952, that did get that chicken dinner. Let's have a look at the overall rankings along with this. But 1952 have certainly tried to crack that code again and again as they go on from one game to the other and have finally, showcased that perfectly.
They have, and they are in the top 5. I'm really happy for this team, to be honest. I'm really happy for this team because, it's kind of a pressure. You're the only team from a region that has, we know it, they got the chicken in the last game previously in order to make them, for the qualification. Same goes for Stalwart as well. So these two teams, they are here for a reason, right? They are here to make the region proud for themselves, and they would love to do it, and they are doing it in their own ways, respective. But Zeus, well, top 8, they have made it. Now, for them, it's going to be P and Crew and the teams that are just, following them in order to get a good position.
Exactly, and talking about positions, I mean, INVEsports and Stalwart Esports as well, lacking in position points, but these teams are bringing in the kills really nicely for themselves. INVEsports definitely need to slow down their aggression a little bit because 20 kills and only 6 placement points for the squad. Sort of, if they can pick up something from the way DRS Gaming is actually playing, INV can actually make the push inside the top 8.
Two names that I don't know, what happened with those two names that are going to be obviously Skylightz Gaming and T2K. It's kind of a nightmare that they are not lit with their performance today. I mean, that was a pun intended, but well, I did that.
Well, with that, we've got one more game remaining for the day. Let's have a look at the schedule because it is time to jump once again back into the map of Erangel.
Yeah, an amazing wordplay right there by Ocean, just putting his emotions out there. But as we move on to this last game on Erangel, Erangel definitely has been a strong suit for Astra Academy. They have gotten 3 chicken dinners in today. Let's see if they can make the 4th one happen. They have had the momentum of the day. The 31-point lead that was there between them and DRS has been cut down to 21 points. So 10 points have been shaved off by DRS Gaming. If by the end of the day they can just close it down, close the difference down, or the chances of DRS surpassing is very little because they are not looking to finish off the games with the chicken dinner. Their objective right now is just be consistent overall and just by the end of the tournament be the team on the first position.
But imagine one chicken dinner. It won't be any harm, right? There'll be no harm.
Absolutely.
One chicken dinner will take them to the first, definitely, and then it's just going to be to hold on to the position. And if they finish top 4 every single game, well, it's theirs, the trophy is theirs. No one is going to take it away from DRS.
Absolutely, that's a fair point to bring up because after all, when you do reach that sort of a ladder that you're climbing on, and then the conversation will be, well, you got to stick out there. You have to stay up on top, and that is where consistency is going to be brought on. Along with that, it is time to get into the game. It is time to move on to the duo. It is Panda Bros to take you through this final game.
Thank you so much again, Desk, for your insightful thoughts out there. And the moment has arrived now. Astra Academy, they are running with back-to-back chickens in Erangel, of course. Now they are going to be trying to get the 3rd one as well. But then again, somewhere down the line, I really feel teams like DRS, P and Crew, and 1952 have been sort of overshadowed by how well Astra Academy have been performing.
I'm going to take a moment of breather over here, man.
All right.
1952 is breathtaking.
They are. I think, the kind of an improvement they have shown in how they've been playing and how they've grown as a team, that's phenomenal. Being the only team from the Bangladesh region to just come out there and put their hearts out as we take a look at all the players out there. Everyone excited, everyone just pumped up for the final game of the evening. But, we've seen the Desk taking their predictions over here. Who do you think is going to take this one home?
Oh man, you know, I don't want to sound like the bad guy by saying Astra again, but I'm going to say it anyways. Astra is going to be taking this game in their hands. The final game is going to be taken in their hands.
You know, I think I second you on that, because the way they've been playing, I mean, if you talk about the last Erangel that we did cast, and we can witness, you know, they were in a very clumsy situation. You know, barring that fact, they did a phenomenal job of entering inside the circles and at the same time getting a lot of kills. I mean, this sort of takes me to thinking, where were they all this time? And you know, we've got to thank PUBG Mobile for that. You know, adding in so many regions all together, with the teams from HDM chiming in as well. And we're yet to see more of them, to be honest. But you know, Astra Academy and even APES, I mean, the way they've been playing, I think we're going to be looking at some new champions this time.
We definitely are, without a doubt. I mean, the way Astra has been playing overall as well, and the way just 1952 threw kind of a surprise effect in there. But also, DRS is really consistent.
Right.
As the analyst desk mentioned, one chicken dinner, they will gain the lead over Astra. I mean, is that going to be really that easy though? One chicken dinner, I understand. The point difference is not really that much. But getting a chicken dinner, man, they're going to be having a tough time.
Now, one chicken dinner, so easier said than done. I mean, considering how the circle is in the final times, I mean, you've got to give it to these players. How do they even tend to survive? The kind of instincts that they've shown, especially like you mentioned, DRS, every single game, they're somehow maintaining that consistency going on, and that has been their strat right from the get-go, right from the times that they were playing. I mean, they have been the champions of PMPL, and you know, that was how they went out for every single game. Possession, you get the kills done, and that's how you know, get in those points for yourself. But seems like, you know, Crypto definitely is hungry right now. I really think, considering how they're famishing, just getting stocked up on their gives that extra bit of a oomph in your gameplay, and that is exactly what the fans from Pakistan are actually waiting for Crypto to go all guns blazing.
Exactly, I mean, Crypto, exactly, man. He's having his good time, you know, overall, having his lunch or dinner actually, and he's also having those energy drinks with him, you know, just chugging it while he's eating his food, which is understandable. You need as much as energy as possible, considering this is the final game. And Stalwart Esport is still yet to show. But we have seen in the past what this lineup is capable of. Stalwart Esport, I believe you guys can come back.
I mean, they certainly can. I mean, we've seen them. You know, this is the trend with the Pakistani teams. The first day, they kind of start off a bit slow, and eventually, during the second and the third, they pick the pace up. I mean, we had seen our team F4 even doing the same in the previous PMPL. But right now, you know, taking a quick gander at all these players again, everyone looks so serious, so calm, so composed right now, because any single moment we're gonna have the action again being live. And I mean, we've got to talk about the other teams, right? You have to talk about Team T2K. What's going wrong with them?
TDK, man, I don't really know. Look, when I was talking about TDK, right, I said TDK is one of the most consistent teams, without a doubt. Without a doubt, they're one of the most consistent teams. But in the day one, listen, this is just a day one. There's still 3 more days yet to come. But if in the day one you're not really going to be having the momentum shift overall in your favor, then, I mean, I really feel like your mentality for the upcoming days as well, it's going to be so pressured. You're going to be having so much pressure on your back, and at the same time, if you're going to be having an IGL that is good, because of that pressure, sometimes his performance also lacks.
I mean, yeah, considerably understandable over here, considering, you know, how they've been so terrible in terms of their kills department. I mean, they can certainly do better. I mean, maybe I'm just being too critical about them, but then again, that's the sort of expectation you have from a team like this. I mean, look at the players. They are the stars of their region, and you know, at this moment, I do not know if it's too early to call it, but I somewhere down the line miss Frankie in the process, because I still remember during the PMPL essay that was going on just a few months ago, Frankie did come in as a substitute for a few games, and I think he played fairly well. So considering, you know, you've got a player like Frankie up your sleeves, you might want to use him. But then again, you know, we're talking about T2K. We have also got to point out onto the players of Skylightz Gaming. What's going wrong with them?
Skylightz Gaming, man, look, even in the PMPL, they were struggling quite a lot.
Yeah.
The previous PMPL as well in the SEA, they were struggling quite a lot, and the struggle is being shown over here as well. Now, personally, they were invited in the SA Championship, so they are here now. But I really feel like, man, if you're going to be struggling like this on the day one, especially if you have that kind of repetition on your back, performance like this can definitely hurt that.
You know, of course, considering they're still in single digits, I would definitely want them to rack up a lot of points. I mean, it's still not too late. If it's somewhere around the third game, I think that is the moment where we can say that the Titanics have definitely sunk. But right now, a comeback is definitely possible. I mean, we did see the boys from Zeus propelling them upwards in terms of how they have positioned themselves in the overall standings. I mean, they were on the second half. Now they are right on the 7th spot. It's just that one game that all these teams on the bottom side, they need.
Exactly, man. On the bottom side, I mean, overall, man, all these teams, look. Now, for now, we have Zeus coming in as well. Then PN Crew, Stalwart Esport is there in the kill leader. One man is there off Stalwart Esport. They're having the spotlight. As I did mention, look, this is the only team from the Pakistan region. All the region's eyes is locked on this one single team. And plus, it's their first time playing in such a massive stage. Imagine the pressure. I've said this in the past, but I'm going to say it again. The pressure on these lads, man, it's going to be so insane. And then on the other hand, you have teams like PN Crew coming in, whose mechanical skills are incredible. Overall, when it comes to strategical plays, they are good. Then you have a man like Sandesh coming in. He just fills in that aggressiveness for that team.
I think Sandesh has definitely been one of those players from their region who has outshined everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, if you draw comparisons, of course, Gyaljan has been one of those consistent players from DRS who's been equally as good. But Sandesh, I think we've known Gyaljan for quite some time. Now, Sandesh has definitely been making his mark in the way he's been playing. But, you know, enough talk before the game. I think it's time we just head in. I mean, any single moment, the portals might just open up and we will get inside the game because all these players, including us, are getting restless as the big bird is in the sky. Necro, my man, take it away.
Blade fly path starting from shooting range, ending towards military base. I mean, hey, Stalwart Esport is going to have a great time because the plane fly path is right above them. So overall, this is going to be favoring their strategy. Now, it's only a matter of time when we actually do know when the circle is going to be panning out. Now, I want to see where exactly Zeus lands. Are they going to be going for shelter again or Georgepur? What do you think?
I think this time they're going Georgia because that has always been their bread and butter, a drop location, and they have been really good at executing them. But at the same time, you know, you've got some new variables over there in the form of Team INV, and that might just cause a bit of a trouble. But considering the form that Zeus have just picked up from the last game, I think they should just, you know, pass by.
That's for sure. That's for sure. But now, 1952, the team that won the previous game, are they going to be continuing their legacy? Are they going to be continuing their domination forward? Doing so is going to be a pretty tough task, not going to lie. I mean, they like to go towards the Fairpier area, which they are going to. And then on the other hand, SD and TDK are pretty close line as well. But I feel like TDK have been going to military region since a long time. So they're not going to be changing their drop location. And take a look at Zeus. You did say INV likes to go towards Georgepur. But they went towards the apartment region and Zeus is near the container. So the clash, I don't feel like it's coming anytime soon.
You know, right now, this is sort of a bummer for me, to be honest, considering how I take a look at the circle, and it's sort of similar, right? I mean, the 3 games of Erangel we've had, we've sort of had some similar rotations coming out, but then again, there was a bit of variations during those end zones where we had the first one around the school area. Now, it's in the second one, we did see it going towards the eastern side of Rozhok, and now we are kind of into thinking as to where it might end this time around. But, you know, talking about clashes, but VRS seem to have changed their trot a bit.
They definitely have. Well, I mean, look, they did know LIT goes there all the time. So DRS was like, all right, we don't want to have any kind of casualty on our backs.
Chances, right?
Exactly. And taking a look at the overall leaderboards as well, DRS does know they're pretty close to the first place. One chicken dinner is all it takes to climb up on top. Especially they want to leave the first day on the note that they are the king of the hills, you know. But again, DRS this time seems like they're going to be taking a little bit of safer route out that situation and dropping somewhere else. Safe.
You know, statistics do speak that DRS have always been dominating in Erangel, but this time their thrones are contested by Astra Academy the way they are playing. I'm pretty sure, you know, a lot of teams are going to be doing some intrinsic research on how they are, you know, executing those rotations. I'm pretty sure they're going to have a really, really tough time tomorrow.
Exactly. They're definitely going to be having some tough time. On the other hand, High Voltage, again, is a team who has dropped near pretty much Groshog. They have went towards the school area, and there's 3 teams right next to them, including DEADEYES, and then we have Nightmare as well. So these 2 teams, I feel like they're going to be causing a lot of trouble for High Voltage, considering the fact that they're not really doing that good on the overall leaderboards. They have 35 points. They're looking decent, taken under fact that it's only the first day. But again, I feel like you should be having a better performance.
You know, somewhere down the line, they need to kind of get back to their drawing board and change their outlook, their perspective, and their approach towards the game, whatever you may call it. Because position points only is definitely not, you know, winning you the championship for sure. You can be in that top 5, but that's where winners do not really settle at. But, you know, let's talk about teams from HDM region, of course. I mean, we haven't really seen much out of them because it's been Astra Academy and APES all along. Of course, DRS, PN Crew, 952, they're also doing a phenomenal job at that. But what do you think is sort of lacking in the players from HDM?
Man, I don't really know. To be honest, it's like they just haven't really getting into action that much, that they really haven't getting that much spotlight on themselves. So it's like we haven't really got that much of a chance to actually look at their gameplay and tell what exactly wrong is going on. But one thing I can definitely tell is that the rotations are pretty dangerous for themselves. The way they're rotating inside the circle. If you remember in the Erangel map, there was a fight going on between I think so APES and one more team, and this is where he actually decided to run out in the open. That was kind of a questionable move. If any player was in his shoes, I really feel like they wouldn't really have done that.
You know, somewhere down the line, I really think it's the pressure that's mounting over them, because it's their first time, you know, just coming in and playing at such a big stage. I think this is where diamonds are forged, and they certainly have been looking rather brittle. But, you know, at this point, I really want to see some outstanding performance from these lads, because it's the first day, and first impressions do matter, and Astra Academy and APES certainly have given us a good example.
They have given us a good example here. Pursues one player passed right by next to him. Godless, well, Godless is pretty much saying that, oh, you're lucky that I didn't really have my gun out at that moment. So you were able to pass by me safely there, because we do know what Godless has. Like, I don't even need to elaborate on that fact anymore. Like, this man just packs a massive punch in there. When you catch a bullet, you better be praying for your life.
I mean, he's a mean force of nature, isn't he? The kind of a display that he goes on, and the kind of a spectacle that he puts on for all the viewers and for us. I mean, that's so mesmerizing just to watch him play. Especially what I love about Team Zeus, the way they move. I mean, I've always been harping about how important positioning is during all those fights. That is one of those you know, key factors that sort of tends to be ignored, but that's one of the most essential ones. And you know, I'm not gonna talk about it. I really feel bad every single time I see that golden McLaren with all that bling that comes along with it.
It's like the observers know how to put us down, you know? It's like they do know our weakness, and they just keep on showing that McLaren. Man, look at this. What is going on, man?
I literally
Are you guys doing this on purpose? Please?
Yeah, laughing at us. Laughing at us. You don't have this. You can't afford this. I mean, maybe inside games someday if I have good luck.
It just looks too good. That's so clean. Look at that. Golden, man. Especially golden. Look at the tires as well. I mean,
I love the vinyls on that. I mean, the way it has been structured out takes me back to those days when, you know, just go playing NFS and you love it, right? But now, DEADEYES guys Well, we've got to see as to how they are going to be performing right now. You've got Sanhok did try to, take a few shots, did give away his position though. Now, in the realms of PUBG Mobile, we do know how important, all these factors are. These small little things, these nits and bits, give so much information, and teams tend to actually capitalize upon that.
Exactly, they do. And take a look at this. TDK exactly knows that there's some teams inside the military region, so they're camping the bridge. Now, this is pretty brilliant coming out from TDK. They might just rack themselves quite a lot of kills there. Astra Academy is approaching the bridge. On the other hand, TDK is camping it, and Stalwart Esport is there in the back lines holding it. So it's just going to be these three teams going off against each other. And in the end of the day, Astra Academy is just going to get sandwiched.
I think now teams have actually started to adopt to what, Team Astra Academy is putting on the table.
Yeah.
TK actually going into the camp and blah, blah, blah. Definitely spot out action, taking the big men down. And Sky barely surviving over there.
Oh my god, he's so lucky to be alive in that situation there. But there's one more. Finally, he went down there by rated sir. He was there to trade the kills out. And now Astra Academy is down to just a two-man squad. TOP barely alive behind that little ridge, but for how long? He is being completely surrounded from all the angles, even from the left side. And Stalwart Esport is coming out from the back lines. Pika tried to back off, but Stalwart Esport is there. And there's no way Astra Academy is making it out alive from this situation.
Completely crunched, sandwiched by two teams, and this is where we were, talking about it, right? I was thinking teams are going to be targeting them tomorrow, but they have made themselves very susceptible to all these fights. Now we've got to see. Now they're on the chase. They do want that final kill, and top, being the lonesome survivor, is just inside the ocean, and we've got to wait it out as to when does he come up. Or is he just going to be playing that stale game over there? He does not really have a lot of options.
I mean, look, I feel like he's taking the right path here. Because if he makes any kind of sound, a single muscle being moved from his side, and his life is gone. It's pretty much gone. There's no way he's making it out alive because TDK is searching for him. They know. There's no way he's ran somewhere far away. He has to be in that region. He has to be in that area. Finally, TDK realizing the depth of the situation, realizing they're not really inside the zone, and do know if they're going to be making it inside the next circle pretty late. You have seen what happens. Some examples have been showcased in the past.
I mean, somewhere down the line, they needed it, right? I mean, you just can't... You can't be undisputed champions over here. You need to be shown that there is some competition. Teams are there looking out for you, developing, adapting to what you're putting on the table. Now we've got to see as to what kind of rotations are they going to execute tomorrow, considering, Team T2K is so well prepared. Now we were just being critical about them. Now they come up big. But at the same time, we've got to also talk about the fact that the zone is also starting to shrink. Now this delayed rotation might just bite them towards the very end.
This is what I was exactly saying. Look at the zone. It's stacked up with teams in the center. And there's also some teams. Okay, there's some open space near Yasna region for sure. You can make it inside. But is that enough to catch the next zone as well? When the zone just shifts away all the way, a drastic shift away from them, things might not really pan out in their favor. And don't really ask me what Hustler was doing on top of that roof, even when he got spotted.
I mean, he kind of whiffed there over it. I mean, we've got to admit
that.
that.
I feel like that was more kind of like a panic situation on the side of Hustler.
He was just thrown down. Oh, shoot, there's a guy right in front of me. And by the time he responds, he's already taken down on his knees. As Sharp, we do believe the players of 1952 are trying to surround 7C, but they're already on the run.
Memo knocked out the situation. Turulov down low HP, barely alive. White from Apes also taken down. Hustler down to low HP. He's going to be healing himself. That should buy enough time for 7C. That was kind of a questionable situation coming out from the side of 7C. I mean, I really feel like that rotation out in the open isn't really the way to play the situation out. And exactly, Kanik just punishing each and every single player from 7C. And look at that. Their HP is down to such low as Sanchir, man. He found the right moment. He does know they're hurt real bad. They're down bad. Nade's lobbed in from his side. This nade is going to be so damaging. Rig barely surviving on his feet. One last man alive from the lads of 7C, and Rig is the man. But for how long is he going to be holding it off?
We do still have Smokey from the backlines providing that quintessential cover fire, but how long is he going to keep doing it? That's the big question. As you know, the players of APES, they are making a run, maybe trying to form a different flank angle, but Smokey certainly has smelled that from afar. As Connect, he's gone off from the hills, he's taken a few shots, but not really succeeding at that.
Oh, and kind of getting shot from the back lines from SD there. And APES, they seem like they do not want to back out from this fight. They want the smoke, and they're going to get it no matter what. On the other hand, Smokey trying to use that flank angle, and that grenade just blasted off right in front of his face like a firecracker.
I mean, that was preposterous, the way it hit him. But eventually, Team APES, I believe, they have fallen down. And 7C surviving by the Whiskers, which could have been really, really devastating. But still, I mean, somehow they're still in the race. Considering the fact that I really felt 1952 might have loved to just chime in. But now we've got the players of Nightmare Gaming right above on the radio tower. He's going to get a lot of information from that area that he is in. But look at Leon. How on earth could he just mess those shots up? Shifting towards his mini. Still trying to connect, but not really getting those knocks.
He's so lucky to make it out alive from that situation, Kaya. Well, he has to be thanking his luck for that. But finally, did get taken out by Heaven. Skylightz Gaming is kind of missing that click, don't you feel like?
Yeah, somewhere down the line, you know, that aura, the kind of a play that these players used to make back in the days. I mean, we're just talking 6 months behind. Like, they were one of the best in the region, and looks like the mighty have fallen. Or maybe we're just being too early to gush into, you know, such statements. Maybe we should give them some time. But right now, I see definitely giving the players of DE a taste of his own medicine, and you know, the way he's been so clinical even during those PMPL SF finals. We know how devastating, how, you know, crucial this player can be, as we have the players on DE in a bit of a trouble as they go against INV.
That was a beautiful pre-fire coming out from that lad. But INV, though, one casualty on their side. Quiet has been shut down. But there's one nade right behind Legend. Is it going to deal enough damage to him? Yes, it did, but Legend is going to be sticking his first aid kit instantly. On the other hand, Season has been taken down. And where's Sandesh? I'm trying to find that man, because that man is a one-man army, and he can turn these tables just in a moment of seconds.
I mean, BN Crew in a very adverse situation right now, but Legend right off the bat, smack on his face by XPZ as INV are clinging on. Not really having a very comfortable time either, as DRS from the backlines will get that final kill, and with that goes down INV Esports.
DRS kind of helping out their country mates there in that fight, but now seems like they are going to be eating them alive as well. Sandesh barely alive on such low HP. There is one man right next to him, Mafia Ninja being the one. Nade slapped in from his side, not really making it quite on its mark. Another nade though. Maybe this will seal the deal. No, it's going to be the answer. Did do kind of enough damage. Another Molotov. Sandesh seems like he's in quite a bit of pickle there. Decides to back out from that situation. Legend is there in the back lines. But is he going to be able to provide the cover? His position is anonymous, but now he gave his position away. Killer YT taken out, and now things are all down to Sandesh. The entire pressure is on his shoulders.
Now, they might be fellow countrymen, but not inside the game right now, considering the way DRS are just hunting down the players of BN Crew alive, as Sandesh trying to put up a fight, but that's not just going to do it, as DRS successfully just wiped down 2 squads over there. But now we've got the players of SDGaming in just a bit of trouble right now, as they've got the big team out there. That's going to be Team Zeus.
Hey man, look, Astra Academy is still alive in the game, even though they only have one player. Things are really looking bad for them. He's still alive. He's making it out alive. TOP is the man who's still alive. And let's just see how he's going to be changing the, you know, overall future outcomes in his favor. While we have Zeus, on the other hand, kind of instilling a lot of pressure, a lot of fear on the lads of SD. Jimmy is, of course, there in the clotheslines, and things are not really looking good on his side. On the other hand, 7C as well, kind of putting in a lot of pressure on the lads of Stalwart Esport. But hold on, things seem really bad on the side of 7C, because they're just down to a 2-man squad now. Stalwart Esport, they're going to get the 1-man back up on his feet, which is going to be Blade, and they're looking pretty good.
I mean, look at them. Look at the position. That's where Astra Academy initially was in the previous game. From that one little shack, they went on to win it. Now, if the last surviving player of Astra just pulls it off, I mean, if Top does that, I mean, I'm done. I'm done. If he gets a chicken.
What do you expect me to say here? It's like, if Top does close this out, man, let's just not talk about it. Let's focus on the game. While there's a lot of kills and a lot of gunshots happening here and there, of course, in the late game situations, we do know a lot of rumpus is being caused by these teams, which is pretty understandable. That nade, wow, that barrage of nade finally taking one man down from the side of Nightmare INV there, or it's Nightmare actually, Ryan. And the kill will be confirmed by Deadeyes. So without any doubt, Nightmare now are not really looking good in the game. But Deadeyes, though, the consistency still there.
I think they're enjoying themselves. They're enjoying the circle because it has been favoring them in majority of the games of Erangel that we've seen so far. And having still 4 players alive, they're looking pretty solid. But right now, Ably does manage to take down Roshi over there. And there's no chance on earth that he's going to be alive. And they do know where the other player is over here. And they do know there's someone lurking inside that small little shack we have. It's just the moment he comes out, makes his presence felt. But if Team Zeus gets a bit complacent, I think Hong can dish him serious damage.
You know, man, I really feel bad that he did not pick up that medkit that was right in front of him. Like, it's like, like in my mind, I just wanted to pick that like medkit up. You never know when you're going to use it, but you never know when you're actually going to be utilizing it. On the other hand, Nightmare Gaming, yep, that Molotov's going to be closing out and taking him out the equation, and that's going to be Nightmare Gaming exiting this lobby in 13th position. Zeus, though, dominating streak is still alive, and look at this drastic circle shift. Imagine Zeus and SD, they will have to make it inside the circle, and while they're rotating, I'm pretty sure they're going to catch a lot of bullets on them.
You know, this is the chance where Team LIT can really flourish, can really shine, because the kind of a zone control they can have for themselves, that's going to be abysmal. But right now, Deadeyes, they're also making that quick move, but Godless seems to have caught the players of SD under his radar, and already has knocked out Kennedy over there, leaving Bay to be the last man alive. But High Voltage find themselves in a bit of a situation as Deadeyes come ramming in.
Deadeyes come ramming in there. And here we have High Voltage.
Doing?
He was just having a great time taking a look at the wall. He got taken down, unfortunately, was not really aware of the surrounding. And now, on the other hand, High Voltage Assassin managed to get himself a knockdown, but hold up, the trade is there. It doesn't matter. Shifu says, okay, you're going to take one man down. We're going to take you down, Assassin. And that's it for Assassin. He lost his life, and he's sad now.
On the sidelines, we do see the players of Zeus under heavy fire, as we can see the players really struggling to keep each other alive, as the players of LIT are just eating them up. But Icy, he is still putting up the fight, being relentless as ever. But Deadeyes, they're still doing good. But right now, in the Shroud of Smoke, is coming a lot of revivals, but is Team LIT going to give them the chance? No is going to be the answer, as that one nade is going to take down 2 players, and right now this is the moment, this is where they need to commit for the push. But Ably, he's gotten the res back up. Can Zeus turn the tides?
It's going to be a tough task, though. Extreme continuing to light things up. Breakdown is such low HP, and that's going to be 7C. Getting eliminated in the smoke, and what a beautiful spray coming out from Extreme. A laser beam, precise gameplay, immaculate spray.
I mean, that was some smooth spray that we did just witness from him, as Otzi spotted down the players of Stalwart, already kind of missing out on a few shots, but will eventually have to back off now, considering how the situation is, how the teams are positioned. Deadeyes, look at them, 3 kills already, having all 4 players alive, and we have already emphasized on how important it is, you know, considering having all your players. You get so much vision, you get so much done for you over there. But right now, Extreme just trying to spray down a few bullets onto the players of Stalwart, but it seems like one of them has fallen off. It's Udzim, and Hungry Box will be really fast and quick to get that kill confirmed. But Crypto making a run for his life. Can he get inside the zone though? No is going to be the answer, as AJ is going to put him 6 feet under.
AJ is just a cruel man. No mercy being shown from him. Crypto was looking so cute when he tried to run inside the zone there. But unfortunately, AJ was there in the front lines, took him out the game. Unfortunate stuff for Stalwart Esports. They're now out the equation. Look at this. Skylightz Gaming out in the open. Leon is the man alive. And things are looking pretty tough for him. I mean, it's just that one rock for his cover. He will need to leave it anytime soon.
I think DRS have a good chance. They can do it. I mean, we've had this discussion in the desk right now. They were speaking about it. If they get the chicken dinner, it might be a possibility. They can close the gap between them and Astra Academy, of course, considering the fact that they have already been taken out of the equation over here in this match, at least as Deadeye's. They are making a move, but AJ, he's not going to let that happen. Shifu is coming ramming in as we are looking at some cars being flung over, but right now Deadeye still holding on, clinging down as DRS raining hell from up above.
I'm telling you right now, the position that Deadeyes is in right now isn't really a good position. Their backs are exposed, and yes, one man from Deadeyes taken out. Things are now just down to that one last man alive. And for how long is he going to be able to hold this position off? Take a look at Zeus. The swimming fish is still pretty anonymous. On the other hand, DRS making a move on the lads of Deadeye. Shifu, sir, the last man alive on top, trying to get back to his teammate. But the kill will be confirmed.
I really think Deadeye's messed up on that one, considering you know how all the players were rotating at one time. I really felt if Hungrybox could have just stayed back and provided that cover fire, they could have done better. But right now it all comes down to Shifu. Can he take those shots onto its Galzin? Can he get those knocks coming in? Not right now. He's going into those points as ably gets taken out of the equation. It all comes down to its IC. Can he do it for Zeus? I mean, they are also going to be in the run for all the positioning points, but Utsarga, look at him. I think he's barely out of his meds. He's coming out for that O2. But look at Chari being taken down from DRS, and they are doing so much. It's sort of a similar kind of a rotation that DRS are executing, and they are doing it in style.
And look at this, Deadeye's doing some kind of damage, but finally AJ trading things out, and that's going to be it for Deadeye's. Out the equation, out the game, out the server. And it's going to be DRS sending Deadeyes back home. But here we have DRS is playing this game out so beautifully since the start till the end. It seems like they finally rolled out their strategy up the sleeve, which most of the teams do like to keep a secret.
You know, I think they've just gotten more serious. They're like, nah, we're not going to be settling down for just position points. We're going to get a few dinners home. And I think Astra Academy did definitely trigger them. And this is what happens, you know. DRS, one of the most consistent teams from the SA region, and they have proved that time and again.
Exactly, they have proved that.
Oh, look at the
On
circle
the other
shift.
hand, Skylightz Gaming, the circle shift is favoring the lads of DRS, and we might as well just conclude it at this point because DRS is doing an incredible job holding it off. And to make and for these teams to actually make it inside the circle, I feel like it's going to be the toughest job because there's no cover. There's literally no cover.
Yeah, I mean, right out in the open, just a few little trees out there. But, you know, I'm really baffled by the fact as to how long T2K have kept themselves alive with Sunland still inside the water over there. Even the same goes for Team Zeus. How long are they going to survive? That's the bigger question as Scarlet Gaming. I mean, we've been scoffing at them, but right now they are starting to prove us wrong. And Joker? He definitely wants to get into the top 3, if not the chicken dinner, but anything and everything is possible as we do see the players of LIT. I mean, they're kind of the last players surviving for their team, and they're all inside the water. Finally, Icy just getting spotted out by Wanu. Will, of course, be taken down from beneath. And, you know, this one strat has really been working out for them so well.
Exactly. Now, Joker doesn't really have any other choice rather than to opt out for that healing battle. He's going to be doing that. On the other hand, Utsarga still in the water, trying to swim like a baby shark, but he just doesn't have any other choice. It's like, if he comes back up, yes, he will be taken down, and unfortunately, he just took a little bit of too much damage by that water there. He didn't really come out on top in time, and okay, hold up, AJ, a little bit of misplay coming out from his side, knocking his own teammate out, and that's going to be maybe costing them quite a lot. But hold up, this is a 1-on-2 situation here. LIT is trying to fight back from this situation, trying their best to come out on top. But is it really going to be that easy? AJ and Mafia Ninja, these two players are one of the most capable players in the Nepal region.
I mean, he messed up. He's definitely going to cover up for that. He's going to get that res back onto its Nima. But this is the moment where Wanu needs to strike in. This is the moment where DRS are at the most vulnerable position. But no is the answer as the real soldiers are back, baby.
The real soldiers proving that we are the real soldiers. And what are soldiers meant to do? Grind their line, guard their border. And this is what they're doing. Their border is the top place. And it seems like they are going to be trying to get that back, no matter what team is there on top.
Not just fending their opponents off their territory. They are here to stay. They are here to keep their throne going in. The way they have been playing, the kind of consistency they have been showing. What a way to end the day. But with that being said, enough from our side. We are going to be heading out for a short little break. Coming right after is the desk.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. We are just gone through with 6 games and the final game, as we just saw, has been delivered. As you guys mentioned, I mean, DRS taken it by a storm. But with that, also do want to thank, of course, OPPO F19 Pro for hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. But now, I do really want to get into this. I mean, you guys were mentioning it. They need to get that one chicken dinner, and this is when they do step up.
And they needed it today as well. I mean, because now the competition is just divided with the top 2 itself. And, well, I'm pretty sure, I mean, this game does take DRS to the lead, but I want to see what
I have one most important thing to talk about in this one. Remember previous Erangel in which Mafia Ninja was the last one to come in?
Yes.
So what is happening is we saw circles going for that shift only, and this time DRS did not leave their ground. All 4 players, because their rotation is from Yasna to the northern side, they did that. They held that ground. Brilliant zone recognition from the team.
And also one thing that they changed, you know, I was talking about the slight adjustment Zeus Esports made in the last game. This time DRS made the same adjustment. They came in towards the shoreline a little bit sooner, and that changed everything.
Boy, oh boy, certainly a wonderful game it was. With that, let's have a look at the MVP coming in from this game. And it ought to go towards, DRS.
AJ. Well, even if you take down your player, it's for a good cause outside. You guys know that happened. But well, 6 kills coming up, 741 damage. I mean, AJ obviously he meant no harm, but that happened, right? Things happen.
I could see the frustration in his face when Nemo went down.
He's like,
right
hey, we're winning. Don't go. Come on, we'll do it. And then obviously it's like the final kill getting up. But 2 assists, 174 healing done. Brilliant. This is the DRS that we love, right? This is the DRS that we know actually knows how to go with a really good mentality, and that is to stay on the top.
It's been the same team the entire day. They were just making it top 4 consistently, and if you do that 6 games in a row, you're bound to win one of those.
Look at this. Look at this. DRS use. Well. What do we have? Is this a league stage once again? It's kind of the same thing.
Oh boy, the rivalry is definitely here, and I guess it's building up. It took the entire day for both these 2 teams to actually understand how the other squads were playing, but now finally they have their research done, and look at this. 27 utilities. Wow.
I love this number. Just think about it, right?
That's for one player.
But just think about it in this way, right? You're talking about the competition that there is happening, and then given the fact Zeus had to move onto the other side to actually, from that river, and IC was the last one surviving, using so many utilities, and obviously Smokes just coming up to his aid. Think about how could have he just, gotten those numbers. Grenades, maybe you could use, 4 or 5? Rest obviously has to be the Smokes.
It is the Smokes, actually, because that bridge camp situation that they were stuck in against LIT and Lit were just phenomenal in terms of, camping that area against these Esports. But talking about the rankings itself, we do know DRS walked in with a whooping 13 kills, 28 points to this team.
Or, I mean, they didn't walk at all. Their job in this game was just to pick up those kills and get those points in their favor, because their position was really, really interesting. They were sort of huddled up towards the northern side of that bridge, and as soon as the circle moved in their direction, everyone was forced to either take the water or that bridge, and no matter where you went, you were in the crosshairs of DRS Gaming. bound to get picked off, and that's the only thing they need to do.
But this kind of gets me to one thing, and that is we were talking what is wrong with Zeus, what's not happening with Zeus. But I would say for the first few games, now I can just feel it. Zeus was just testing the lobby, testing the waters. What's the team doing different from maybe the scrims that they might have played or might not have played, might have seen. They would have been just in those thoughts. What's the A game that the team is bringing? Because obviously it's the finals. You can't change your strategies every day. You'll have to keep the same strat. So that's what it is. But now DRS, it's just one thing. If the circle goes north tomorrow, they should not focus on the same rotation, because it's pretty sure there would be at least one or two teams that might just already try to go for. Because I saw this in the previous two Erangels, the same rotation that they followed.
Exactly, and of course you're talking about the zone, so let's move on with the zone analysis as of now and have a look at when it came down to this game. Where did we end up looking at these teams fluctuating from?
And this is where PNQ also, had a really strong advantage, starting from Severny, just, moving up forward. But look at the lower cluster, Stalwart, T2K, like Astra Academy. They dropped down on Milta. They had to move north, but what they did is they were situated in the fights. And DRS, look at this, again, moving on to the north side, then they start moving south. This is a good strategy, because now they know no one's going to be onto the back sides for them, so that's a good thing. But Stalwart, look at their rotations. They are, focusing on different angles. First time they were at the bridge, then they moved to the ruins, then they moved inside again. So they are focusing on the edges, and that too with the certain angles for themselves.
Yeah, and as you mentioned about DRS, if you don't have to look at watch your back, that is one less direction to worry about. They use that as a priority, move close to the shoreline, and then prioritizing the high ground. This mountain slope was key for the victory right here. Everyone is lined up in front of them. This is, well, it's an easy distance to take out the players from.
All right, we just move forward. But there was this one thing, let's, one player was on the northern side where DRS is right now. Imagine had that player survived, he could have called everyone onto the north side. Then it could have been a 4v4 fight for DRS. Things might have changed, might not have changed, but that's what DRS made the game play in its own favor.
That it would have been a lot of pressure on that individual, because he would have had to hold off the players of DRS from taking the position and trading the position with him. Had he been able to, it's a lot of speculation. Would have been scenario, sort of a parallel reality, because we do have Mr. Ocean right here with us. A parallel reality that would have been created. But hey, in this one, DRS, they get the chicken dinner.
But again, alongside that, there were some wonderful moments that did take place throughout the game. So let's of course in the OPPO F90 Pro moments.
Yeah, this is where, it all just started. We were talking about the lower bridge area, and that's where Astra Academy, I don't know, see, they could have moved forward. We know Astra Academy's gameplay that actually works in the favor. It's not to take fights in the early stages, wait for the right moment, then take fight in the later stages, and then actually go for the placement points. But that did not happen,
But you know what, if you're talking about those bridge fights, there is this one bridge fight that is yet to take place, and I want it to happen in these finals. That is ST versus 1953. It has been the storyline for a long time, and I would love to see it again